here with Twist. What we're gonna do here, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna go through top 15 plays that we've picked out of your career. Clutches, highlight moments, and all the fun stuff. And we're gonna just kind of walk through them, do some nostalgia stuff, and then we're gonna rank them 1 through 10. We're gonna pick the top 10 of them.
Okay.
All right, let's fire up the first clip.
A lot of pressure is on you now. The fate of fate resides on Twist.
All right, one thing I know that is funny to me about this clip is you have always, when I was there with Liquid with you for the brief time, you wanted to pick up the op a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I always felt like I had the mechanics to be like a good opper.
Yeah. The
op role is very special in the game because the vision that you have to have as an opper is completely different than you would have as a rifler.
Yeah.
And
well, this ain't standard opping either. This is like...
No, this isn't standard opping. This clip is... I messed up in this clip because I told Olaf I was gonna double peek tunnel with him. I didn't want to throw a molly in tunnel, but I threw a molly. And then I didn't want to peek because it would create a one-way for the T. And then Olaf wide swung plat and died. And I kind of just felt like, oh, I have to close down the site right now, or this is a big throw.
Well, when you get the ace and even I think you make up for the mistake. I think that's one of the mistakes that Olaf can forgive you for really quickly. Let's just say, I mean, right out of the gates, are you going to put that in your top 10 somewhere?
No, I wouldn't be top 10 for.
You don't think that? Okay.
Has decided he's willing to risk it all on this deep angle, and it's given that first kill over. Might just be the threat. With a few kills apiece, Twist takes matters into his own hands, and suddenly.
What do you think about this one?
Well, once again, we lost the game, but I guess it's from the same series, man. Both these clips. I mean, I think this could be an important round. I remember this game went to, I think, 3 or 4 OTs. So there's not many rounds in OTs, so to secure 1 round just by acing, it's important, I think, for the overall game. But we lost, so I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be number 10 on if I had to pick.
As easily as he hopes, Twist even gets one at range. Down to just 2. How does Twist find the second Zywoo?
This one's going to be in the top 10.
This is a straight 1
yeah,
2,
of course.
But Alex is he bangs him out somehow. A 3rd. And he's looking for it all the way as the RPK's gonna try and swing around the backside. Twist switches back to the Deagle instead, checks both close positions.
At what point did you know you win this clutch? You know how like you get that feeling a little bit?
Probably when I got into this situation, got to the corner. It's just a massive off angle. It's a very deep corner to clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the last angles you're clearing when you're
Yeah, and also like you kind of instill fear into your opponents when you.
Sometimes, virtual reality begs for more reality. Jack Lynx is good with it.
Guys, there's something on the ship. There's something with us here.
What do we do?
Get to the escape pods. Go now!
Okay, I'm an alien, and I got these claws. I'm climbing the wall now.
If you're making a sci-fi movie, you need to finish the special effects.
Does that look good?
And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
Guys? Uh-oh.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
Is that gonna be a problem?
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
I would like to have more phase clips in the top 10, so I'd probably put it number 9.
I remember this.
Same.
So going through the smoke, we got a drop off denied, and Vitality are holding on for a moment. Twist gets the reload. Oh! To 1 bullet in the tank.
What's up with your dig, man?
Sometimes it just hits. It just works. The deagle doesn't always work, but
yeah,
you kind of have a feeling of when it will work.
Yeah, when you start hitting these shots, it's like everything's like a heat check.
Yeah. That was like to kick off our Cologne run pretty much.
Yeah.
To again the playoffs. For me, it'd be number 4 and number 3. We were choking hard. I remember
you guys were having a tough time.
We were choking pretty hard, and that was like the anti-choke round to like get us back in the game pretty much.
Kill, flashbang, turns around, they don't even check the corner.
I already know what this is.
That is certain, it might have been enough anyway, but...
Dude, I was casting this. This clip is nasty.
I wasn't even having a good game either.
My God, how is he
I was bottom fragging before that clip.
Were you really?
Yeah.
That clip to me feels like it's got to be like one of like the more iconic Twist ones because it's just like a showcase of like your mechanical, like you just get put in a situation where all you can do is deathmatch.
I mean, I think nowadays this clip is impossible to happen. Like New Dust 2, the doors are inverted.
Yeah.
Everyone clears closet.
When you're in this kind of position, is your brain even kind of functioning, or are you just going off kind of like muscle memory? Like you know, your instincts are always going to tell you where the next guy is coming from based on comms, based on the retake and everything. You're just kind of going with the flow and hitting shots.
The stars aligned for this clip to happen. So the smoke in sight is like half fading. So the person that's under window can't fully see me. I can see them, but they're inside the smoke basically, so it doesn't favor them. Fallen had it off on the left side of sight, so he didn't really have a good angle. And then the person peeking door also had a bad angle. So it was just, the stars aligned, and I think the mechanics were just on point.
Yeah, that was filthy. And this was during your Grand Slam run as well. That's got to be up there, surely.
Yeah, but of course I always have to look at the significance of, did it change the game? And I guess it did. I mean, it was 11-8.
Okay.
It was 11-8, and we could have gotten broken, I guess, off the round.
Yeah.
So it could have been a closer. So I guess top 3 for me.
They already cleared out jungle. He knows exactly how that plays out, and expecting further aggression. Back, very well read. But look at Russell. He finds 2 points.
Here's your Deagle again.
My goodness, Russell. Oh, he's got JW. There's a chance for the 5th. Tagged to 7 through the box, but he's got it down with 4 kills to just 1 remaining, and he still has a teammate in Nap. He's looking for the 8th as they jump up, and he's got it.
Spicy.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, you know it's better.
I would say number 6. Any clip like that is instant top 10 for me because you win a force buy. You win not even a force buy. You win an eco for your team.
That was actually a really close match at the time, wasn't it? That was the semifinal before you guys met Astralis at Chicago.
Was it semifinal?
I think so. Wasn't it?
I think it was a quarterfinal.
Quarterfinal?
We played FaZe in semifinal.
Well, number 9 then. We'll move on.
Org abuser twists. That's a double on his plate. Masuta was just pulling out nades to try and get them up con.
This guy was boarding lower, molded by it. He didn't see ZywOo2, he's nearly a man, and ZywOo is blinded. 5 on 2. Ready to shut this map out.
Hugo's so great there.
One man to do it. Twist.
Call for the ace that time as well?
No.
No.
Because I pretty much my only comms that round is after we left mid, like I just said I'm not gonna leave con, I'll just fight until death.
Yeah.
And
you didn't die.
And I guess it's a nice feeling to close out the game like that. I'd say number 8. Nice case.
Okay.
Okay, Twists. Ready him stuff.
Good casting.
Online CS.
Ethan.
Wow. 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Twist is teaching us how to count. That's all 4.
Still looks nice though.
Succession.
Yeah, but I don't know if it would even be top 10.
All right, we'll throw in the garbage. Is online game. You're right.
That was online game. I think Pro League. There was action down mid already, and they just didn't clear me. So it's not so like impressive, I'd say. Brokey stole my kill.
Did you yell at him after that?
No, I didn't even. I thought I killed everyone. Seriously, I didn't realize I didn't kill all 4.
Yeah, you probably don't even notice in the heat of the moment when it's going down.
I'd say it's only 3K, but I mean it was important round to win for the team. But
Well,
it's like I almost want to place it top 3, even though it's only a 3K. But it like without that round, we would be down 15 to 18 in OT. So we'd have to win 3 rounds in a row to get it to double OT. Let's put it number 2 for now.
Yeah.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, gap, Aflac, gap.
It's about to go down, baby.
Up that goat.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
And when the sun comes up and I close my eyes, I try to find the face I saw the other night. And even though I might be dreaming, no, I just can't shake the feeling like nothing else, no, nothing else is real.
only fair everyone hears the full story.
Stay the hell away from my family.
Whatever happens to us, you'll always be my dolly.
Dash Pass for Students gives you DoorDash with $0 delivery fees for just $4.99 a month. So you can get back to studying. Dash Pass for Students. So worth it.
Lining up the situation, but it'd probably be number 11 for me. I might even cycle out any of the online CS clips that are in there, honestly.
G2, it shocks inside. We're gonna get that big back. Twist, he's on 1 versus 2. He tries for the bomb plant there, surely no way he could do it.
I remember this too. You're a madman.
He's got nothing to work with except this rifle. He gets the headshot, turning it around, and no!
Is this the last clip?
Yeah, that's the last clip.
Okay.
You're putting that one in there.
Yeah, okay, so that one's top 3. So the one that's number 3, you can already move it down to number 4. And then in terms of online CS clips, the Flashpoint was online, yeah. So we can just remove this Pistol Ace. I'd probably move this M4 Ace against Fatality to number 10. Honestly, I can't think of like anything else. And I think that's just like is appropriate list in terms of like relevance and impact.
The players that are here, they all know what they are playing for. They all know that this stadium makes legends. So when all of us here grow older and our children grow older, we'll tell them about how it all began. We'll tell them a story about how modern Counter-Strike was born in this arena.
Every Counter-Strike fan starts to gather, whether it's at home on the sofa at the PC or here in the Spodek. We are the generation that has seen esports in its humble beginnings. You are the people who found esports, drove esports, and believed in it.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship 2018.
Let's get it on! Nico has been fantastic. Breathing looking for the ace. Headshots all over the place as Nico lights them up.
Skadoodle, your turn. And he's already got the first. He goes. Oh, hits Nico in the smoke as well. He doesn't know it when he goes back out. He's got the slow. Oh my God, how fast is that? And his turn to stand up.
Now the spray has to come in. Nico gets 2. Back and forth we go.
This is the way to play this. Him solo and then sneaking out. Mean FaZe finally closed the game. What a match.
Oh man, Katowice, this place gives me the feels. Let's get it on. It's NIV taking on Team Liquid.
Instantly, Nath responds in kind. That's 3 for him. Team Liquid really heating up here.
Nath again, he's stepped up so many times for Team Liquid, and he's done it all.
That's a good answer from Dennis, though. He is starting to come alive. Oh, the third as well for Dennis.
This is it. This is Team Liquid suffocating NIP in this last round. There it is. 16-9, Team Liquid. They're going to make their way to the semifinals of IEM Katowice.
We had people who were outside, minus 12 degrees. They were ready to get in here. It is now packed. It is sold out wherever you might be in the world. Today is going to be something special.
And the star-studded rosters are about to butt heads. Lock horns.
The Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice never fails to deliver.
There's so much story on this stage between these players. JW with the AWP, 3 kills from the ruins.
Oh, what a shot! The run boost through the smoke, and that might be it.
Grim's going to town with the M4A4. He finds 3. And Fnatic will move on 2-0 again. This team seems to be getting better and better.
FaZe, they're going to cinch a spot in the grand finals. Unless Device, there's a chance here. A kit on Device, but no. Too many bodies. And there it is. FaZe making it to the grand finals of IEM.
In the next 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes, somebody will take the long walk down this stage. They will come down here with their teammates. They will take a breath knowing the confetti is ready, knowing they're about to pick up this trophy, and then that is when they will be crowned the Intel Extreme Masters Champions 2018.
Arm down, and Guardian's gonna go searching with the AWP. Wants to peek truck rolling, and JW comes out just as he looks away, but look what Nico's done. He's gotten Crims and Flusha, and it's now down to a one-on-one. He knew where JW was. Nothing. JW could do FaZe hold on and take their 5th. Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far. Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! He's got all 5. There he is. Good find from JW. They know where he is, but JW's quick. His 3rd in the round. It's Op versus Op, and Guardian's tapped. It doesn't matter. JW's earned it, and in incredible fashion. Russia has sneaked in, but of course the bomb's so far away. Oh, not only does he spawn him, thank you very much. No way, no way. He wins this. Not only that, he's caused a full.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Hello. I saw you move in and I wanted to welcome you to the neighbourhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies?
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
Bedtime. I love bedtime.
The thin, sweet bite to end the night. Oreo Thins.
Wow. When COVID-19 initially struck, it was just a no-brainer. You go where the mission is. Education is not only taught, it's lived through experience. No matter what you have going on in your life, Walden's going to be able to help you finish your goals and accomplish your dreams.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
You don't really want war. All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
Fate only binds you if you let it.
Spectrum, America's leading internet and mobile provider, is bringing you seamless connectivity across all your devices. Introducing Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited, all for $49.99 a month.
Purple? That's crazy.
Twitch fan?
Twitch fan?
It's hard-hitting journalism right there.
Right there.
There, right there.
Yes.
There.
Perfect. All right, let's go. Give the question. This is the moment of truth.
What's coming through this door right now should terrify you.
Came here to be insulted?
Brokey, Twist, I want to wish you luck.
All right, well, this is very serious business at this point. Brokey. We'll start with you. Okay. You are very different in reality compared to the real Brokey is. Yes, that's the English to who the real Brokey is. Explain, and what is your difference?
I don't know, what the fuck was that?
No.
Here's the question again for Brokey. You are very different in reality compared to who the real Brokey is. Explain, and what is your difference?
Yeah, Brokey usually wakes up at 7, but the real Brokey doesn't wake up till 8 p.m., so...
His body wakes up, and then you see his body walking around, and then...
Yeah, then the real Brokey comes in.
Then the real Brokey. You see his, like, soul enter his body.
The real Brokey's not here right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The King of Buenos. What does this title mean to you?
No bueno.
No bueno.
Tell me the story.
There is this Kinder Bueno chocolate, you know, so I'm the dealer.
You're slinging Kinder Buenos.
Yeah, I'm selling them on the street.
Twists. The magician, apparently. But we've never seen a magic trick performed. Wait a minute, what the fuck? The magician, apparently. But we've never seen a magic trick perform a trick for us. Right now, we face the Muerta of Robs.
Whose English is this? Can you please
use it in a
just
sentence?
read it one more time?
Yes, I'm going to try. We're going to see what happens. The magician.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Legion by Lenovo, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
It's the final day of the Legend stage here in Rio. We began with 16 teams, but only 8 will progress forward to the coveted Champions stage. Day 2 saw Cloud9 and hometown favourites Furia making it through with 3 straight victories. 3 more teams joined them yesterday in the form of Outsiders, Fnatic and Heroic. But what exactly happened?
NIP 03.
Bad News Eagles, plucked and stuffed.
FaZe Eliminado.
Vitality going home.
Sprout eliminated. 6 teams remain and only 3 can board the bus to the Jeunesse Arena. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's major time, baby.
Yeah, they say good things come in threes. On behalf of our teams today, that is true. Unfortunately, for the other half, they will be eliminated at the final hurdle here at the IEM Rio Major. Joining me to preface exactly what is going to be going down with beautiful Cassard and Mahone joining me down here. Mahone, our first ever death segment together. I'm very excited for this.
That is correct. We've worked a lot of events, but never on the same, playing field, I'd like to call it.
yeah, exactly. Speaking of the playing field, I guess it's kind of wide and open, I guess, with a FaZe out of the equation. Vitality obviously joining them, unfortunately, eliminated going into the playoff stage. I don't know about you, this is pretty wide open in terms of the teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, nobody expected FaZe to be out. Definitely not Vitality too. I mean, but it is what it is. You know, they played bad. They made some bad choices. They suffered for it, and they can go home.
Yeah, I didn't expect the Vitality game to be going, I guess, that convincingly in the favor of ENCE. I thought that was going to be going to a 3-map series at least.
Yeah, I thought so too, but Sunpass really showed that he can be a really strong operator, especially on that CT side, just sending Vitality home. I'm sure Maniac is crying at home right now.
Yeah, that's why Maniac isn't joining us up here for the opening segment, still mourning the loss of Vitality, but obviously going forward, we are in the final stage of this Legend stage, as we were reiterating, 3 teams going to be going forward to the Jonas Arena for the playoffs. We're going to be beginning out with Mouse versus ENCE, then it's going to be Big facing the Wrath of Na'Vi. I mean, that is a really tough matchup to be closing their Legend stage out with. Then Liquid versus Spirit. I feel like matches 1 and 3, they're not so decisive in terms of who's the favorite in that one.
No, definitely, especially the first one. I would say it's closest to 50-50 out of all these 3 matches that we have today. Also, the third match between Liquid and Spirit should be, in theory, a brawl. You know, we know the CIS teams are super difficult to deal with, and Liquid has been playing all right so far. So it's going to be an interesting game, definitely. Besides the second one, Big and Na'Vi, that should be a one-way traffic, definitely in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, do you see anything going in Big's favor in that one, Mahoon?
No, I don't think so. I think the one thing that they probably have is just that they don't have any pressure at this point. You know, Na'Vi are, you know, everybody would expect Na'Vi to win that. So I think if they can use that, there's some potential, but I think it's really grim.
Yeah, I think just looking at this kind of Legend stage overall, I don't know, we were discussing it in the green room saying this should in theory be the most stacked playoff bracket. Sure, we don't have the likes of FaZe and Vitality there, but for other kind of, I guess, heavier favorites in terms of Cloud9, perhaps Furio going forward with this one as well. I don't know, I'm really excited to see how it's exactly going to be playing out in the playoffs.
The things are opening up for Na'Vi and Cloud9, and definitely Furia, who's going to be playing in front of the home crowd.
Yeah.
You already saw in the first stage what crowd can do for this team, and now we're going into a bigger arena with more people. It's going to be, you know, amazing for them. But we're going to have to see like what the bracket is going to look like, who's going to be facing who in the quarters, in the semis. But my favorite is still the same, like from the first stage. It's Cloud9. I still cheer for them. I still believe they can do it. But Na'Vi is getting better and better.
I agree with Kassad, and I think Kassad can tell the future, apparently, because Cloud9, they look really good. I feel like if you look at all the teams that are coming into the champion stage, they're probably the favorite right now, and they've kind of gone through all the trials and tribulations, especially that challenger stage going 0-2, and then now just destroying the Legend stage 3-0, and then how can you doubt them at this point?
Yeah, the fact that they came in, you know, looking so lackluster. They've kind of faced all the demons that they could have, in theory, faced going forward. So yeah, kind of, I guess, lack of pressure for Cloud9 going forward. But I was theory crafting something earlier on. You know, I'd had a few juice boxes late at night, one of these nights here in Rio, and we were talking about twists, the multitude of hair colors that this man has experienced. I wondered if there was any correlation between the color he dyed his hair and where he finished at big events. Turns out, not really, but kind of. The pink hair, first time we've seen that. His worst performance. He's never had pink hair before. I don't know. Go back to the bleach blonde twist.
The thing is, like Mahone said it nicely in the green room, just keep the dark on and you should be fine on these events. And as long as like the light hair, like you know, the exotic colors doesn't really work for him right now. See the first spot in Sydney and Kato and Cologne, all like dark-ish hair except for the Katowice where he was like full blonde, I guess.
Yeah, the peroxide, I mean, doesn't do good things for your hair anyway in terms of the quality, but only yielding him a first place finishing. I mean, I say only. That's a huge result, but maybe compared to the dark hair, yeah, I
think
don't
the
know.
dark blonde is the best combo, top 4 every single time. So just don't stray away from that. At least don't do it before major. Yeah.
Is it just personal preference, or are we actually putting any stock into this for his gaming results? He had blue hair at one point as well. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
No, not a fan.
Straight up like normal color, his own natural color.
I do want to just move the conversation on to some of the other teams that we saw qualifying yesterday. Obviously, we had Heroic in that final game, which actually went kind of deeper than I thought after 2 absolute blowouts of first 2 maps, and obviously the outsiders as well. But my boy, Mezzy, on the side of Fnatic. Is it coming home for UKCS, gentlemen?
Yeah, if Yanko is watching this, I just want to say one more time that Mezzy is their best player. That lineup, he delivered again. You know, IGL first time on the major, and he's in the champion stage right now.
And this was a tweet that his brother put out just yesterday. I was trying to figure out, I guess this is probably his younger brother, but at the same time as Mezzy qualifies for playoffs, he wins his intermediate game as well, runs in the family.
I think based on his profile picture, he looks younger. So
yeah,
I think if we follow the trends of how pros kind of become pro. It's always an older brother. In this case, Mezzi's already pro, so I feel like this guy has the makings to be like the next big thing in UKCS, right?
Usually the younger brother is the one that's doing worse, right?
No, that's not true. Usually the younger brother is the one that goes
Give me
pro.
an example if you can, right out of it.
Olaf Meister.
Okay.
He had a brother, and then he started playing, and then he went pro, right?
Was his brother pro?
No, his brother was not pro.
Doesn't matter.
But that's my point, is that if his older brother is already pro, then the second in line has to be like God's gift to
Let's
CS,
just say
right?
that the family is born winners, right?
Well, if you have a queasy stomach, I'd recommend turning off now, because we are also going to take a look at Fasha's keybinds. What in God's name is going on here? We were trying to sort of theory craft it in the green room, saying what angle does he have to have his keyboard at? I think this is the first time you're looking at Kassad, just looking at your face.
No, I remember when he was in Cloud9 with me, he was like running forward on the right click, on the mouse. It was just, I really didn't really, understand that. But this thing on the screen that you're seeing, I can't even read it. That's the thing, let alone use it.
Backwards with semicolon, right with period, jump with question mark.
Giving us all these Quake vibes, right?
Yeah. What? You know what?
Inverted mouse as well. That's the proper use of a mouse.
Yeah. Because of his dad playing Flight Simulator, I can respect that.
Yeah, that's how they do it in the Flight Simulator.
I like that.
Inverted for us.
Should we have maybe a go at that in the green room later
definitely.
today?
Like if you try it, like I try with inverted mouse, and you get used to it very quickly, but it's hard to go back, and then you regret it.
It's kind of like I used to play Halo, and you'd start off with inverted controller there, and that was disgusting. And immediately I turned that off. Yeah, it's gross.
I actually had a conversation about this with Maniac, because he used to use inverted mouse before.
Really?
And it's just something that he kind of adopted right at the start. He was playing with a friend or something like that. But then a few years later, he decided, hey, what does it feel like to just be a normal player and not use inverted anymore?
Maniac is inverted all the way, like he's just completely upside down. It's going to be good for him.
I love that from Matthew. What does it feel like just to be normal? Maybe he was doing a psychology degree and then just thought, hang on, why am I self-sabotaging myself? Whilst we wrap our heads around exactly why Fasha is using those keybinds, let's check in with our casters for the first series, which is going to be Mouse versus Ents.
Thank you, Freya. I'm in the green room as everyone is getting ready and prepared. Scrawny, Launders, come with me. It's time for us to go for a little walk and get you to the caster booth. As you do have a banging matchup to start off with, right? You've got the Mouse roster that looks so good, the young guns in there. Scrawny, you go. Oh, look at you, look at you. You got the Mouse roster that's been looking so good, right? But then they started to fall on these last hurdles. Then you've got the Ents one that yesterday, I did not expect them to be that powered up and that hyped up. They destroyed Vitality in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they as a team won the game. I think Sampaius as an individual was the destroyer of Vitality in that regard. So yeah, a whole other level from him, and what a time to find that groove. So yeah, Ents look sick, but Mouse, I think, need to be a little worried. Yesterday versus Outsiders, it seemed, I would say, scared and nervous, and ultimately now it's their last chance. So pressure's on.
And then when we come on to the second game of the day, it's going to be Big taking on Na'Vi. Simple yesterday showed that he was here to play, and I guess with FaZe and Vitality gone now, they're looking at the major in a different way.
Yeah, listen, Simple loves destroying Big. Every year you look at the stats, all his opponents, Simple is the highest rating versus Big, the most KD. It's his favorite team to play against.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough game for Big for sure. Then we get on to Liquid Spirit, where, guys, I know this is NA dreams and hopes. I know what we love here, but are we worried for Liquid?
A little bit, I'd say yes. Spirit are no chumps. They shouldn't be written off. I think Wonderful's AWP has been phenomenal, and OC may have his hands busy. So in that regard, I think, we'll keep hoping in NA, but at the same time, it's a sketchy one.
Launders, is Liquid doing it? Come on.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he was fully confident with that yes. We'll have to see. Maybe you get a vibe check on that, Freya. What do you think?
I mean, asking two NA representatives, I'm sure there's a little bit of copium going on down there, because we can't lie about this team spirit. Sure, we saw the previous iteration making it all the way into the semi-finals of the last major. And I mean, Dexter for Wonderful, I think Wonderful's been delivering in spades.
You know what's also wonderful? Scrawny's mustaches as well.
Yeah? You rate those?
Yeah, I like it.
I like the
I like to see where he's going to go after this. Research and development
like
phase. It's going to go into the,
I'd like
just
that.
a straight up gratification vibe. Right?
I miss Gratisfaction for that reason and that reason only. I mean, just looking at some of the other games on the cards, maybe later, the games later on today, Mahone, because obviously Na'Vi taking on Big, we're kind of iterating that as being just a whitewash for Na'Vi. Any hopes of Big coming into that one?
I don't think so. I mean, like Laundra said, Simple always has great games against Big, and even yesterday when they played against BNE had no chance. Like, Simple is just hitting every single shot. I don't even think I saw him miss a single op shot. So I don't really see much for Big here.
Yeah, I think our first game of the day, that's probably going to be, I guess, the most even when we're looking at it like that, because we saw an exponential rise of Mouse in that challenger stage going through 3-0. It's taken Ents a little bit of time to warm up, but meanwhile, Mouse have kind of petered off coming into the later stages.
Yeah, they reached their peak in the first stage, got it 3-0. They started off very well, beating Vitality in that third game on the Mirage, where they were down 7-0 and everything. And yesterday against Outsiders, I didn't really like what I saw. You know, they went for it was Overpass and in the Inferno, and after the Overpass game, which was expected for them to lose in a way because they don't play it so much, and we know that Outsiders are a very dangerous team on that map. I think that, you know, the confidence didn't look well on their side, and even though they denied it in the interview afterwards, so I really think that body language didn't really show that much. But it's a new day, you know, it's a new day. They don't have the old guard, some of the experience who can just, you know, just reset them completely. But overall, they have been having a decent season, you know, and decent run as well. Even if they lose today, it's not going to be a shame.
Well, before we do dive headfirst into that one, I do want to check in with Banks once again. He's currently down with the crowd, getting some lessons in some of the chants you've been hearing.
The next chant we want to take a look at is one we heard a lot throughout the Fury of times, but it's also going to be used for Liquid this time around. So you're going to explain this one to me, right?
So basically, we go like this.
Liquid veio pra vencer, Liquid veio pra vencer, Liquid veio pra vencer, e a herói se fuder.
So that's what we've been hearing this whole time. We're just rocking out to it with you guys. Talk me through it.
So it's basically Liquid came to win, Liquid came to win, Liquid came to win, and Heroic came to lose. Yeah.
With a curse word somewhere in there. You can work that out yourself. But that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
I love it. This is fun. This is the way it goes down. More chance, more fun to be had. And Liquid, well, they're probably going to get the crowd on their side.
You know what? I'm loving that we got a little bit of an explanation to that chant, because that has been in my head rent-free for the entire duration of our stint here in the arena. Obviously, Liquid coming up later on today. The crowd will definitely be beside them in that game versus Spirit. But up first is going to be Ents taking on Mouse for a spot at the playoffs.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Must be said.
It's only fair everyone hears the full story.
Stay the hell away from my family.
Whatever happens to us, you'll always be my darling.
Some devote their entire lives. All we need are the moments. Full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. How many moments can you give?
I'll be back in a sec.
wait forever.
Oh, your nacho fries, please.
Can't be mad. We got you nacho fries.
Made with Mexican spices. Made for nacho cheese sauce. Only at Taco Bell.
Hashtag save Frozen.
Eu me chamo Alex Serra, eu sou mestre de capoeira aqui do Brasil, sou conhecido como perna longa, e os capoeiristas eles recebem um apelido. A capoeira é uma arte marcial brasileira que foi transformada em jogo e dança. Foi criada pelos escravos para poder se defender dos seus opressores. Eu vou passar uma aula básica, passar uma movimentação simples, certo? Não vou puxar muito, para vocês conhecerem um pouco da nossa arte brasileira.
Hopefully Mao's bringing some of those stylish moves out coming into this series today, as this is an absolute mountain of a game. The Ents will also be hungry to summit. If either of these teams plant their flag in this series, a spot at the champion stage at the last hurdle will be theirs to claim. But we talk about, I guess, the mountain that Mao's was building in that challenger stage, going 3-0. But a little bit of a landslide coming into the legend stage, whereas Ents, it's been a story of them kind of powering up coming into this one.
Yeah, definitely. Coming from Mao's, you know, they, like we said before, they the perfect challenger stage, and the stronger opposition in the second stage plays their part, right? You cannot expect to be 3-0 to such a young team, even in the legend stage, but they did well so far, right? They're one win away from getting into the big arena, getting into the champion stage. I know how much that means to them and how much that means to every player, because I was there multiple times, and I know the hype around that special game that you have to play for the qualification to that top 8.
Yeah, this is such a difficult game to read as well, because I feel like for both teams, they're kind of like those teams where they came into this event and I'm not entirely sure what their expectations were. It wasn't like, I don't think either team was thinking, oh, we're definitely going to make playoffs. It's more so just like, okay, let's see where we go, how far we make it. And I think over time, they've kind of built confidence. Like, I think about Mao's and, you know, the 3-0 run they had, and then the very first day they were able to beat Liquid 16-2. And that's a huge confidence builder. But then if you look at the side of Ents, you know, similar thing. They come in a little bit cold because, you know, they didn't play the challenger stage. They came straight into Legends, and now they've been building with these nice victories, especially the one over Vitality yesterday. And then now both teams, I feel like, are on the same level, but just coming from different trajectories.
Yeah, and when we look at the timeline as well, there has been a bit of recent history in these two squads going head-to-head. At EPL as well, Mahone.
Yeah, EPL, Mouse actually took it 2-0. 16-13 on the first map, 16-3 on the second map. And that second map was actually picked by ENCE, so Mouse had a pretty dominating overpass.
Yeah, the thing is, like, with looking at these previous matchups, it was a month and a half ago, but let me tell you something, when you play these events, you remember these games, you know. You want to beat them, you know, you want to get revenge. Doesn't really matter what is it, the Pro League or IEM or whatever it was, you just want to beat them because they beat you such a short time ago, right? Even though for some people a month and a half it seems like a very long time, you remember these games. Like I said, when I was a coach, you always remember. You remember like what maps you played, how they beat you, what did you do, and as you always want to get them back.
Yeah, somebody that was arguably, I guess, absent from that matchup as well was Sampayas, and we've got a few words from him after an exponential performance versus Vitality yesterday.
Maybe the most important game of his career today, but I want to talk about yesterday, Sampayas. You had a phenomenal game, especially on that Vertigo. What changed? Were you just feeling it more? Was this you having more freedom?
Well, I felt like we were playing good, and I felt so comfortable on the stage. So, yeah, I was just feeling the game.
And that worked out really well. When we see you feeling the game, right, you were getting the crowd on your side as well. Do you feel like you've won them over? Because at the beginning, they were not cheering for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, the crowd was super intense, so I tried to get them to us. And I think they will be supporting us also again today, so, yeah, I hope so.
Got to keep that going, right? Keep them on side, get the cheers for you guys. Now you're going up against the Mouse, right? And you guys played back at EPL when you just first joined the team. They won it 2-0. But how much more of an improvement do you feel you guys have made as a team? And do you think this is going to be an easier game than what you played yesterday?
I think it's going to be a tough game anyway. I think they are playing really good. But I think we are much better than we were on EPL. So I think it's going to be also hard for them to beat us. And I think it's going to be a really good match.
And do you think it's going to be a battle between you and Torzi? Like you'll be able to shut him down?
Well, I don't know. I think it's going to be a real battle between the teams, not between Opus, actually.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Sampayas, thank you very much.
Such a meteoric rise for Sampayas coming into this Legend stage. Before the game yesterday, wasn't even at a 1.0 rating. Now, 1.25, sitting very pretty.
The thing is, like, I spoke to Madden after that Pro League games that they had, and you can look at Sampayas and his stats from yesterday. It's just night and day when you compare them to the Pro League stats. And what he said to me is like, listen, we still have like a lot of things to figure out. We played bad, that's obvious, right? But we are still like in a process of, you know, progressing as a team after you got 2 new players, so it's nothing to be, you know, scared about. And they proved it, like right here. They are 2-2. They eliminated Vitality, who was supposed to be one of the contenders, and Sampayas was the man to do it. Like Janko said in, I think in his tweet that, you know, he went head-to-head against, you know, one of the best teams and the second best player in the world, Zayu, and he just, you know, dominated on that game. So that's a massive game for him, and I hope he can do it again today.
Yeah, just the ability he had, you know, to not only silence Zayu on the whole Vitality side, but the space that he was creating as well and capitalizing on for his team too. But when we're talking about Mouse, there is a bit of an experience gap, isn't there, gentlemen?
Slightly.
Yeah, slightly.
Just a little bit.
Slightly. I was going to say, though, that Mouse, with how they played against outsiders yesterday, they actually struggled a lot against Jame, and I really... Going against Sampayas is going to be very difficult as well. And look at this graphic right here. Frozen, 681 maps, more maps combined than the rest of the Mouse roster.
Just to put it in perspective, sorry, that Frozen is 20 years old. Nico, when he played in Mouse, he got only 372 maps back in 2015. This guy's 20 years old and he has like almost 700 maps. It's just crazy, right? How young these guys are, and they actually, you know, how much space they have to progress. The ceiling is like super high for them, and it's going to be interesting year for them in 2023 and 2024. I mean, they have a good core, young core, similar to, let's say, FaZe, just on a different level right now.
Yeah, what's incredible about that is when I looked at this roster, I was thinking, okay, Frozen has the most experience here, but then he's younger than some of these NXT guys who came up. That's just such a weird contrast, because you'd expect that the player who's been on the roster for the last 3 years, he's probably going to be the oldest, but that's actually not the case here.
And in terms of the Mouse organization as well, this game could be a game that really does make history for them, looking all the way back since the Boston Major.
Yeah, that was the last time they actually made playoffs, and maybe even ever in Major history, if this graphic is correct. Yeah, and back then, that roster that made the Boston playoffs, that had Rob, Stico, Oscar, Chris J, a bunch of guys who you don't really see nowadays, except Rob's, obviously.
Yeah.
But, you know, it goes to kind of show that this Mouse roster or this Mouse organization haven't had a lot of big playoff runs yet, and this could be their second in history.
I was looking at the Cologne 2015. I was there. Actually, was it 16? Yeah, I think it was 16. And we were just dead last.
Good times for you then, Kassad.
Yeah.
Very good times indeed. Well, as you wipe the tears away, let's check in with our Colex players to watch.
Mouse versus Ents is a tough one to call. Let's take a look at the two players who can make the difference. Porgy is hungry for a playoff appearance. Sniper, who was promoted from the academy side to the main team earlier this year, looks to finish strong in Rio. Some Pius looks to deliver the sunset for Mouse in today's matchup. Some Pius delivered a massive performance, causing Vitality to have a crushing defeat. If he can channel the same energy today, perhaps Ents will be present in the champion stage. It's the last chance for Mouse and Ents in Rio.
Yeah, particularly after that exponential performance from Sunpesh yesterday. Definitely looking at the AWPers coming into this from both sides of the equations. But an interesting story to tell with these CT-sided ratings, Mahone, and what has been a quite heavy CT meta.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Mouse are probably one of the teams out there where their T sides are actually better than the CT sides, and the one reason why is I think just individually they're just not coming together on the CT side. Frozen obviously taking a lot more of those impact positions. He has a high rating, but these anchor positions like JDC, Exertion, these guys, they need to be stepping up if they want to actually have a chance in this, because Ents, they have a lot of set strats, they have a lot of fast pushes, and that's something that they're going to need to be able to deal with here.
Just looking at the Vitos right now, then Inferno and Dusty obviously out, and Mouse was the one going for Ancient. I would expect Ensa would be the one that would take it, and Ensa is going for Nuke, which is a reasonable pick. I know they also like Ancient. I'm already like swinging in the favor of Ents on this one, and now Overpass is the next one to be vetoed, and you know that they picked it the last time, and now they are, you know, just getting away from it. And Mirage is the decider, and definitely this veto is going in the favor of Ents massively. I know that Madden told me they love to play Ancient even before the Bad News Eagles game, and now they got to pick their own map, which is Nuke, and it's a big advantage right now. I think Ents could be running away with this with 2-0.
Are you agreeing that it's
Yeah, I think this is a pretty tough veto for Mouse. I'm going to assume that if they picked Ancient, they have a really strong plan. They're starting on the T side though, and like we said earlier, their T sides have been pretty good throughout this tournament. I just worry for their CT sides though, because
I wish Mouse just went for Mirage.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
And just it would be like the Ancient would be definitely a decider. Mirage would be the map that you love, that you play well, that you have a longest streak on, and you know it's just a strange decision. I don't really like it myself. I'm just gonna lean towards Ents. I have to.
Why are you leaning towards Ents?
Simply because of the veto right now, and obviously when I said
I mean,
yesterday,
what specifically from Ancient? Where are we looking for the side of Ents on Ancient?
Everywhere.
Yeah?
Like, just everywhere. I think that the whole structure of the Ents, like CT side, is so much better and more advanced than the Mouse ones. I was looking at the map they played against Bad News Eagles, and they were up 11-0 at some point. They gave up the some sort of anti-eco or something like that, and they were like forcing in the T side, just getting those 16th rounds. But overall, they looked pretty good. The rotations were fluid. The initial, contact was fluid as well. Banana control, mid control, everything was there. Well, I didn't see Mouse playing Ancient that well. Or at all.
Yeah, Mouse have actually looked good on Ancient before on their CT sides, but that was a long time ago.
Yes.
And you know, they obviously like to flash for each other towards Banana, work towards Cave, but I don't know, I think this is going to be tough.
Well, we know what that sound means. The Desk thinks it's going to be easy for Ents, even on Mouse's map pick coming into things. But I don't know, Scrawny Launders, what are you thinking for this one?
Yeah, I think Easy for Ents is a catchy tune, but we're going to get a dance going on Ancient that I hope Mouse can step up with. It's curious that we get this contrast on the desk between, you know, these what are kind of lower ratings from Mouse's CT side, but then obviously this is Ancient where the CT sides run rampant. So we'll see what Mouse can do in this first half, right? I think that Kassad's expectations of Ents' CT side is very fair. It's strong across the board. It's strong across the map. There's no weak link, essentially. and we'll find out whether Maus have prepared something that can maybe identify a flaw. Madden, first player down. JDC, cracking heads, 3 kills already. Well. JDC coming out guns a-blazing, and with that Glock just shreds everybody other than the dual Berettas for ENCE. Snappy, Valda, anything here in this pistol? Or are they just going to sulk away?
They don't even want to give up kills with these two dualies. So this is a good first step for Maus, because not that their pistol round win rate is low, but ENCE is extremely high. They actually, in the 3 maps they played, won over 80% of their pistols. So I'm sure coming into this, they were hoping, having this been picked, hoping they would just start off CT side really strong. So all about JDC on the push all the way to the back lanes. Beautiful shots from him. He was playing very well yesterday. I think if there was someone to call out, I think unfortunately Torji had a pretty bad series versus Outsiders. Something like 12 and then 7 kills in the 2 maps, where he's been inconsistent. He has high highs, but he also has low lows. And JDC, I think, despite not having like an amazing amount of kills, had so many impactful kills when they were trying to attempt that win versus Outsiders. So good to see him doing well.
Single-handedly bullying Norbert every single round. I think what's cool about that, if they can transition
you go by Norbert now?
Yeah. Getting shredded. Wonder who's in JDC's scope today. Who gets the fixation? And it's going to play this one quiet. 3 players on the B site. Scout in the hands of Sunpius. That one is again towards caves. So they're hoping, of course, Maus will just start trickling in through the caves. They're going to take that scout to the chest if they try. And Maus very well capable of getting away from this. Now this is curious. They're going to smoke off Donut, indicating maybe something towards mid. We get a deep smoke that goes over top as well. So they're smoking off the B to CT rotate and pressing in through Red Room. Not something we see all of the time on Ancient, but obviously not the first to do it. It's just a nice little back pocket play that kind of screws up this setup, right? They were worried Scout will be completely countered out, never gets a chance at getting into the gunfight. And so Maus, perfect aggression, perfect positions.
Yeah,
I
really.
like that.
That was it. They made that very hard. I mean, that was a good HE. They made it very difficult with the first kill from Diha. And it seemed like from there was actually a chance that Maus could flip that on its head, but Maus were very good. And on T-sides again, I think they've just shown that they're dry running more than anybody else, because their executions are almost flawless. They come back in low number situations. And funnily enough, they put so much prep clearly into their T-sides and trying to survive the CT meta that their CT sides are not quite as good as everyone else's. On Ancient, that creates kind of an interesting problem where, you could get 6 rounds on T-side and still feel like you're going to win. But if they don't feel quite as confident, well, ENCE also have very good T-sides in general, at least well thought out T-sides. We'll see how well that translates when we move into the second half. But for now, just this scout carried forward into the next round, looking to get a little bit extra damage in, but solid start for Maus.
I just like that they kind of, go to, they just flip to page 50 of the playbook to pull out what is, just versus scouts. In the second.
No kidding. Like a mid-split to
A
like
that
on
comes
an
through,
anti-eco.
Maybe in overtime when you try to pull out something crazy.
Like,
but
why are you trying so hard, man?
so nerdy.
Oh, Jesus.
And this time Sunpius, well, maybe that's why they avoided him in the previous round, while they smoked off that B rotate. Because the moment he gets something to shoot at with that scout, it's Dexter's big head pop like a melon. The brain of Maus gone down. But so did the scout, so the trades are good for Maus, and they'll just stabilize for a second. Content to play out clocks. I think this is a team that, again, because they're going through dry runs and defaults and execs, it's like never do they really feel kind of at odds with just being a little more patient. And that patience pays off. Exertion's going to catch Diha, trying to put his hands in the cookie jar, grab that scout back. And next up should be the follow-through into the B bomb site, which of course does have 2 of the CTs still here, but unarmored pistols. Would have had to been something magnificent from Madden, And yesterday on Nuke, when he was playing versus Vitality, I think that on that A site, we got a lot of these, as Harry and Hugo put it, kind of all or nothing moments from Madden. And I do kind of, you know, slot him into that category of player. That Deagle could have gotten 2 just as well as it could have just gotten nothing. And when the gun rounds get going, I think we'll see how many risks he decides to run tonight.
Yeah, I think Madden is very good at, he's very opportunistic, and I think that defines him as a player. Put in a lot of support positions, but can definitely do a lot more, and I think shows that he can be a very aggressive rifler and just understands when he needs to fly through and like try to take a trade. So that makes sense. Well, here's a nice shot from Sampaius. A great day yesterday. 35 kills and 25 kills in 2 maps versus Vitality. Pretty much his biggest performance of the year. Controlled the game, and I think, you know, I think Snappy called a great game. It was assisted by an unreal day from Sampaius as well. He was the star of the show. What a lineup.
Okay, Frozen, looking like his keyboard's stuck. But the smoke comes down on Donut, and Mao's just gonna pick up the tempo. Valda keeping this one stuck in. D-Hud delivers 2 kills already. Valda's got himself another, and what do you know? It's a total shutdown from Ents, so guns surely make a difference, and I think that's that rock-solid CT side our analyst talked about.
Once in a while, no, more than once in a while, we're going to see full A execs come through that look similar to that. Of course, we had that running donut smoke to make sure no time is wasted on the entries from Frozen, but the rifles put themselves in pretty good spots. And this is also something else. Sometimes not having the op to try to stop these full A rushes actually makes more sense than putting op rifle or just op alone, where they can miss a shot and then lose the whole site. And that seems to be working out well as an adjustment for the CT side in an already CT-sided map.
Snappy floating inside of the caves. Frozen, not pressured here by utility, so he's finally gonna start adventuring around. He's got Torzy supporting him, giving those flashes over to Dexter. And Snappy tries to go ahead and apply a little bit of pressure here. Serves up a good distraction for Sampaius to post on an angle, but Torzy's gonna be on top box. Sampaius thinking about the possibility. Op the off. Oh, and Torzy's gonna win it. With that, B site seems like it's prime for the taking. Snappy's gonna slide into the deep corner. No rotation over yet. Diho with that other op actually fixates in middle. So Mao's kind of very quiet off of that first pickup. Poor Snappy's already been spotted. It's Valda who eventually comes through, but the wallbang's gonna pressure Snappy. Sure, he hits the headshot, lets Valda clean up one with ease, and then we get this transition from Mao's into middle once Diha has given up that angle. But he's not entirely gone. He's starting to be drawn back in, and if he's not careful, he's gonna make too much sound. This will be called out by Exertion easily, and we're gonna get a donut into A press. So there's a lot of layers so far to this round. Madden, let's see it. Again, the headshots there with the M4, but again, it is Mao's to follow through, using every single second, every single rotation, and every single player to come through with frags. We've got Mao's right back to winning ways.
Such a great attack, and that was even a situation where if JDC dies, still Diha is probably going to turn around and go support A. It's accelerated by the fact that the kill goes the way of the T's on the entry, but it looks like Mao's have enough layers there that they win no matter what. So a very strong default, and I think that trade from Valda made it a little bit easier for Ents to try to get back into the game, but that was it pretty much. Snappy failed to win his trade. We had Madden in the site failed to win his trade. And that just made it a little bit too lopsided for the T side. Mao's have a lot to be proud of so far in this game. A really, really good start. Another strong rifle round win. Bouncing back right after getting shut down on the rush.
There's one thing with this, you know, let's call it an intriguing pick of a map, because I too would have expected Mirage in this series, and I thought it would be the starter. Very curious to see if we keep getting rounds like this where Mao's are just, you know, milking moments through on rotations, keeping Ents' players away. Diho top middle. Mao's quietly going to push through the B doors instead. Sunpius versus Torzy duel. That's an interesting one because Torzy has been a little more quiet and because Sunpius just put up his best performance of the year. You know, if Sunpius can replicate yesterday's performance here tonight, then it's MOUZ without a critical piece of their winning formula. Dwindling utility here for ENCE. 2 smokes left, 2 flashes on the play. Remember, Sunpius, glass cannon, and no kit either. So clearly, this is the all-in from ENCE. Or we've got a T side that's about to run rampant, and we know what happens when your CT side looks weak. You switch to that second half. A little nervous.
I don't know if Snappy was playing up close against that smoke, but they activate a lurk again, and Exertion, I mean, oh my God, what a kill. What a kill. They have to take this. They've got Donut open, no one holding the A site.
Maybe. Oh, I thought Diha could have brought one with him. That would have at least, you know, stagnated things on the support for MOUZ, but ENCE, they're going to find nothing as of yet. Another op shot whizzes by. Torzy's looking to answer, but the big greens aren't succeeding on either end of this. And now that the bomb's been planted, we get this little bit of a push in from Exertion. A pressure applied, and Dexter, oh, he could just rack up the price tag. Slides in, a bunch of damage on the rotators away. Sunpius will get that ability to exit, and so he saves also himself and Madden. We've got MOUZ chopping down an A-site defense yet again.
You could call it a little lucky if you want to, but Exertion, I mean, he's clearly spamming the right side of Donut and trying to make sure that gets locked down. There's going to be all kinds of timings there. And I think the cool part is he could have just chilled and waited as a lurker, but if that smoke came up, he'd kind of have nowhere to go, right? He had to either fight forward in the first place or lurk back into the window room, but there was somebody behind him, and I think he felt like, well, I might as well show myself because they're going to find me right after the smoke is gone. And that makes the difference. So really well done once again for MOUZ to score this. Timing is ridiculous, but look how well that's lined up.
I rate Exertion's lineups really high, especially on Inferno for MOUZ too. Up in Banana, get him on the Arch side. You know, Arch lineup, that one's easy. The building's twice as high as Smokes. Donut?
Yeah, points of reference.
Yeah, there's nothing in Donut. Not when that thing's going down. Well, not when Smoke's in front of you. So that's S tier right there.
Not when that goddamn smoke there.
Yeah, you lose your points of reference.
This is gonna be they've gotta dig themselves out of a hole here. Which is a weird turn of phrase because why wouldn't you climb? Not much to go off of. But the op put some pressure on MOUZ to be a bit more careful. So maybe some space created here as they look for it.
Snappy getting bold. And Frozen, it's beautiful. Insta headshot onto Snappy, takes one of the guns down. There's still that looming threat of Sunpius on his op. But if MOUZ kind of kick it up a notch and just follow through into the site, well, you've got little to hold you back. Madden, ooh, a robbery as he grabs that M4 off of Snappy's corpse. Diha, excellent USB spam damage, could set up Madden for something. Yes, Dexter kind of comes around that corner haphazardly. Gun not entirely out, and Madden, here we go. 2 kills in. This is that X Factor moment. JDC is going to try to bring it back with only 19 health. Madden gonna peel away. Frozen stops him from the top of that ramp, and so the life on this one just drains from the face of ENCE. Sunpius still lingering around, but that AWP far too important, so they'll throw Valdez CZ at maybe getting an exit and another gun. But holy hell, 6 rounds for MOUZ, 7 deep.
Yeah, great protocols right there to jump back into the site after losing their first 2 frags. You can't play the retake. You can't play the post plant on the T side from Banana out in CT, in cave. It can just get smoked out way too easily. So I think that's where MOUZ just show just how prepared they are in almost every situation. Even when it looks like they need to react, I feel like they kind of transition so smoothly that it's clearly been talked about. Right here, it became a very winnable situation for ENCE.
ENCE taking their second time out of this map. Only 8 rounds deep, but you've got to stop this hemorrhaging. You know, because of like the questionable CT sides of Maus as of late, we think 6 rounds on Ancient would be enough for anybody to win a map. But, well, we'll wait.
If I'm Maus, I still hold my nerve. I think we can point to a couple of moments from their perspective that, oh, this is where the round fell apart. We just don't let this happen again. And then we go from there. They look back at being able to stop the A hold. That's nice. The actual deficit of rounds, like let's say they can tell themselves they end 9-6, that's also still okay. And a strong recovery in the end, just mentally, would be a good. And they've got a full buy once again. So I don't think all hope is lost here for Maus, or for Ents.
Valda, unbeknownst to the T's, he saw Dexter run across, and Dexter's just stuck. Look in the wrong direction. Ooh, Valda gonna get a couple kills. And when we go back to that total shutdown on the A site, the 1-round Ents win, remember Valda was a piece of that equation. It was him and Diha. So yet again, the Dane adding in some impact. We get Snappy off of lane, and so with the pause, we get Valda into the action. We get Maus, who tried to press hard into the opening mid-fight, and it costs them. Comfortable 5 players alive for Ents as they just need to weed away Torzy and Frozen.
And I think if we talk about Sunpius as a core part of the reason that Ents won just off of sheer numbers yesterday versus Vitality, Valda was in that conversation as well. I mean, his aim looked great yesterday. And again, the story for him is replacing Spinks, extremely hard to do based on the stats that he was putting up for Ents earlier this year. But I think Snappy has shown that, like, in terms of activating pieces, he has an outstanding resume at the moment. I mean, did very well, and I thought for sure that this wouldn't be a roster that survived post-roster moves. But then, you know, in retrospect, it's like, well, it's no coincidence that Spinks kind of came out of nowhere and played with Snappy and played so damn well. And so to show that he could do it with another couple of players who always were promising but never really showed true superstar potential on the world stage, well, I think we have to start to kind of continuously talking about Snappy, and now he must be doing a lot in that department.
I always thought that it added nicely with Sunpius, because I think while half of the question is on can Snappy integrate him, it's also can Sunpius perform, you know, outside of an Iberian team. What's nice is that you look at the other pieces of Ents. You know, not only did Spinks come through and have to start speaking, you know, English in an international roster, but Madden has gone through that as well. Diha was a part of that process. Valda has been off into, you know, non-Danish projects too. So I never, you know.
Yeah, Valda's gone through hell and back. Some call it north.
Yeah, he did. And I think I was really worried when we first saw, you know, Ents' first event with this roster. Didn't meet any expectations. And, you know, fair to say, new project, always going to have some growing pains. But just because Ents had become a mainstay of so many tournaments, of course, with Spinks, it was worrisome, you know?
Yeah, this way.
But not to always build back.
This year was about building up the portfolio for Ents. Top placings, playoffs. The one thing that they were really missing was that trophy. And that's what kind of equalizes both of these teams. I think Maus in history, they don't make playoffs either. A lot of the majors, that was the big talking point on the desk. Ents have been making playoffs. That's something nice. But right now, Maus are ahead of them in terms of ranking. And, ooh, the slow approach on mid gets punished. Exertion is waiting for that push.
And last round, it was Valda bottom mid, then Snappy in.
That's the Furious smoke that's supposed to be intimidating to play off of.
But Frozen will be caught out over on lane, so sure enough, we've got Maus transitioning closer to the A site. With that player being caught outside B, though, we get this quick adjustment from Ents. They're going to throw Diha back towards top middle to support Valda so that he can keep it aggressive. And then it's just Sunpius and CT spawn. In a sense, it's a forfeiture of the A site. Sunpius heading elsewhere. A-site completely evacuated, and when those grenades rain down, it's going to have to be Ents to rotate back in with the retake. Sunpius at least going to be able to lock down Temple, you'd assume, but Dexter has the bomb. Oof, lucky to be alive as he takes that one. Drop to 18, Diha finds him through it, and now their smokes are fading. That little delay of Dexter getting into the corner means this isn't even a post plant, and yet the CTs are already breathing down Maus's neck. Right back into the action. They never even gave them the space to get that bomb down.
Yeah, that bit of a mistake there from Dexter, of course, to cross it to Brokey without the bomb, or with the bomb in his possession. Outside of that, there's not a lot of teams that can do what Ents just did right there. Very clean retake. You see the lineups here are beautiful from Deha, recognizing the importance of smoke spams on this map to shut down crosses. Valda, of course, a very composed rifler in all situations. Coming out first peak, instant death. And they bring that back from a 4v4 where it feels like MOUZ, they really look forward to situations that go down to 4v4.
Sampaius.
Oh, yeah.
Clips Frozen. Exertion in middle. He's been good for those out of nowhere frags.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. It's 4v5, but they win kind of the top of cave. You know, the Opera has to fall back off of this, and they have mid control, or at least they're testing it.
Ooh, him versus Valda. Oh, and Exertion ahead of the flash. Deha, nice support there. Exertion wasn't blind, but it's still 2 assists. Snappy, easy does it versus Torzy. And now it is just Dexter, the Australian in-game leader. Ooh, nice and clean. Drop Snappy first. AWP grabbed, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere to safety. Madden finishes this one, and Ents' rebound is very much alive.
Yes, very clean rounds. The 4 that they've won. Do they kill the money here for MOUZ? That's the question. We just look.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay.
4.9 on Frozen. Everybody else under 4,000.
They look like they've earned themselves a save for once. So yeah, I think from that point it was 6-1. But I think Ents, now that there haven't been any really ridiculous kills from MOUZ, they say some of their rotations, some of their spams, some of their setups have actually been pretty good, and they're starting to stabilize. Great match from Valda so far, I want to say.
Yes. Ooh. Snappy comes wide, 2 kills, M4 given over.
Really went wide with that M4, so it'll be picked up.
Swinging for the fences. Oh, nade. Poor Frozen. JDC is about to meet Madden.
He's trying to take the offiest angle of all time.
But JDC gives him the wiggle. And Madden's going to drop that smoke. Sampaius posted easy versus Dexter. Valda's now going to get aggressive as he continues to tear up kills. That M4, of course, offered by Snappy will net Frozen something. His 2nd in the round. He's got the bomb on his back. He's got a hope in this, but he doesn't have any Kevlar. The reality of the situation soon to sink in. And Ents' winning ways shall continue. Frozen trying to make them bite down on his bait. Smoke in his face. He finally commits, and that's where Madden drops him. So now only a 1-round difference. Of course, some damage already done. MOUZ, 6 rounds on that board, but I can't remember if it was Cassad or Mahone. Point being, they said, you know, even 6 rounds, we'll have to see that CT side first. That's where the questions still lie.
Yeah, definitely. It's a weird, unique conversation that has to do with this team in particular, which is like, listen, everyone can take a page out of the book when it comes to learning how to play T-sides, but now the easy part of the game is just not their specialty. So, well, we'll see what that means for the second half. And this veto could absolutely come down to Ancient, because it was a risk to go here.
Just one of those vetoes where I feel like we get the decider first. That's where my expectations lay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Ents have any big wins recently. They play Ancient, so it's not totally crazy. But the veto's hard just because MOUZ don't get to play Inferno. That's something that they've been championing throughout the Challenger stage in Legends as well.
Cool to see Ents embracing the crowd a little bit. I think that's a part of their character that has always been missing, but Sampaius has some fans here in Rio. I think after that 35-kill game on Vertigo yesterday, well, he got even a few new ones too.
The real sun god.
Snappy tries to get aggressive. He's kind of floating here out on an aisle. We saw Exertion tear him up last time. And yet again, that duel definitely going the way of Exertion. And MOUZ gonna try to spam some shots through the wall. Deha returns fire. And Dexter's gonna press in. But the thing is Snappy's not alone here. Madden, he's gonna take the place. Pressed in from Caves. Quick trade perhaps, maybe from Frozen, but seeing as he's already low on health. Ooh, Madden gotta be careful, down to 14 bullets. Utility continues to pressure.
Oh, that's smoke. It doesn't do anything. Actually gives them a one-way if they aggress.
Did it sink into the ground?
Yeah, I think
Went through the floor.
Yeah, wow.
It's the mud, you know?
Right.
Caves gets evacuated. CT's going to press down on ramp instead. I like that. Proactive on the B defense. Could completely catch Mouse off guard. But they're watching. They're still going to cost it, though. Diha, double kill. Man advantage here for Ents. And Mouse, the jig is up. The expectations of Ents immediately turning back over to that A site. They were seeing Mouse's departure. This site has belonged to Ents. And Sunpius, well, he won't be given that chance to cut off Dexter nor the bomb plant. Molotov slips into that little bit of a gap. We saw Ents trying to press into Torzy. This could be his chance to finally really make it round for himself. Heavy temple emphasis for Ents, and that feeds them right into the one exit. The new Ancient. Sunpius, here we go. Torzy, missed shot. JDC slides out. However, he's got himself 2 kills, 3 from A main. Wow. JDC, well, that op shot may have missed, but the rifler finds his mark. And now at this point, there's simply no time. A 7th the way of the T side.
Unbelievable rifling from JDC. He was the guy who came onto the team faster than Exertion, where people thought that that was going to be, wouldn't make sense, but it did make sense from a role perspective. Well, now he sits beside Exertion, and he shows why he deserved a spot on the roster. Some of his T entries throughout this tournament have been fantastic. This hold in the post plant is ridiculous. Shutting down 3 trades from Ents players, swinging on him from a very favorable angle. That is nothing to scoff at.
That's my face when smokes fall through the floors. Here we go. Off the door. Zoink.
Oh, there's clearly a hole right there, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Wow.
It's an Easter egg. JDC, nice rifle play. Picking up the slack for that missed op shot, right? The best case scenario for the post plant. Mouse, Torzy finds the first, leaves the CT scrambled. With that donut control and bomb in front of it, right? Like, again, Mouse don't know if there's 0 smokes left. I could see JDC playing that more passive. Could have come out from A main late.
Yeah. They thought, of course, you'll have a smoke in that situation, but no, 4 players, no smokes. And he takes a risk, and he just, I mean, if he gets 2, they still win. If he gets 2, you know, they're still in a good position, but goes above and beyond. Puts his cape on for that.
John De Castro. In with impact, just like that pistol round that kicked off the spree. Remember, 6 of the first 7 were the way of Mouse. So they've broken back through the trend of CT round wins. Snappy's playing a dangerous game.
Oh my God.
Torzy awaits that long peek. Snappy will get the better of the Opper. Now, mid, of course, is being challenged. Sometimes it's Exertion. This round, it's JDC. Diha's holding that smoke, or so he was, but attention drawn on both sides. And JDC picks up Valda from the back. Frozen trades it off the lane. So it's just the split from both ends. And kills at a distance. Sunpius pressing into the bomb carrier, tracks Exertion, but Frozen finds himself a 3rd kill in the round, and Dexter looks to lock this in. It's 8, the way of Mouse.
Huge. I mean, that way they picked apart mid-control, the late attack. I don't really love how Snappy has just been kind of running out of cave. Sometimes getting 1, almost always committing fully. Doesn't seem like just much util support behind it as well, and sometimes failing to trade entirely. But like we take like Yokinder, for example, who will play one of the best players at pushing cave in that position, doing the same level of aggression, but obviously a much better player on an individual level. And right now, I mean, Ents, can they afford to just go down 4v4 when he tries to do that? I'm not sure. When they approached mid as well, they punished Valda for running out of ammo and exposed that 2 players were completely out in the open. It was a very nice crunch with Exertion coming through the smoke on elbow.
This time it's Valda in front of Snappy.
I think it would be one thing for Snappy to commit with a flash and then be able to fall back, but almost every time we've seen that he tries to take a duel, he fights until he dies.
Sunpia's doing this one alone because they add another number to the cave setup. As long as that smoke's there, Sunpias feels confident enough to float around it, but as it's about to fade, he needs to reposition. It's been a consistent either exertion or JDC play from that elbow. Exertion right back at it. On the hunt. Utility pressure comes out. Valdez still going to remain tucked in, but again, it's Famas. Just the Famas versus Frozen. Oh, easy pickup here inside of the cave. Snappy attempts to get aggressive. He loves pressing that MP9 into unsuspecting terrorists. That's how he pushed Nuke into overtime versus Vitality. It's kind of a bit of his character. Diha going to emerge out from Donut. 25 seconds left. The clock could end up costing Maus if Diha could go big. But Dexter ends him, and that A site wide for the taking. Madden nowhere to be found and cut off even if he tries to get over. So what do you know? Maus on the cusp of double digits after this T side.
So many great attacks from Maus in this first half. They got to be feeling great.
And varied.
I'm sure they had their own doubts in the veto themselves and just thoughts about picking into a strong map from Ents, but they also know that no matter where they go, it's going to be kind of difficult because they can't grab Inferno in this specific matchup. So they came prepared today, and I mean, there might have been a couple of kills that were like, you could say lucky in the first couple of rifle rounds, but when you look at the entirety of the rounds they've won, they're very detailed strategies, very good spacing, lots of individual highlights with, for example, JDC's spray downs, Frozen winning out against Donut constantly, them taking mid control. So in the grander scheme of things, this scoreline accurately represents how dominant Maus' T side has been.
Really feels like Dexter, Cyclone, and the support staff were up late last night. You know, sometimes when you see an odd pick at the start of a veto, kind of makes you nervous. And I think that after, you know, the whole FaZe debacle, it kind of would have shied people away.
It's not like that. I mean, it's not even close to that. I think like Vertigo made no sense for FaZe. Like Maus play a lot of Ancient. It was just about Ents also being kind of strong about it. Vertigo is his own level of ridiculous. Okay, that is just something.
We put it in a different category.
Yeah. Like they literally haven't even finished the map yet.
Out of this world. And now out of this event. Yeah, it wouldn't have been a shocker, you know, for this map to pop up. So let's say Ents are also prepared. However, a very successful T side. Variation in strategy. Individuals also finding their home, right? It's crazy that Torzi is 2-6 at the moment, and Maus are still winning 9-5. We've got the Riflers popping off. JDC takes his place. Exertion's right there. Frozen at the top. Rifle talent in abundance for this very young roster. Gonna get players climbing up into the ledge. Ooh! Wow. And speaking of rifle talent, Dexter just pops Madden on that boost back B. And Maus, they've got no hook in any other position, so you'd assume this half, this very successful half, in fact, is gonna end with the B site split. MP9s for the majority of Ents. The one M4 for Sunpias. Snappy tries to slide out. Sunpias has gone unchecked. He's going to finish off Dexter, but Exertion hits the ground fast enough to recover, and sure enough, follows suit into Valda. Diha with a huge ask in this clutch. Or we've got double digits after the T side of Maus' Ancient. Stuck in the corner, pinned to the wall. Torzi puts the cherry on top of a phenomenal offense from Maus.
Right side close.
Middle, go in fast.
Come,
One on B still.
I'll smoke CT, okay?
I smoked Guys should be open A, care.
Yes.
I'm running
Flashing above here.
I'm going
That's
to
good.
demon.
Jumping across.
Boom. He's close. Go close.
Close.
Without the right start to your day, your morning could hit a wall.
It's not the door.
I got it. Velveeta breakfast biscuits are baked with slow-release carbs and provide steady morning energy to help you rise and thrive.
That's the thing about claims, you see. They don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, but it's now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking. Oh, I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. Well, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
Is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
You don't really want war. All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
What's good?
Yeah, what's good is they took your advice and got Spectrum One. Super fast internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile at one super low price.
That's good.
Get Spectrum One with 300 megabit internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile for $49.99 a month.
Eastside on Ancient, 10 rounds. Who else than Mouse has pulled that off at this event? It's spectacular and it's impressive, and we've got to give it the credit that it's due, but there is also this question mark around Mouse's CT sides that, you know, we hold our breath for. Odds very much in their favor, you'd assume, with as much success as they just had on that offense. But we'll let them speak for themselves and try to close this one versus Ents to start our best of three. The last best of three for both these teams. And a quick move from the T side into this A-bomb site. We've got JDC on the fallback. We've got Mouse with a many pistol win throughout this event, and JDC was the player that put up those numbers in just that first half. So can he get another pistol round under his belt? Exertion will come through. Sunpias chases round those boxes, falls onto Snappy. Deep inside A main, he's dropped by the dual Berettas, and it's an early 11th for the Young Guns.
Yes, and yeah, again, standing to the pistol round stats here, the two big wins, 2 pistols on Ancient, where Ents are very comfortable on their pistol rounds. So well done on the hold. Allowing the bomb plan is one thing. It affects the buy coming into the next round. How many SMGs you'll have outside of that, they don't care. They'll take the win. This is shaping up very well for Mouse. And again, I think mentally they have to overcome the fact that they lost a great opportunity to get into top 8 yesterday when they played against outsiders. And you know, losing on Inferno, that might lose you a little bit of sleep at night, thinking, okay, we lost that because of pressure, not because we're not good enough. So today, I think they've really shaken it off.
Oof. And Frozen gonna make mincemeat of what is the buy-in from Ents. Sunpias, Tech 9 from downtown, gets the trade back.
Yeah, we never talked about Frozen that much because he's always just been on Mouse and then outshined by players like Rops or other players who have been on the team, but he's overall consistently been just the best player on the roster. More maps recorded for him than all 4 of his teammates, including Dexter.
That's so insane.
Coming in at 20 years old. He's been phenomenal throughout. And you know, maybe Frozen's not even in his prime. I mean, he's always burgeoning on the top 20 in terms of his stats, but he is still actually that young.
It also just kind of felt that, you know, without the success of a team around him, that maybe that was kind of stifling him a little bit.
It is, yeah. That's
maybe
the only
he could have
reason.
broken out.
If his team was any better and Mouse weren't constantly kind of like selling off play. I mean, they play with Kerrigan, you know,
Sure. Yeah.
Robs, Nico. They've had a lot of insane players in their history, but never kind of built a super team. And have always, I think, try to be cash positive in some sense, like making sales here and there, which is a good strategy. But of course, when you get Frozen and Frozen sitting there like, I want some trophies, well, it's been hard for him.
The coolest thing is that Mouse didn't, you know, build this superstar roster by buying out big contracts. This time it's a completely different formula. Mouse, they're the organization that put the most emphasis into the Academy League, right? They built this dominating force that was just winning season after season, and it felt as though, you know, they did it long enough. They gave these players experience. They put them into the LAN finals for WePlay, and now look what it nets them. A top 4 at Cologne, a potential playoffs berth at a major, with, again, majority numbers from that NXT roster. It just seems quite wild, you know? The years of experience of Valda and Snappy in comparison, and, you know, this perhaps world-class Opera in Sun Pius. But a bunch of young kids show up. Well, not all kids, of course, but it's just...
Finish your point.
It's what every young player right now is aspiring to be. The most relatable story that they have in terms of professional Counter-Strike is that of Mouse. It's inspirational.
And they were locked out of other bigger tournaments because of their main roster, which is kind of what you're saying with the young kids thing. I mean, treated as if they weren't allowed to. Only be juniors. But they were ready for the open sea. They're real sailors now.
Yes, sir.
They're the captain now.
3 rounds away from a win on Ancient. Ooh, good damage here from Exertion. And that's going to prime Dexter with the Galil to just tear the head off Valda. Exertion into the caves. He wins his fight versus Madden point blank. Half his health is gone, but more than half of Ents R2. Torsi in the open, dropped by Diha. Now just at 20 health, and it gets cleaned up by the Fomus. A spectacular round from Mouse yet again. Ents can do nothing. You know, they get stifled outside of B. They have no mid control whatsoever. We had Exertion and JDC doing that for Mouse. This one was far more, you know, one lane out of Ents. And that one lane comes to an abrupt halt. Road closure on the way to the B site.
Yes, they're getting absolutely tossed here in the first map to start the day. You know why? It's because they put the Kiwis out at breakfast today.
Did they?
And it's only every other day.
You know, I didn't believe you.
What?
You told me have the Kiwis at breakfast, they're delicious. And I've been going down at breakfast at 10:30 every day. There was never any Kiwis.
Interesting.
Turns out it's for the morning folk.
I go at 7.
They don't replace the Kiwis.
They don't replace the Kiwis, man. Those are... But you know who's there early. Look who's dressed like Kiwis right now.
Yeah.
It's Mouse.
Yeah, a bunch of super fruit.
Yep. It's got all the nutrition you need.
Did you know that 45% of people have an oral allergic reaction to kiwis when they eat them?
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
45%?
Yeah.
Is that why you're so malnutritioned, all of you?
Sorry. It's not my fault.
Is
Fast
it
push.
Is it the astringency thing?
Who knows?
Okay.
I think it's the fuzzy fur. That ain't just, that staying right.
Yeah, it's the skin. Okay. Well, Valda, he just had a bad day coming out into the open battlefield of mid. Down to 10 health, didn't see anything. Can't report back with any data. Madden right there with him. D-Haw takes his place. And Mouse, whether they know it or not, unconfirmed damage, but they got what they wanted out of this round. And Frozen is still tucked in a position where I don't think they're willing to molly because they've only got one left. No smokes here. No smokes here. You need smokes on Ancient.
Kind of important.
You need smokes.
Yep, yep. You also sort of need HP.
HP, smokes, 2 key components of Ancient.
And if you squint your eyes at your screen, it feels like Valda and Madden are already dead. Diha, sure enough, is. Torsi primed and ready. Oh, man. There we go. Double kill for Torzy, given a chance to maybe rack up some frags. His riflers have been so on point, so sharp, that this guy prior to this round was sitting at 4 and 8 while winning 14-5.
And see the molly that lands on his feet? Like, that's something Mouse would not do in the first half. They never messed up a situation like that. That molly would come down as soon as it was to test Torzy to leave in that position, and then they would swing right away. Here they gave him a shoulder, then the molly lands late, then the second guy peeks, and he's still comfortable holding for a second because he's already done his job. And that's where it's over. That's what's been so impressive about Mouse at this tournament and in recent form. Top 7 in the world at the moment, just trying to prove that they can withstand the pressure of a major, and proving it very well right now.
Yeah. So, arguably one of the hardest things to do as a Counter-Strike player. Do it at the major, right? That's what everybody says. Do it at the major. Top 7 rank just seems so odd when you look at Mouse and their accomplishments and their ages. And hey, playoffs here in Rio would really cement that ranking. So there is no doubt in anybody's mind that Mouse were prepped and sharp as they jumped into the server this morning. Madden will open up 5v4 for Ents. However, it's just the 2 Galils and Deagle of Diha versus 10 map points. Mouse, no reason to shy away. Exertion has been dominant from the challenger stages, and certainly here in this one, doing as he damn well pleases. Taking heads off shoulders, ripping limbs from limbs, and stacking those rounds as high as Ents' corpses. Diha, just desperation. He's on the wrong side of the map. He doesn't have the bomb. Mouse can do whatever the hell they want. And honestly, let's get ready for map 2. Nuke.
Seriously. I wonder if Diha believes it right now.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to. But Dexter, well, oof, he will fall victim to the Deagle. Maybe one more? Just give us one more. Molotov to block it off. Diha's on the attempt. At least now grabs that M4. It is armored as well. No follow-up from the flashbang, so I do like that Diha did find the one avenue, finds the weaker piece, and has at this point forced Mouse's members back onto their bomb site. So he creates a situation where the numbers have been thinned out. This went from looking impossible to doable. Ooh, especially as that kill only comes at a cost of 17 health. He knows that Torzy's along the wall. 10 seconds to spare, the pistol's gonna take it. Just when Diha starts to make you believe, he gets gunned down as he did in so many other rounds. A magnificent showing on Ancient from Mouse. Nuke up next. Mirage the decider if needed. But this team is now so close to that playoff spot in Rio.
Going up. Chafing.
Lobby.
Lobby. No, 1 HP.
Breathe.
I'm sending it.
Nice!
Good job.
Let's go!
Sick, Johnny.
Thank you.
Good dancing, bro. We're going left and right. Toss in there.
They'll bite us.
You down for some science?
Oh, science.
I mean, yeah.
I used to love science.
I didn't show off science.
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy to true crime and memoirs, and so much more. Audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. That's Audible, the home of storytelling.
What do you got there? A hospital bill for me? For $1,200? Did you say Gap?
Yeah, he did. He's talking about expenses that health insurance doesn't cover.
That's why there's Aflac. It pays you money to help close that gap. Aflac, huh?
Don't tell me he high-stepping. He stole my move.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Ah, the fresh scent of delivering love in the morning. Plus the extra cash for Drew here doesn't smell bad either. Huh. Who knew heartbreak could be so good for business? Whoever you are out there, just know, Janet sees you.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
PlayStation.
As long as you're confident.
I'm clueless, bro. If you don't know, I don't know.
I have no
don't know what
idea.
these words mean. Giving up?
Yeah. It's pretty easy when you have dances. Maybe we switch roles.
There isn't. Please don't.
Maybe we just switch roles instead.
You wanna?
Yeah, I can take one for you. Okay, how many people lives in Brazil?
It's more than 100 million, I think. I was thinking like 180. 200 million. 300.
Oh.
No, boy, you said more than 200, so...
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure, but I think it's like 215.
215 million.
Yeah. Look, it's not so fun being on the other side.
No, it hurts. It hurts. Okay.
Perfect. That's it. We're good? Great. Well, that was needless knowledge, and also, you know, thank God you're good at counter.
One 50 HP. Planting. He's 1 HP.
Nice!
The T side proving absolutely lethal for Mouse on this curveball pick of Ancient. That was a destructive way to be blowing up the first round of this series. 16-5 is the final scoreline in the favor of Mouse. Gentlemen, we were somewhat perplexed as to why on earth Mouse would be picking this into ends. I think we got all the answers on that offensive half, Kassad.
I just have one question. What the hell? Like, what happened?
Where did it come from?
The thing is, like, we spent so much time hyping Sampayas and talking, like, showing the stats and the highlights and everything, and talking about the rotations and all the things he did right, and then he does completely the opposite on this map. You know, one of those maps where you, whatever you do, wherever you go, you miss the opponents by 2 seconds or 1 second. You go to rotate and you just, you know, die somewhere in between. You go for an entry kill, you get slammed as well. Just one of those games where nothing is working for you, right? So it's a little bit hard to watch and probably much harder to play if I was Sampayas.
I mean, you're making it sound like Sampayas was just unlucky in this, but isn't the saying goes that make your own luck, Mahone?
Yeah, Mouse actually were so good on this T side that it wasn't even just like a bunch of set executions or anything like that. It was more so just map control, defaulting, and then manipulating the rotation so that they're always in favorable spots. And I think there's a round that I actually want to talk about that perfectly illustrates this, because it's just this fluidity that I kind of see from this Mouse roster that's been much more apparent. So I think this round first starts off with Dexter. He comes in here towards this B side, but notice that there isn't quite a commitment. It's just he gets a kill here, gets traded, but look at the rotation. They go all the way back towards that donut side position. And by doing this, you kind of don't really have that same commitment. You kind of have the opportunity to move people back. JDC finds a kill here towards the donut position, and then you see that exertion. He actually goes through Red Room to find the last kill here towards that side. So that's the one thing about Mouse is that their T sides, they're not too committal, but they leave themselves like some options so that even if things kind of go wrong, they can kind of pivot back and make things happen that way.
And to answer your question, it has nothing to do with luck.
No.
It's just, you know, the choices that he made to rotate were wrong. The opening kills that he tried to get were like not the ideal ones. I don't know, didn't really see the spawns and everything, but it was all in all like a bad performance by their, you know, star player from yesterday, I guess. And to add to your point, Mahone, it's like when you play that type of round where like Mouses, you need to get those kills like we saw in entering on B, so you can force those rotations. If you lose that opening battle, then you are done. The half would be the other way around, but it didn't. Mouse looked great, Ensa didn't. 1-0.
Yeah, definitely proving, I guess the doubt was wrong as to exactly why they chose Ancient in the first round of the series. Bringing up our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. I mean, it truly was the story of Frozen. This guy was cracked from start to finish on this map.
20 years old, 681 maps. That's why he just earned his paycheck on this map, definitely. 21 frags, 7 deaths. He was delivering all over the place. On the other side, we had Valde, who was trying to control that middle on the CT side. he didn't really get too many opportunities because they had like economy problems and Snappy dying to exertion a couple of times on Catwalk. He had a little bit of issues there. He tried his best, but he couldn't deliver. You know, it's just one of those maps that you really have to write off.
Frozen was, he was always towards that B side with Dexter, and arguably, if you want to kind of regain control on the CT side, you want to kind of push down Banana, aggress from cave, do some sort of split like that, but Frozen and Dexter, they're just constantly shutting that down. So it's like, if you're Ents, it's like, what do? You just sit on sites and then let yourself like rotate out of place?
I'll tell you what to do, you just bring the fights to another side. Yep. You know, try to like, you know, just fake some utility on Banana, do something different, and force the fights on the other way, because you're losing those fights initially, and you're just getting, you know, pinched and sandwiched, I guess, and, you know, rotations are forced, and then you end up losing.
Or you just bring some Pius over towards Banana.
Don't bring some Pius on this map anyway.
Kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't for the side events, because I think you're right. They're just going to be trying to write off this map coming onto the second ground. That will be their pick of Nuke. But I'm curious, Banks, how are they going to be handling things going into the second ground?
Well, Freya, that's what I'm going to ask, because I cheekily ran after Ents. I didn't expect Snappy to talk to me too much, but do you know what he told me? He said they were just better on Ancient, they can shake it off, but he said, we are going to shame them. This guy is fired up and ready, man, a few words. He was feeling very confident going into Nuke. He's not allowing this to happen again. Let's see if he can back up his words.
I love, Banks, that you're keeping this as a family show as well. Thank you very much for catching up with Ents after what was an absolute stomping on that first ground. Nuke, though, I feel like this kind of spells a different story, but also similar in a way. I was just looking at the stats for the side of Ents. Pius is really lights out in terms of his rating on this map. Haven't seen anything from him thus far on this series.
Just keep in mind that Pius is a more so CT side upper, and they're starting on T side, obviously, on Nuke. But like you said, Nuke is a different beast. Has a lot more opportunities to do different things with different types of smokes. You can pop up or you can go ramp. You can just use the different default smokes to get into secret. You can force the rotation anyway. You can block off the vent. There's so many possibilities, and Snappy likes to play it. I know Madden likes to play it too, and Snappy likes to call it. Like, he's doing very well on that map. So they need a good start. They need the opening pistol. They need the opening gun round, something like that to get them in the game, because they felt like this game ran past them completely. You know, one of those games where you don't even feel like you played.
Exactly.
And you lost.
Exactly. Yeah. And something that ends just the way they like to play Nuke, especially against Vitality yesterday. A lot of upper hits. And, you know, I was highlighting earlier that Mao's CT side's maybe not so strong. Guys like JDC and Dexter, they're going to be tested on the upper site if they decide to do that.
Yeah, that Vitality game as well. That did get incredibly close, though, come to think of it. Is there anything that you're looking at from Ents to maybe tighten up from that game yesterday?
I feel like the biggest thing for them is just to be a bit more committal and just take confident fights, because, you know, with the way that some of these players are playing Frozen, especially, you can't afford to be hesitant against them, because if you are, you're just gonna die. So I think the main thing here is just to avoid 4v5 situations, because if they can avoid 4v5 situations, maybe find some openings, I think they'll have a decent shot on this T side of Nuke.
Yeah, give Frozen an inch, and he certainly will be taking a mile. But we're going to see if that's going to be a home mile coming into their opponent's map pick of Nuke. Ents picking this ground into this series, but potentially just one map away from Mouse for making history in the playoffs.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Round one, geography. I reckon it's a good place to start.
How do you guys feel about the subject?
Oh, no.
Oh, I know.
And I was fine with geography in school.
If you travel from Europe to South America, which ocean do you cross?
Atlantic.
The Atlantic Ocean.
Atlantic Ocean.
Ooh, I like that. All right, nicely done.
I mean, come on, the Atlantic.
He almost seemed insulted that we would ask him such a question. And
I
as
mean,
long
you
as
just hope that we fail one of these questions to make a meme out of it.
No.
Okay. Yeah, that was a warm-up question. We made that one easy on you.
What are the names of the 7 continents of the world?
Maybe I can use the translator?
Yeah, go on.
He will Google this. No, no, no.
He's just typing in.
You want to start? I don't mind.
Europe, Australia, Asia, Africa,
America, South America, and Antarctica.
right?
Okay, we'd open with creaky footsteps. Scary music goes all intense. The couple jumps up like, what is that? They scream, ah! And you go, it's the money you could save by bundling your home and car insurance! Money shoots out from drawers, vents from under the bed. The couple's screaming, ah! Ah!
Wait, wouldn't they be happy about the savings?
They're scared of how happy savings make them feel.
Oh, of course.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
You can save the world, but it's not enough to get a pat on the back around here.
So you heard the news, huh?
How exactly did everyone find out about this before me?
Someone left your termination papers on the printer.
Your replacement has arrived.
This makes no sense, and you know it.
You.
You gotta be...
No one tells stories better than Audible. It's the home of storytelling where you can find the biggest celebrities like you've never heard them before. Original thrillers that break new ground in audio entertainment. And mysteries that'll keep you guessing and coming back for more. It's everything you love, from inspiring motivation and comedy to riveting true crime and memoirs. And that's just the beginning. Audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. That's Audible, the home of storytelling.
Ah, the fresh scent of delivering love in the morning. Plus the extra cash for Drew here doesn't smell bad either. Huh. Who knew heartbreak could be so good for business? Whoever you are out there, just know, Janet sees you.
I was thinking of spending some time as Iron Man, with thrusters for feet and hands like cannons. Is that too much to ask?
72. Wow. Magic, you can just take a break if you want. He's got you covered in the geography.
Oh, I still had to understand the question.
Yeah.
Mao's on the brink of making playoffs in Rio. The championship stage awaits one of these two teams. It's the last chance. This is their final best of 3 no matter what. And again, I would have said that Ancient could have been the decider map in this series. It bodes well for Mao's, who have Mirage waiting if we get Ents bouncing back on their map pick. It's a map that they were victorious on versus Vitality yesterday, and it could lead you to believe that they'll put up a fight yet again. But Mao's will start on that coveted CT side, and this major's all about that CT side. But not always for Mao's. That's the asterisk. Oh, Frozen. No, 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 no.
It's one of the best ways to defend a vent drop, and it looks like, I don't know, they might actually, oh, a little tag. It's a bit lurky. They're going to walk down.
Oh,
wait, what?
Sunpius.
How does that not kill him?
Armored underpants.
It doesn't matter. If you knife someone in the legs, they die instantly. That's ridiculous.
Well, Torzi, he's going to chase them down that vent, drops bomb, and gets caught by Sunpius, somehow surviving. Dexter's going to catch the headshot, very clean with the one tap, but then they rotate right back up that vent, and A-Site, of course, is theirs.
Wow. Okay, well, bomb goes down. 2v3, JDC ready to get into heaven and get into things. Not going to be easy, this one. At least the kit here on Dexter, but no more utility and a hard rotation back up the vent.
Yeah, he's going to have to fly. Ooh, gets caught on the lip of the ledge. Forces JDC into the clutch. Now, this guy has taken off heads in pistols so far this series. He can go and grab that kit. Knows Dia's in the corner. No, JDC.
Going heaven.
Yeah, he should die to this flank, but if not, JDC in the 1v3. Snappy comes out.
Oh my god.
USP taps over top. There's still just enough time, but the gun goes dry.
Jesus.
And we've got Ents winning pistol.
Wow, that was a tense one. Very good try. Snappy freaks out. Okay. Man, listen, someone's going home crying tonight. Because Mouse, they started out 2-0 here in Legends, okay? So even
Check
if they...
this out.
That doesn't make sense. I have no idea how that would have registered to the front of his body. That was a little weird. It's a little weird that you die instantly when you knife someone in the legs, but he knew going in events that that's supposed to be instant kill. So, unfortunate. But, yes. All right, fast upper hit. Oh, no, sorry. It looks like it's just a little fake as they cross outside. Maybe they put some pressure down. Fall defines his. Saw Ents have some very good nuke maps, funnily enough, with Snacks back at Dallas. And he proved to be a really interesting part of the map, both CT and T side. And that was also replacing Spinks, which is kind of interesting. Valda, Spinks, and Snacks are not three people I would think played on the same team at some point in history.
Counter-Strike does have those tidbits. Ooh, oh my god, the timing there, Torzy. Split second. He gets away. He just wants to hold on to the scout. It's not too much to ask.
And this is why Ents are going to go home crying tonight if they lose. Because yesterday they beat Vitality, one of the best matches so far here in Legends. An enormous victory. There's a lot of situations where that would be the decider game. Yes. That would be a 2-0 matchup, a 2-1 matchup, not a 1-2 matchup with no resolution. I mean, it ends up sending Vitality home, which is, it sends them home crying.
Everybody's crying.
But after Ents did that, you know, I'm sure they feel slightly entitled to the idea, okay, well, we can, you know, we should be good enough to make it through. But coming up against Mouse, started off 2-0 in Legends. Shown they're playing very seriously. And when you start off 2-0 and you lose a best of 3 and then you lose another best of 3, you're playing a third best of 3. It starts to get a little scary, but Mouse have won a very confident map in just 21 rounds, I think, on Ancient.
Kind of scares you as well, right? Because they clean sweep. Everything was going good. Everything looked fantastic up until that first loss and the second one that comes after. So, but that's fine, right? You had so much success already here in Rio that you just need to stabilize. And so far on Ancient, I mean, nobody can doubt that Mouse weren't prepared for that. S-tier T-side, layers and variation and aggression here from D-Hub, but Dexter with the USP just stopped the bomb. Continues to peek the same angle, so he'll die. Snappy slides back behind the door, and of course that's just more reinforcements to come downstairs. And so stack up this bomb site and make the no Weasley USP can slide out ever again. It's just the Desert Eagle and the Scout now. Frozen met by smoke, he'll have to hold.
When it comes to Ents' T-side on this map, this is where I think Snappy's set plays mean the most. It's also another very, you know, hard map for T-sides, but upper execs coming in 2 or 3 times a half for basically every team in the top 10 means you want a high percentage of victories there. They have very strong attack. They're obviously very good on the defaults and a number of set fast plays as well that include vents and secret crosses. All these things are paramount to making sure you can survive the difficult attacking side on this map. And with a win over Vitality on Nuke, which was one of the core maps for them in the past year and a half, I think they're feeling pretty good. Not so good when if they think about Ancient, but no reason to think about that anymore.
Nope. Let bygones be bygones, and it slides away. Time to reset. As gun rounds get going, again, I wanted to allude to Madden on that A site and his all-in type moments yesterday versus Vitality. He won rounds, and I think you could actually attribute a couple of lost rounds as well to him, right? Taking risks like trying to play 5-7 along the back wall versus Squeaky against rifles. It's just open doors, essentially, were offered. I think we'll have to compare and contrast once he gets to that CT side. For now, it's ramp room that Ents have hit and taken with absolute ease. Torzy just gonna tuck back into Hell. A lonely smoke towards T-spawn. And Valda sets his sights ahead towards the B site. We've got multiple players down here already, so Maus expect, I think, a rather fluid rotation. Valda sticks around. Util retrieve, Snappy just throwing all the nades that he can. Offering value from the spawn and keeping Frozen preoccupied. Not just Frozen, in fact. They're going to peel the secret player up. Diha's back around here. Valda just picked up the kill versus the Opera sitting in Hell. Exertion from Mini, pressured on both ends, getting spammed at. But that was, in fact, Dexter's bullets whizzing just behind him. Frag? Yep. Softens up Snappy.
Wow, look at this.
Flash,
approach.
fantastic. Perfect in from Frozen. Sets up Dexter, but then we get Ents back in with 2 kills. And JDC's gonna slide out from Vent, going towards the squeaky door. Valda's got bomb. He has to go for plant. 10 seconds to spare here. And they're aware of the possibility of this lobby wrap. JDC comes in, catches the first and the second. And JDC puts Maus's first round on the board.
Just important that he just starts shooting right there. 2 players, half HP, and JDC cleans up. And really important also that he comes at the vent while that smoke is up. Had an opening. This is a really cool defense. I mean, I love how Ents played this round in terms of continuously building tension, taking ramp control but not committing, walking back, kind of leaking out into the A side as opposed to executing out on the A side. And ultimately, they got all the CTs out of their spots, and then the CTs realized, well, okay, now it's time to pounce. And even though they can't see what's going on in A, they know that Ents are about to take it. So that re-aggression is beautiful for Maus to get themselves out of a very tricky situation. But so far, the approaches from Ents have been quite scary, and I think that they're continually going to keep Maus on their feet.
Frozen playing in the perfect pocket. Avoids the fire, avoids the spam, and has Torzy to try and hold outside. Ooh, almost. Frozen loses 70 health. Nice press in from Snappy there. Nearly net an opening kill. And it's not during that bombardment of utility, but just in the silence that came after it. Ents walk 3 players up. They're going to know that Frozen's low. Nade could have been way worse for Ents if it had been thrown just 2 seconds later.
Yeah, they wait the max amount of time. That nade was pretty damn well timed. As you can see, the smoke's just come up. They narrowly avoid it and also aren't spotted when they finally dissipate. Instead, it's just Maus thinking about what to do next.
Looks like lobby push could be the answer. They're going to leave Exertion on his own towards Decon. He was jump spotting and now confirms it. He's going to try to run back sight. Ooh, but Diha, hot on his heels, just runs right in. And a missed shot from Torzy. Bomb's going to go down back sight. Nothing he can do to stop that. A flash to get into the foray, met by utility. They'll hold off. And this one could easily transition into a save. Look how quickly they pounced. Once they knew they were spotted, you know, they did not give a chance for Exertion to climb boxes, get back silo.
Yeah, and I think that's what they just saw. What's his favorite thing to do? And once they spotted him, they just didn't let him have time to set up. And they might have already known from his decon position that he won't have support in that position. And he's usually able to get up to Clock, get up to Xantares, sit and wait for Torzy to get into position at ramp. So Ents just not overthinking things. Another very clear attack on the game plan of Maus. And Maus saved with 4, so it's actually not that bad for them, but another T victory here for Ents in convincing fashion.
Oh yeah. First bullet straight to the cranium. And Exertion has been playing very well so far this morning. But bested by the Polish powerhouse on the entry.
When he heard him, that he could tell, okay, I can't jump up. I can't pretend that I'm going to get away with this, so I'm going to sit and fight and try to take a confident duel, which is always what you're supposed to do. But Maus put themselves in a spot where even if Diha died, the spacing was immaculate. They would have been able to trade him out right after.
Four-player save, of course, enables the rebuy, but it's the value that Ents have 4 rounds out of the first 5. Economy blossoming. For Ents, that is. And Torzi, curious if we're going to get that impact here in this map, because despite Mouse's blowout on the first, you know, he was not a part of that success story. Wasn't a part of the equation. Leaned on the Rifleman instead. Map 2 could be his chance. There he is. Catches Madden on the fall down ramp. Feels the heat. Fades away. And JDC wants to thrive under that pressure. He's got bodies all around him, and for all they know, he's all the way back in sight. But obviously the smoke creates this curious spot where they're going to wait a second.
Yeah, they might be planning a re-aggression too. I don't know. JDC seems to be worried about a timing now downstairs as well, so just playing it cool, but worried about the thought maybe they could have got down the vent.
Just going to play the headshot angle. Welcomes them to come in. Just hanging on to his position. Welcomes them to come in. Just hanging on to his position.
New flavors worth fanning over.
Only fair everyone hears the full story.
Stay the hell away from my family.
Whatever happens to us, you'll always be my dolly.
Game better with Butterfinger.
It's only fair everyone hears the full story.
Stay the hell away from my family.
Whatever happens to us, you'll always be my dolly.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on cricket.
I'm your inner critic, and I've always been unimpressed. Take your personal style. What is that?
It's a look I saw on Pinterest.
You can't pull that off.
I think I can.
Those ankles, you don't!
My ankles look cute.
You got a dog.
Hi.
Oh, what you got there? All right, go get it.
When it comes to lasting relationships, we're thinking of every mile. The new Hyundai Tucson. It's your journey.
Time to steal Christmas. These bad men, they're all on my naughty list. Try, just do me a favor. Close your eyes and sing Jingle Bells. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, how fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh. Hey! You taking a nap?
Eddie's exhausted. Violent Night. Rated R.
Dash Pass for Students gives you DoorDash with $0 delivery fees for just $4.99 a month. So you can get back to studying. Dash Pass for Students. So worth it.
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy to true crime and memoirs and so much more. Audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. That's Audible, the home of storytelling.
Introducing Ruffles Ridge Twists, an airy twist on your favorite snack with a smoky barbecue flavor created by Asia Wilson. What a play by Ruffles. Find both flavors today.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social.
Io delle donne non mi fido, il corteggiamento.
Oh, yes, please.
Don't tell me he high-stepping. He stole my move.
My memories
come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on Cricket.
On Prime Video this Thursday, the Falcons, the Panthers, to the end zone, touchdown. Two division rivals, Marcus Mariota, DJ Moore. Look at that, into the end zone. Squaring off in the NFC South. Win on three, 1, 2, 3. Win. It's the Atlanta Falcons and the Carolina Panthers. Fires, caught, touchdown. Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Prime Video.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on Cricket.
On Prime Video this Thursday, the Falcons, the Panthers, to the end zone, touchdown. Two division rivals, Marcus Mariota, DJ Moore. Look at that, into the end zone. Squaring off in the NFC South. Win on three, 1, 2, 3. Win. It's the Atlanta Falcons and the Carolina Panthers. Fires, caught, touchdown. Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Prime Video.
Game better with Butterfinger. Every bite of that crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery bar gets you early access to exclusive in-game sprays and icons for Overwatch 2. Just buy 2 Butterfinger bars or 1 bag, upload your receipt, and get your content.
All right, we're here with Twists. What we're gonna do here, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna go through top 15 plays that we've picked out of your career. Clutches, highlight moments, and all the fun stuff. And we're gonna just kind of walk through them, do some nostalgia stuff, and then we're gonna rank them 1 through 10. We're gonna pick the top 10 of them.
Okay.
All right, let's fire up the first clip.
A lot of pressure is on you now. The fate of fate resides on Twist.
All right, one thing I know that is funny to me about this clip is you have always, when I was there with Liquid with you for the brief time, you wanted to pick up the op a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I always felt like I had the mechanics to be like a good opper.
Yeah.
The op role is very special in the game because the vision that you have to have as an opper is completely different than you would have as a rifler.
Yeah.
And
well, this ain't standard opping either. This is like...
No, this isn't standard opping. This clip is... I messed up in this clip because I told Olaf I was gonna double peek tunnel with him. I didn't want to throw a molly in tunnel, but I threw a molly. And then I didn't want to peek because it would create a one-way for the T. And then Olaf wide swung plat and died. And I kind of just felt like, oh, I have to close down the site right now, or this is a big throw.
Well, when you get the ace and even I think you make up for the mistake. I think that's one of the mistakes Olaf can forgive you for really quickly. Let's just say, I mean, right out of the gates, are you going to put that in your top 10 somewhere?
No, I wouldn't be top 10 for.
You don't think that? Okay.
Has decided he's willing to risk it all on this deep angle, and it's given that first kill over. Might just be the threat. They come in with a few kills apiece. Twist takes matters into his own hands, and suddenly...
What do you think about this one?
Well, once again, we lost the game, but I guess it's from the same series, man. Both these clips. I mean, I think this could be an important round. I remember this game went to, I think, 3 or 4 OTs, so there's not many rounds in OTs, so to secure one round just by acing, it's important, I think, for the overall game. But we lost, so I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be number 10 on if I had to pick.
As easily as he hopes, Twist even gets one at range, down to just 2. How does Twist find the second Zywoo?
This one's going to be in the top 10.
This is a straight 1
Yeah,
or 2,
of course.
but Alex is he banked him out somehow! A third! And he's looking for it all the ways. RPK's gonna try and swing around the backside. Twist switches back to the Deagle instead, checks both close positions.
At what point did you know you win this clutch? You know how like you get that feeling a little bit?
Probably when I got into this situation, got to the corner. It's just a massive off angle. It's a very deep corner to clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the last angles you're clearing when you're
Yeah, and also like you kind of instill fear into your opponents when you 1D like.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Oh, yes, please.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on Cricket.
On Prime Video this Thursday, the Falcons, the Panthers, to the end zone, touchdown. 2 division rivals, Marcus Mariota, DJ Moore. Look at that, into the end zone. Squaring off in the NFC South. Win on 3, 1, 2, 3. Win. It's the Atlanta Falcons and the Carolina Panthers. Fires, caught, touchdown. Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Prime Video.
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy to true crime and memoirs and so much more. Audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. That's Audible, the home of storytelling.
No more Needler, cause we stole it. It's the Feedler. Worms control it. Locked and loaded. Just pull it. Let us wriggle down.
For the last time, he does not lay golden eggs. He's not even a goose. Yeah, thanks for always having my back. Like that one time I ate bad tuna. And you helped me cover the bill. It is nice to know that if one of these arrows sent me to the hospital... Oh, you do lay golden eggs.
Aflac can help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Learn more at aflac.com and see DreamWorks Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, rated PG.
So, where did this egg come from?
Two players. It was a 1v4 and now you're in a 1v1 and you're kind of like, well, you already have the feeling in your mind probably that you blame your teammates for even being in this situation. Of course, it would be, it's hard to rank it in the top 10 already without seeing the other clips, but of course.
Yeah, we got plenty more coming. We just throw it in there. If you're gonna put it in there, we'll just, throw it 5,
okay.
And then we'll shuffle it around.
In the past, and this might be another one. Keto and Lithium running in, but somehow Twist with a quad kill, and it's all on that man Searson. First shot lands.
Talk to me, baby.
It wasn't a charity event. I don't. This game is the borders, man. It's not top. It's not.
We've rectified what was a little power outage in the neighborhood. It's them damn squirrels, man, chewing on the wires. But all that matters is we're back. We've got, of course, Mouse and Ents on Nuke. Players ready to pop off. Crowd getting back in. It was just a little break. Everybody caught their breath because of how invigorating Ancient was, Launders. We had to give him a chance to chill.
It is Ents with a very good start to the second map, which is really important for them, of course, after dropping Ancient so convincingly. And I think we've seen some of these attacks have been very solid, well thought out, very thorough, and I think very tricky. I think that's the big one. Not really executing, not really doing anything committal out of spawn, but making it seem like you're going to do something. And I think that's been catching Mouse off guard. Now, Mouse has slightly recovered I think we are 4-1 or 5-2. How's your memory?
I think it was 2-1. I'm wrong. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Well then. Into the rush.
It's the first half.
Oh.
Oh.
Very snappy-esque. How long do you think he's been waiting to hold the W?
Yeah. All that just to get stopped by a Molotov.
Yeah, yeah. I like the attempt, but it actually does end up costing Madden and Diha a good amount of HP. So, considering they net nothing from that rush, other than getting the Molotovs out of Maus early, we'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Health advantage for Maus. Ents cover Hut with a molly of their own, making sure no CT can flank.
There was a decently heavy commitment there, but they do have enough utility to go again. Maybe they were prepared for the cancel. I wouldn't be surprised if Snappy went that far, but the damage cannot be taken back. And Diha and Madden opping.
That's odd. But the Bogdan's Law. Exertion. Gonna press in. Dexter set on fire. Falls back. One does make it down vent, but there's a multitude of players. Torzy, nice shot up close. Oh man, that's a dangerous game. Whoa, okay. Nearly manages to flick his wrist back around upside down and find Snappy in lobby, but he didn't get the shot off. And now, all of a sudden, these ramp CTs could be compromised. Valda's gonna come around that corner. He just gets caught by Frozen. So sure enough, we've got it down to just Snappy, and he reveals himself. Takes a little bit of damage into Frozen, but there's no follow through here. It is Maus to hold off on the B site. They get down vent sure enough, but nothing really comes of it for Ents.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice round overall, because normally you lose vent control, you lose ramp, and they didn't take outside of CTs, so it's kind of hard to get downstairs, but they managed to get into really good spots just in time.
Oh, little red ledge.
Yeah, so smoke doesn't go right into decon. Doesn't really make a difference. Actually helps the T's get out, and they still hit them on the cross. So, yeah, nice second round here from Maus. Another potentially fast one. That round was tricky because they didn't have a squeaky smoke, and they still ran vents.
Valda's out all the way already. Exertion clean as hell. Madden's got one, and that's where he's going to get dropped. Back in from Diha. Low HP up in heaven. Opera's trying to press through. Smoke off of the flash, and now all CTs just running at him, gunning him down.
Dude.
They want nothing but their destruction. And Mouse Sports looking ferocious off the pause.
And very impressive stuff. Maus with these holds. Exertion, one hell of a job as an anchor from back sight. Getting the second trade I thought was pretty phenomenal. Of course, he has some support up top. 2 rotators in heaven to make sure that there's no problem if a trade does come down. And way too much pressure on the final T, who's stuck here in Tetris as they start to swarm him. That round is all about exertion. So that's the round that Snappy wanted to try to call before.
Right.
And I think because they didn't see anybody actually get out onto the site the first time around, I thought we could just try it again. But Maus seemed to be just adequately prepared for that round eventually.
And I think, you know, if you're going into a best of 3 of this importance versus the likes of Ents on Nuke, you should be ready with protocols to hold off on those A rushes, right? Snappy's bread and butter. So
Greyhound had one of the best upper execs at the tournament.
Really?
Yeah. It was, they didn't really have the rest of the map figured out that well, but their upper execs.
Sure, that one floor just locked off.
It's an important thing to be able to do properly. And Ents is usually are very hard to stop, so.
Shame about that second bomb site.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, suddenly, the economic buffer on the line here. Ents double tech 9, but it's going to be pressure towards vent. Valda gets downstairs. They're going to know about it.
Eventually, these drops are going to cost Maus. They're letting them go with so much HP. 2 tech 9s on the cross outside. Oh, actually, one of them here in Squeaky. Oh my God, 2 insane kills here from Madden.
Little tech 9, blast back down.
Now we're playing football.
Frozen, he's gonna see that, but he's not gonna pull the trigger just yet. Hoping more players walk through, but then he gets spotted from the window. Now he still knows what's up. And Torzy and JDC connect with 2 kills, so the T's could turn back.
What?
JDC just fighting. Must have just caught Diha towards the windows. Snappy Slides back in. JDC's fallen entirely silent, and it's Snappy and Sunpias shoulder to shoulder to try and push up over the control panel. But that actually draws JDC in. He doesn't expect both to be in there. So I think Ents making the best of a bad situation. Frozen down to 1/5 his HP. Sunpias pushes it into the 1v1 and has time to go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, he's waiting inside of control, and Torzy will see if some noise takes effect here. There was an interview that talked from James to Sunpias asking him what it's going to be like going up against Torzy. He felt like this was going to be more of a team game and that it was going to be a head-to-head between these two players, which definitely makes sense. But right now, it is a battle of their brain power, and Torzy will have a difficult task trying to find Sunpias. No smoke on him to elicit a peek, but a kit to speed up the defuse if it comes to it.
Op versus AK. Couple of flashes.
Oh, he's thinking way too deep about this, waiting for some very big rotation from Sunpias. It's a standard play for the moment.
Halfway point.
And that's all Sunpias needs to do.
Sits tucked. Torzy starts to walk in. We don't know how close Sunpias is.
Jesus.
And Sunpias wastes no time. Swings it for the fences and just rocks Torzy with that peek.
Yeah, that's well done.
Well played.
That is one of the most fun mind games you can have on this map. It was really smart for Sunpias to go as quickly as he could into control and not wait for the duel in the lower site. Because once you plant back site, you don't have any options to leave on either side, and he didn't have the utility as well. So avoided the problem entirely. And I would say Ents in this round, it looked like another position where they get good spots, really tricky, and yet Mouse's rotations have been so amazing that they've still gotten themselves back into the rounds. JDC particularly off the ramp, and Sunpias continues to build momentum. Oh, he's not ready for this at all, man. Dexter,
yeah,
a little unaware in this spot. Not too much behind this buy, however, for Mouse.
Squeaky door, the success story of Ents. Exertion about to be swarmed. Ooh, spotted, and because of that pressure, just works inwards. He was dead because the heaven push is coming out. Hut's occupied, Mini's pressuring him. Yeah, poor Exertion never stood a chance. Ents, round 7 queued up in what is the first 10 of this T-side. Honestly, kind of, you know, shades of Mouse on Ancient here from Ents' offense within their map pick.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's a very high-level game, I would say. Mouse having to work very hard for the CT rounds, but Ents' T-side, I think versus even a slightly worse team right now, would just be undefeated and 10-0 after this round. They have played very, very well and only narrowly lost on the rounds that they kind of failed to complete their attacks. These two teams might create a very interesting matchup, both great T-sides. Looking forward to see how the second half plays out, but so far I think Ents, they've done what they feel like they need to feel good about Nuke.
Sunpias catching Torzy. Poor Dexter in the open there. Valda just finds it, and yeah, look how dead this guy was. Exertion, no chance, my friend. So JDC's 1 M4. Could be the hero moment. Honestly, good series thus far. Lights out on Ancient. See if he can take up the monumental task. But right now he's down on that B-bomb site. Pistols pressing into Hut. And honestly, there's nobody here watching lobby flank from Ents. So if Mavs just throw caution to the wind and had followed through, then they could have found him. But it looks like they play stagnant inside the A site. For that reason, Ents will have a field day down ramp. B becomes the intended target. Little heaven wrap as well. Layers for the T's. And nothing for the defense. Valda's up through heaven. I mean, they're just still sitting and waiting and expecting it to come in from lobby. Not the case. JDC's M4 has been found, and with the death of Diha, it's at least a cost to Ents' 8th win.
Imagine this game goes Stomp versus Stomp into Mirage. Oof.
I'm down.
Yeah. Yeah, Ents It's just going to be a great map for both sides. Ents were definitely one of the best Mirage teams earlier this year in the world. They had Spinks, who was obviously incredible on the map, but Deha was actually their best player. Just one of the best Mirage players in the world for sure.
Mao's no slouches on it. Could have justifiably have been their map pick, in fact. But they throw the curveball, grab Ancient, show us great preparation. And we kind of play the series in reverse as far as the veto's concerned. It's not too late to recover some CT rounds.
It's hard to actually see what Mouse could be doing better here to secure more CT rounds, especially versus the default side. I say Ents are working the map very well. We haven't seen them start secret on some of these CT rounds, which could help. It's just that Ents are not like copying and pasting the same thing every time. I think for sure they need to make sure the vent drop can't happen at the beginning of the round, because that has been an enormous gap. It looks like that. They go for a deep Molotov into a smoke, and Exertion eats a flash. Oh, he turns back around and gets that.
Sunpius, though, right through the doorway, not alone either. It's going to have to be Dexter from backside. He's not the front line, but the second piece in from the D. And Dexter, well, it's a one and done, much like Exertion. Leaves us 3 versus 3. Luckily, all of Mao's equipped. Deha silently sliding down beneath the Heaven player. He has the choice to go around. Torzi wary. Oh, sees it. A warning shot over the bow. Just tries to curb stomp him back downstairs. Keep the goblins at bay.
Oh, his gun might be sticking out, yeah.
Yeah, that shot warns him as well. So, Opera's puffing their chest.
Oh, Torzi's, wait, how did that happen?
Scoped in, standing in the open, just deleted and leaves it on Frozen and JDC. We know that JDC has already been spotted, is just relegated down into the vents. Difficult position to get out and to help. And Deha's maybe even going to come around and flank him. Sure enough, JDC looking up top. Mac 10 slays him. With that, they're still going to plant up top on A. And Frozen, well, he's been found out. So feels as though too much of an impossible job to press in from Heaven, and Ents really nicely done there from Deha.
Man.
Once he got, kind of turned back around from Torzi, he still finds a way to get a kill.
Yeah, and just they did this 4v5, right? They lost their first duel to the Squeaky player in front of where Exertion was, kind of trading places with Dexter on this round, and I think that was already pretty incredible. And Ents, they just are doing such a good job of working the map so thoroughly that, like, they have the Rampler coming in as they're execing. They don't commit out with 5. They have lots of support. They have layers here, and I'm really finding a hard time trying to discern, what Mouse are actually doing incorrectly, what they could actually do a bit better. So this is a very impressive attack that's coming on round after round, and it's just so multifaceted and layered that it's honestly just so impressive, honestly. Really well-called game here for Ents. There are, of course, a couple of gaps in awareness between individuals in a few of these spots, but like Deha has the ramp lurker. How did he even get there to the back event that quickly? I'm not surprised JDC gets caught off guard.
Ents coming at it fast. Oh, Exertion will not find a second. Ents could still slide through here. MP9, all that's meant to hold it back. Oh, Dexter, double kill inside of the hut. Man advantage here for Mouse. They survive a fast onslaught again, or at least the first wave.
That bomb is recoverable inside of the smoke. Frozen doesn't spam it. They'll have to let this go up. The CTs have to actually move now. I mean, they were just spotted upstairs, and the rotation is going outside. Wow. All right. So Ents willing to work here. Of course, they maybe don't know that both CTs were here in this position. Some of the CTs might be uncomfortable with the lack of control, but look who is watching for the outside lurk. Torzi could win this round for sure. Oh, but he's turning around. And this is the whole point of outside late, is that it's less likely that teams go outside late because you can't plant a bomb here. It's kind of the middle, so to speak, and very good place to mid-round in a lot of situations. Now, on the cross.
No.
Oh, no.
Towards ramp.
Yeah, he's watching ramp. There's just too many spots that need to be covered.
Well, Torzi's intuition was right.
This is nice. So Madden has one molly that he can use for ramp to plant a bomb if they want to do that. They could potentially go back upstairs. I don't think they will in this spot.
Yeah, this close to the B site. It's just a matter of getting beyond Torzi's scope. And, oh, missed shot. I mean, that's a sitter. Second chance, doesn't find that one either. Bomb plant from Sunpius down on Astralis. And now it feels like Torzi's gonna have to wait for Frozen to try and set him up. Give him a chance, but Sunpius, he attempts to press in through that smoke and it leaves Madden into the clutch. Towards the doors, he gets the first, dives in, he's got the cover and a hole to work with, but that gets turned upside down. Torzi cranks out 2 kills, and we've got Maus attempting to bring back this CT side.
That looked like a great opportunity by Madden. I respect peeking back into the hole in the door, and Torzi was actually probably a decently hard shot for him. Sunpius tries to lurk because they actually get worried. Now, I think in the 2v2, what they did that was weird, in my opinion, was Madden has the molly. I always get itchy after I die, too. I thought he could have gone control with his, gone control side, broke the glass, mollied one side of the ramp, and then tried to get the bomb into the site that way. And instead, they just crossed, and luckily Torzi missed, and that's why the bomb went down in the first place. But if they had control side in the post plant, they have a much better post plant in general. Instead, Sunpius feels like he needs to push up to ramp, and then he ends up dying. But Ents, they give it their best shot after failing to take upper.
Mini drop.
And now lose another.
Sunpius trades back. Frozen, gonna get himself a second here in round 14. Maus fighting for the scraps of this CT half. And Madden wants to redeem himself. Got to wash off the bad clutch and exertion. Well, he flanks Sunpius in the meanwhile, so yes, Madden will get his. Valda does the same downstairs, but now it's about getting these last 2 pieces of Ents together. And Madden wary of course, that flank. Dexter duels downstairs. Valda evaporated. Nice patience from Madden. I love that. Just sits in CT spawn and forces Dexter into the clutch. We've got both players with, of course, utility and information. Dexter, I mean, now this seems nigh impossible. The frag grenade doesn't finish him off, but it buys just enough time for Madden to get that plant in, and he'll lock in this round.
I love the open plant there.
Closes out the clutch, 1v2.
Keeps an eye on Vents, knows he's done a ton of damage already to the player down there. There's no way to get back upstairs. He's not going to go secret in this situation, so really smart move there. Really nice clutch here overall, and a 3K in total for Madden. Make up for narrowly missing that last round, and lots of damage done. Lots of players dead for Maus in these past couple.
So we thought a 10-5 T-side Ancient was impressive, but Ents gunning for an 11th here on map 2. JDC sick of waiting around. Cranks the dial, hits them in the lobby, and it's a 5 versus 3 for Maus with that first fight found. However, outside.
Yeah, sort of a weird change of, in terms of positional compensation. The T's getting into hell this early with a lurk lower. I think it's going to have the CTs guessing quite a bit. Now, Diha, how aware is he going to be? It's actually JDC that's the most aware.
Prepared, but unsuccessful in stopping Valda. 2 T's look to come and join Snappy. Seems like we've got a retake to close out the half. Gunning for 11, a 3 versus 5. Vent preoccupied. Snappy just denies Torzi any footing down here. And with that, we're into the even keel. Dexter, he's got a smoke ahead of him, 2 opponents on the other end. And then obviously a man behind the silo in Diha. They're still worried about the vents. This is delayed a good amount of time, so props to Snappy for slowing things down. But now with sound made, Maus gonna have to try and hit this site quick. Bomb beyond the halfway point, decon door swung open. Valda only 5 HP, and from 3v5 to only Frozen left over. Desperate to exit, but shut down. And Ents will get that 11th secured. A fantastic T-side to try and take this series back.
can maybe go and hold long instantly, Oleg.
I want to do Stout Hunter.
Under? Okay.
I haven't been there yet.
You can do it, you can do it, it's good. I will smoke the molly, man. Okay.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, gap, Aflac, gap.
It's about to go down, baby.
Aflac.
Stop that goat.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on Cricket.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
No more Needler, cause we stole it. It's the Fiedler. Worms control it. Locked and loaded, just pull it. Let us wriggle down.
To Mirage waits in the sidelines. Gotta say, fun match so far.
It has been great. That was, I'm going to say, T-side masterclass out of ends. That was beautiful to mirror what Maus did to them on Ancient. These two teams looking very even in that regard. I hope this one goes the distance.
Sunpayas, Dooley's already churning up kills. He's gonna get 2 over towards the ramp push. Nice tap from Frozen. He's got himself man advantage and exertion. Executes one outside. A pistol win here would be excellent for Maus' attempt at a comeback. And Maus, well, they win pistols. That's been the trend this event. Ents did get one back, of course,
Ents
to start their own T side.
Ents 2, very good pistol stats for Ents as well, yeah.
Well,
someone's got to lose, though.
Then there's a lot of parallels to be drawn here, right? Successful T side, successful pistol rounds.
Absolutely.
This is a really, really tight. Oh, very tight. Oh, what could have been from Valda isn't in the end, but for a second, everybody in this room just held their breath.
One word, okay? Just a word is in the phrase. Never pull out your knife to try to gain time.
Okay.
Almost never. Your pistol is 5 units of speed slower than a knife. And in that situation, if he didn't try to get to the bomb as fast as absolute possible here, he might be able to shoot back sooner. Woo! He was
right.
close.
He would have had, yeah, you're right. He would have had, yeah, the time is there to shoot at least one shot.
Yeah.
And considering it took 1 bullet for both of those other kills.
It's tempting, but
fair point.
You never know. Where there's 2 mice, there's 3.
Rats in the B site. MP9 Scout Desert Eagles. Hearts beating for Maus. Alive and well at the start of this T side. Sampaius, the warning shot that will turn the lobby player back. Diha, it's a deagle from downtown.
If Maus pull off this comeback and they do it on a T side, like talking about their stories at this Legend stage, I think there will just be an eruption of emotion. I mean, not only qualifying, but surviving 2-0, doing it on Nuke versus ENCE, who just took down Vitality yesterday. Third best of 3 to try to qualify. I think it'll be too much.
JDC, he'll have to work with the 30 health. Sampaius, another chance to deal damage, but okay, Dexter just comes over top, then jumps around on Snappy. That's not gonna make his job easier, but Diha's deagle will connect. Doors swung on the reload, and Torzy takes that Dexter energy and runs forward with the MAC-10. Shreds a couple CTs. MP9 still left in the mix. A fake plant elicits the peek from ENCE on ramp. Madden's been found out. Valda still unknown. He has to plant it now. And so there it goes. Valda should have been spotted from the vent, so Exertion's on high alert, and with 3 players surviving, that's the Rifles move forward, and only a 5-round lead.
Yeah, now they will have to work. Because like, we talk about how Maus are imbalanced in a weird, cool way, where their T sides are better and these are hard sides. Well, ENCE are super solid on CT. It's not really the same story for them, even though they also have great T sides. I think this one's just going to come down to like who's good today, right now, in the pressured situation. ENCE have made a top 8. Maus haven't made a top 8 in years. And we saw Maus falter a little bit yesterday versus Outsiders. Another close matchup. So this one goes beyond just the Counter-Strike, just the ideas and the strategies and stuff like that. I mean, all these teams are competent. This is about the circumstances.
No chance.
And this would be Sampaius' first top 8? No, not first top 8, surely.
At a major?
Yeah, at a major? Yeah, Movistar, no?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. It would be Valda's first top 8 at a major,
or Valda's
which
first
is that one that really kind of blows my mind.
I know. He's been around. Heroic, Copenhagen Wolves back with Glaive, Heroic, North, OG.
Yeah.
OG, and now, I mean,
yeah. Get a couple kills inside of lobby here, so ENCE can be happy that pistols prevail for at least what could be the freebie. But then Frozen comes to help out. Madden would love to hang on to that. He'll be given the chance. You know, and then we turn it to the other end, right? Maus, an entire team of players who have never made a major top 8. Not too surprising for the majority, except for Dexter. You know, he's been around for long enough. Madden, you got little to lose, and he does have the Kevlar. 2 kills into this, sees the head on Hut.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's making Maus nervous.
Ooh, we shouldn't have let that guy escape.
Molly lands on top of Bomb. That comes by way of allowing Exertion's escape, and Frozen seems to be everywhere all the time.
Frozen's been the best, man. He's been the best. Lots of
on his own wavelength in these rounds, and
yeah, Frozen's been an incredible player this event. He is definitely having a career high form at the moment. I mean, this year, I think, like with the team that he has with Maus, who can now be playoff bound consistently, top 7 in the world right now, and now potentially in top 8 at the major, you actually have a team that can allow Frozen to breach the top 15, top 10 of players in the world if things continue to go as well as they have been.
Yeah, give him the runway. He'll fly. Torzy down to 20. Not ideal. He loses Exertion up in front. If Frozen comes around the edge of Silo, Sampaius was ready for the follow-up. And Torzy was just a few feet further behind Exertion, so no op versus op fight towards ramp. Dexter presses in. Battle of the IGLs. JDC throws his name into the hat. And now Maus falls silent at the minute 15 mark. ENCE concede ramp room in its entirety. They're going to sit back sight on B and also towards Hell. You'd think this actually opens up something into A, assuming you can keep that Hell to Heaven player off rotation, but Sampaius, he's got that clean line of sight, and they're going to peek right into it. So Frozen gets chopped right down. No refrag though. Dexter, he's got the trade, and Madden inside of the hut. Nice wallbang damage. Keeps the T's dangerously low.
Wait a second. How many CTs are up here?
At least 2.
Okay, Snappy's the one downstairs. Ooh, Torzy swings around. Now Madden gets the much better spot here, yeah. They put themselves in a strange position where it feels like they might even want to save a Torzy. That was one of his only opportunities right there.
Pressure down onto the B site simultaneously. That is the bomb. He's going to try to work around. Ooh, Dexter was given a chance, but Snappy just so rambunctious back there that the M4 can finish off the damage that was needed. And this one's going to fizzle out for Mouse. There's no guarantee the op gets saved. Valda from a distance doesn't take the shot, but sees it.
Great round out of Sampayas there on outside. Eats a flash in the back of red, and then just carefully re-aggresses. And of course, you see the guy top silo, but he knows the first thing you do with the op is look up there so that you can try to assist in your own fallback. And that could have only resulted in an extra death. And it really comes down to Sampayas knowing where to disrespect utility. Because not all utility should be respected. Oh, and with that round, Torzy has the op, but that's it for Mouse. Just pistols outside of it.
Too fine a margin of error to lose rounds like this early. That's kind of how it feels. 4th of this half added to Entz's tally. It's going to need Torzy's God mode. And it makes you wonder if you should just play this round to save the op again. Won't be easy to buy it if and when Maus lose round 20. With no utility, they will work their way towards ramp room. What awaits them? Well, Snappy. Pressed in close next to the boxes. Sampayas on rotation, drops the incendiary at the right moment. And these pistols are just going to be fed straight into the AK. Sampayas, even off utility, drops that off. Again, it would be critical to be saved in the next one, but Snappy's going to keep applying pressure. Madden's got them all locked in, and this one goes down nice and smooth. Ents to 13-7.
The one thing I noticed about Sampayas, even when he's playing on Movie Stars, which I think that'll change now a little bit, is he didn't make too many committal rotations on the team. Very good on almost all fronts and staying alive and hitting a lot of hard shots and everything like that, but kind of played it safe, I would say. But we've already seen right now like a really good aggressive version of him outside, that rotation onto the floor upstairs, which some people don't view that as a commitment, but it very much is, because once you are out of heaven or not outside, well, now you lose ramp, you lose the ability to go secret really easily. So it's a spot where if you find your op there, like, you know, you find your op upstairs holding the upper side, you're very sure that it's going to, the round is almost certainly going to end there. So the idea is coming through for Sampayas. Another great game from him. And Torzy, no op now, and just a Tech 9.
Here we go. Relegated to the sidearm. With no offense, can't say that Torzy's, you know, op dominance has been the key to Maus's success on Ancient or the 7 rounds they've picked up here. Sampayas has definitely tilted that scale into his and Entz's favor.
Yeah, he didn't take over the game last series. He's kind of struggling to take over the game this time around too. It's true.
Snappy. Ooh, barrel scene. Sampayas.
It's like weird info right there. Can't actually attack anybody.
Nice push though, Ents into the squeaky room. 2, and Snappy bests Dexter easily over towards ramp. Exertion, not able to finish off Sampayas. It's half his health gone, scoped up towards the heavens. That's where Frozen comes in. But we've got Madden, who's been magical on some of these A holds, sliding away from Mini just the same way Maus do. They walk back. There's a push, there's a push, yep. A CT push through lobby. Valda, yeah, starts to strike them down. You could say Torzy's lucky to be alive, but you know Maus feeling trapped at the moment. Stuck in this one, and yet still they bounce back.
Wait,
Frozen
how?
catches Madden over on the side of Garage, and then they just clear Valda off the flank.
How did JDC get that kill? Am I crazy? Am I
must have been up on the roof.
Yeah, I guess I thought there was no one on silo, but now there's 2 CTs waiting upper, and the attack is coming to upper. The bomb gets dropped.
14 seconds. Enough of what's happened. It's about what can still go down. Snappy catches another in the sight, but Frozen will get that last one.
Wow.
And I mean, it felt like Maus were stuck in the glue trap.
Yeah, I think I missed something about where someone was standing because it looked like Valda on this flank. There was no easy way to kill him when Frozen dropped off a silo because they were stuck behind the boxes outside, but they somehow managed to take out this kind of pincer maneuver. Oh, JDC's on. He went T-roof. I see. Okay.
He was with Dexter towards ramp.
Right,
Must have fallen back into lobby after the flank went down and
saves
went up
it
top.
right there. Yeah, because Valda gets some damage off, and then the information gets corroborated, and that's all JDC needs to know. He comes to help his friends.
That's a round where I look at the setups, I look at the situations, and I'm just shocked that Ents don't end up getting that 14.
100%, yeah.
So a little lifeline here for Maus. They grab their 8th.
Yeah.
They buy up healthily, and they push Ents into a similar spot where it's all on the line now. So, you know, if Maus had a little fight left in them, felt like it could have just ended right then, right now. But let's see it. Make the most of what you're given. Locked into the secret stairs already.
I love starting secret. Just solve so many problems right away. Any kind of fakes that can come through. If you see no one's outside, you can kind of rotate back upper. And they don't molly his position, so he's not going to smoke actually, which is kind of interesting. Hard angle here.
Exertion. Blindsided by that one. Hell, Frozen was almost the second casualty.
They let him go.
It's the 3rd Molotov they've now thrown at him. And it'll get him to scuttle back downstairs. Dexter at the front of the hit. We've got already Sunpius pushed into the trophy room. Dexter's first point of contact would technically be Vent. Or, no, excuse me, Madden in the rafters. Chops down 2. Easy does it. JDC emerges in from Hut, and there's a little chance left on this one. 2 versus 5 into the 2 versus 3. JDC puts down smoke and catches Snappy up above. He's barely alive on 15 health. They don't know where D-Hut and Sunpius could be coming in from. They're worried about that Heaven play. Remember, Sunpius on the flank, and D-Hut comes up. Was last spotted over towards Secret once upon a time. How can Sunpius get forward with the off? It's point blank! And he gets the headshot to Frozen. JDC, oh, it's clean! And now it just needs to be D-Ha. Another chance as he takes that right side peek. He goes around, and D-Ha's gonna close it out, denying Maus what would have been a phenomenal 2 versus 5.
Oh, man. He tore through that sight like a train on fresh rails. That was unbelievable rifling from JDC, and he's done some incredible things in these past few days. You know, he's doing what we saw Exertion do in the Academy League, who was stealing a lot of the shine. Funny, pretty similar roster, higher stakes, and JDC has been stealing the show. Such a great attempt from him, and this round is over without JDC at all up until this point. 3K entry again. A wonderful try, but ends now. 14 rounds, 14 to the 8 of Maus, and Maus back on pistols. Gonna have to bring a lot of ingenuity to this buy. Heavily stocked on utility. But that opportunity to kind of make it 9-13 feels way different to 14-8 and a save. Unlike on Ancient though, it doesn't simply feel like it's over. When it got to 14-4, there we go.
It's hard to perform under pressure.
It is, it is. And not for me, but I know, I've heard about it.
JDC, back at it, huh? Wow, Mac 10 running through. Madden stuck behind Vent. Nice. He survives that one. They're just so blind. Dexter comes through with 2 deagles. And all of a sudden, again, all of these rounds have always just been like Mao's by the skin of their teeth. They got out of trouble outside 2 rounds ago. They tried to puncture through in a 2 versus 5, and now with so little to work with, they attempt to smash their way into this A site. But it's Valda who lends a helping hand to Madden. We get Frozen sliding around with the Galil. It's the lesser rifle, but he himself is excellent with them, and he's reading this. Valda tries to back up, only 25 health, and Frozen barely misses that timing.
Jesus, he was just trying to get around to Heaven, and they've lost track of Frozen.
But that timing, right, for Valda to have to silently go all the way to Heaven could allow for Frozen, could allow for him to come out from Hut. But as he takes a pause, it then just allows Valda and Snappy to really join forces inside this site.
This is a damning mid-round because Frozen has already thought there's no way he missed that timing. I mean, yeah, the Galil, I think, makes a difference here as well. No one's getting 1 bullet in this position. Ents have the perfect 2-on-1 setup. So Frozen's got his work cut out for him. Sliver of an angle here on the cross, and it looks like that'll be good enough from Snappy.
15 Ents.
Yeah, and also quick shout out to Madden. He has been doing the dirty work for Snappy for the better part of a year. And he's not got all the best roles ever, but seriously, in terms of his mechanical ability, when you compare him to some other support players, he does the most. And he had fantastic rounds all half long.
It's pretty essential as well in that vitality grind yesterday. Again, right, just one of those people who, when he's in his comfort zone, which seems to be this A site on Nuke, it's either with him that they win. You know, it's the all-in moments from Madden. Final timeout called from Ents. Gonna let this one stew. And Mao's, well, busted economically. Gonna limp in with some utilities and upgraded pistols. It's all they'll have left to try and bring back Nuke. Up next, we have Mirage. You know, Mao's have had what looked like these little bursts of luck, I will say, getting away from what was that flank outside 3 rounds ago. You know, the door has been left ajar. Still not enough to topple Ents' defense. Excellent T-sides out of each team on their map picks. Ents simply not prepared to lose this one. Not ready to go home. Nice, Sunpius times it. And over towards ramp, the pistols try to press in, but the gun's keeping that maximum distance. Each of these rifle duels, it's as far away as possible. And somehow Dexter's Deagle, it just hits that other level when push comes to shove. As you would expect, Ents, 11 terrorist round wins, simply too many for Mao's to overcome. And even despite them picking up the pistol win, picking up a couple others, they'll fall here to the hands of Snappy, out-calling and outclassing the likes of Mao's on Nuke. But this one moves to Mirage, and get ready, because I think it's there that with these 10 players, the gloves come off.
I would say the 3 ones I just idolized when I was a bit younger. They were Device, Falun, and Guardian. I was watching them and I was learning a lot from Falun and from Guardian, how to play more passive and all.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, gap, Aflac, gap. It's about to go down, baby. Aflac. Up that goat.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Aflac. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social.
Io delle donne non mi fido, il corteggiamento.
Oh, yes, please.
And when the sun comes up and I close my eyes, I try to find the face I saw the other night. And even though I might be dreaming, no, I just can't shake the feeling like nothing else, no, nothing else is real.
No one tells stories better than Audible. It's the home of storytelling, where you can find the biggest celebrities like you've never heard them before. Original thrillers that break new ground in audio entertainment, and mysteries that'll keep you guessing and coming back for more. It's everything you love, from inspiring motivation and comedy to riveting true crime and memoirs. And that's just the beginning. Audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. That's Audible, the home of storytelling.
DashPass for Students gives you DoorDash with $0 delivery fees for just $4.99 a month. Perfect for when your couch just won't let you leave the house.
Oh. Yay. Okay. Here we go. There you are. Are you hungry? Oh, dude, I am starving.
DashPass for Students. Just $4.99 a month. So worth it.
Some rice noodles, a little broccoli. Well, Thai.
Bring Nuke into the mix and also bring us to one map apiece with a pretty convincing 16-8 scoreline. That does leave us on the doorsteps of Mirage as the third and final decider, deciding who will be making it through to that coveted playoff stage. But before we do that, we've got to dissect exactly what we just witnessed on that map of Nuke. And Mahone, obviously Maus, starting off on their less favored, I guess less strong CT side coming onto this map. What were the issues off the bat for you?
I think they just weren't able to kind of handle what Ents were throwing at them. Well, one thing we saw right away from the start was just those secret walkdowns with the smokes, and they kind of just played with the rotations. Valde did a great job some rounds going down the vents and sometimes finding his way through ramp to find a rotation. It just made it very difficult for Maus to really have a understanding of where the hit was coming, and by the time they did, they were not really in the greatest positions to do so.
Yeah, it wasn't really the most solid, stable force for Maus on that.
Yeah, when you combine the thing that we mentioned about the Maus CT side before the game and the fact that the versatile T side of Maus of Ents now that we just saw in the previous map was like kind of two things combined, we got the result that we got. It was just a copy paste from the first map, like really solid T sides, double-digit halves, and after that you just really have to close it out like they did. It was a pretty easy and convincing.
Let's bring up one of those kind of versatile moments that impressed you from the side event. So we're throwing it back to round number 5 in the first half.
Yes, this is definitely something that I wanted to point out. This is super common, mostly like executed by many teams, but very effective round where you go early on and you just pressure vent, you just force some counter utility and maybe a rotation or two, and then you hit the timing before 120 or 125. Usually you want to hit that timing with the smokes outside, with any kind of wall that you like. You can see the normal diagonal wall that we called the Australia smoke back in the day, but you want to hit before 120 because in case they show up the op in the secret, you can go back and go ladder base or main. They didn't do it, obviously. You see the boost just clearing out some angles. As soon as they got the first kill, they pounced into the site. Usually you would have a smoke and a molly on ramp side, but they didn't have to do it because they got a opening kill on the behind the silo. As we can see, somebody dropped from the Maus lineup. Usually most common tactic that would work against most of the teams if you have the proper defense facing you.
This is a great example as well, because like if you're Maus and you're looking back at these demos from Ents against their match against Vitality, you'd be thinking maybe this is some sort of upper hit or maybe a door walkout, maybe even a vent drop. But then the fact that they all walk outside just like that, you can see that Snappy, he's not really in the best spot to handle it. He has nobody covering from that ramp position, doesn't have anybody towards that vent area either. So it's just, what do you do if you're Snappy in that position?
One thing that we didn't like kind of saw in that little clip that we just watched, it's just once they started crossing outside, one of of the inner guys was just blocking the vents and blocking the rotation from the upper side into the vents. That's very important. Obviously, you don't want to be spotted early on and throw some counter utility. And because they didn't have a utility in secret, because they had to use it early indoor, because there was a vent pressure coming in very early on.
You mentioned Valde's name, Mahone, coming into this one. You know, he was quite silent on that first map of Ancient. Completely different story on this ground of Nuke, though.
Yeah, completely different story for Valde. You know, he's normally the lobby player, and he's kind of the player that you kind of count on to maybe do some of those vent drops, cut off the rotations, listen to hear for information towards upper, and to also try to punish anybody who tries to push through the door. There are a couple of rounds where, you know, Ents, they take outside, and then the CTs are trying to react. They're trying to get lobby control. They're trying to find some sort of way back into the round. And here, this is the round where he actually went all the way back around ramp towards heaven. So Valde, he did a really good job in this game.
Now the thing is, like, when you look at these rounds, like, I'm really happy to see that they went ladder base as well. Many teams, they don't do that. You know, they don't go ladder base. They just go upper, ramp, or secret. You know, if you do, even in the eco rounds, if you do it like it, they're gonna make them aware of that situation, and they're gonna force the different rotations than they usually would, and different adjustments simply because you just went there a couple of times, even in the anti-eco round. So overall, really good performance on the T side and the calling from N side.
And then we come on to that second half, and for Maus, you know, win the pistol, convert the following two, and then maybe, you know, I was perhaps gaslighted from some heroics by JDC in a couple of those rounds. I was thinking maybe have Maus have a foot in the door. No, turns out they just didn't.
Oh, hell no. They had no chance. I think it looks like Ents was like sleeping in that first map, and they just woke up after that little break and power outage. They just woke up, just got a little bit electricity, just jolted, you know. And they played well. They played well, and we get to play the Mirage right now. I think both teams are happy with this one. It's an even playground. We know that Ents has a unique style, playing it very loose, very reactive Counter-Strike. On the other side, we have Maus with a bad CT side, but a very overall a good T side with a lot of like mixed strats, like defaults and executes at the same time. So we are in for a good one.
Yeah, and important to note, Maus will be starting on the T side coming into this. How does that kind of weigh up your expectations at Mahone?
Yeah, I actually thought Maus would pick Mirage coming into this veto, and the fact that they're getting it as a third and they're going to start on T side, I feel like they must have a pretty good plan. But as Kassad mentioned, you know, a mix of variations between defaults and some set executes. I feel like Maus, they're in the driver's seat for this T side. It's just how are they going to handle the CT side? Yeah,
that is definitely the question on everybody's lips. Just looking back at the last time these two teams played, obviously Mirage was the second map. It was going out 2-0 in the favor of Maus. But again, I think you're totally right. This is going to be an incredibly close one. Last time around, 16-13. Very two, you know, very strong teams coming into this round.
Sunpias is settled in right now. He showed up on the second map as well. We forget the Ancient that he was like completely, you know, out of it. Right now, he's starting on CT, which is his favorite side. The most impact he has on the CT side. Things are looking good for Ents right now. They just need to, you know, stay in the game, stay focused like they did in the second half. I'm sure they have a game plan for this one because they obviously expected this to be at least first or the third map in this best of three.
I think one of the win conditions for Ents here on the CT side especially is to try to get Sunpias involved, maybe get some picks towards that middle position, find ways to make it 5v4, because if they lose that opening pick, Maus, as soon as they get that map control, it's going to be so easy for them to just either overwhelm one side or to just find a way to kind of disrupt the rotations and find a way to kind of split onto a bomb site.
There's also one little aspect that we need to mention is like Mousesports, super young team, never been in the station. 2-2 on the major, 1-1 in the maps. If you win this map, you go to the big arena. If you lose, you go home. These guys, they're super young. They're going to be there no matter what. Maybe not this major, but they're going to be there in the next one or the next one after that. But right now, that's a lot of pressure for young guys like that. On the other side, we have Snappy, super experienced IGL. That's why I'm leaning a little bit still towards the Ents right now.
Well, you know what can form under pressure, Kassad?
No.
Diamonds.
Oh.
That's exactly what we make. No diamond pick'ems, I don't think, across the board for any of the talent in the equation, but maybe going to be gold going forward for one of these two teams. Of course, so much exponential pressure heading into the third and final deciding map. It's going to be Mirage, a pretty even ground across both sides of things. We're going to see who closes it out.
is Reggie Bush, dressed up as a Wendy's biggie bag.
Nuggets! There it is! Drinks! No, not the drinks, man.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $5 biggie bag.
We got this.
I could not even grab any of the players to talk to them. It is tense here right now. One map, and it'll decide who will go to the major playoffs, MOUZ or ENCE. They played Mirage before, back at EPL, but that was just when this ENCE roster was only just coming together. It's all on the line. There's a lot of pressure for both these sides, but it's all about to begin now. So let's get into it. Over to you, Scotty and Launders.
Yeah, thank you, James. Unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end. And I'm talking about one of the runs between these teams and also this head-to-head series. Phenomenal T-sides to start Ancient and Nuke, each team picking up their map choice and leading us to Mirage. What could have and always should have been a part of this veto and a part of this series is where this party comes to an end. Somebody moves on, and somebody goes home with a broken heart.
Absolutely. Yeah, couldn't be more tense. Saw players walking to the bathroom, kind of emphatically going over what they need to focus on. Dihal, they need to focus on him. He's fragging, but look at everybody swarming now in the B apartment, CTs and Ts alike.
Frozen, ready to reclaim this, a freebie given by Sunpius. And Torzy has gotten all the way up and around through that A site, so there are still individual duels to be done. It's Frozen versus Snappy, point blank, and Snappy comes out on top. He takes the place of Diha, pushes inwards, and now Torzy is going to have to come out from the market and find both individual duels. But Madden gets the better.
Wow.
The USPs reign supreme. Diha primed it. And of course, Madden and Snappy going to close in with what is Entz's pistol win.
So 2 places in which Entz struggle a bit on Mirage are their pistols, number 1, and their T-sides a little bit. Shooting at about 45%. Mauser at about 55% for each. Lots of maps played for these teams on the map. Of course, a win for Maus with just a few rounds margin previously versus Entz. This could go any direction. I feel like it goes 30 rounds. I think both teams know that that's a threat for sure.
Dexter gets burnt to a crisp, and Sunbias just churns him up inside that palace. 3 kills to the MP9, USP to finish. That right there is an op.
Yeah, that's true. He jumps right into it versus the buy for Maus, and this is where the emotions are going to fly. Both these teams could have potentially ended it in 2. You know, there was a real world where I think that was the case, and that's what makes this head-to-head so special. Strong maps to go for both sides. A bit stompier in both first maps than I think you could have anticipated reasonably. But the perfect 3rd map battleground to end things.
Diva's got a gap on this window. Exertion will be left behind those boxes. Snappy, nade out, JDC closes in. It's a 5 versus 4 with the first gun round from Maus, and that bomb's gonna trail in behind it. Valda already tagged down to 70. Diha's looking to lend a helping hand. He manages to skirt over towards the bench, and now Valda, he's gonna pop up, and they're not even looking. Never saw that coming. Nade goes deep, and the man advantage evaporates.
That's a tricky re-aggression because they now have 2 more CTs here, so they know that mid is going to be weaker, and the A side maximum has 2, but that's just enough to staff the site efficiently. Sitting inside of Sandwich is not the best place in the world for Madden. Can't really, I think, change for A ramp control. So connector on the attack for Maus could be a great way to loosen up the defense. But look, the guy who made all the money on his op.
Unscoped.
Yeah, because he doesn't have anybody watching A ramp for him. So he's taking a risk every time he goes up top, but he's willing to take that risk.
It's an opening, and Sunbias skewers Frozen and Torzy. However, Exertion can still slip in here. Turns it back towards jungle. Nice move, Diha. Yeah, he waits that extra second, slides back out, pushes this onto the shoulders of Dexter. 15 seconds, runs across jungle, has enough health to do this. CTs could stack up, and it's damage in. He's got a little bit of cover, makes it over towards default, and what if Dexter stands tall this early in the map? Oh, more done. Catches one in the open, and Dexter, one shot would do it. Sunbias, however, finds him, and that's 3 from Sunbias.
Wow, he was so close. Dexter comes into that angle, understands how Sunbias needs to re-aggress, has angle dominance, and nearly gets the bullet off. It's so close. But Sunbias, what a round. I mean, the collateral on top of willing to take the risk. And that was the big one. And
Look at that.
He noticed what Maus would want to do. And there was some stutter stepping up in the halls from Maus on the B side after getting Snappy down early. Snappy was probably pretty frustrated about dying in that fashion. Nearly got his smoke off and maintained an important part of the map. But the rotations around him were so solid. It felt like there were 6 players that round. And now Ents have 3.
Maus have none. But guns still in this one. You know, nobody's signing Dexter for his fragging ability. That's just the reality of the situation. Leaving him in a clutch like that, if he could get that on the board early on, fire up some of these members of Maus. You see what the clutch does to the likes of Snappy.
You know, that is kind of an interesting conversation because on the world stage, yes. But when he was in Australia, his stats were the best in the whole region. I mean, he really was a strong fragger, but translating that into Europe, I mean, the step up in competition kind of exposed his weaknesses. But as a caller, of course, that was his other added value. And I thought you would get the 2 for 1. And right now, in terms of calling, has been doing a great job. But he will be liable for a great highlight every once in a while. And that round was a very close example of that.
You know, I think put him in a clutch. It's doable. Give him a deagle. He can surprise you. He can make you know, something from nothing on those sorts of rounds.
I think.
And now Valda, he's going to be pressured. Oh, keeps it clean against Exertion. However, missed shot. Sampaio pinned against Ticket. Valda, he'll catch JDC, who just gets burned out by Madden. Blinded, I believe, as he ran in. However, Torzy still little bits of recovery here for the Mouse camp. Trying to press in, pressuring Valda. Bomb hits the ground, and so will Valda right thereafter. Dexter loses possession, and while Frozen's inside default, he's already been surrounded. Chip down to 22. Wow. He'll take Diha with him, but the individuals here from ENCE are sharp.
Dude, the sheer amount of ADR. I mean, it's like a device type player where it's like, you know, I don't remember a Valda flick, but almost all those kills, it's like first bullet accuracy. It's right on the nose. They don't stand a chance. No wasted space on the swings. And even when he dies, he gets off like 40, 50 damage. So pretty unreal here. Start here for Valda. It's going to feel good every time they beat Mouse Sports on one of their T rounds. You know, this is where you can really see Mouse take advantage of a T side and 10-5, 11-4. They're very strong on it. You can already see it's just so tense in the building right now between these two teams. Working a little bit harder than they would have liked to secure a spot in top 8. Seeing Vitality behind them by the hands of ENCE. We're not even looking at the potential for a top 8, but an even deeper run without FaZe, Vitality.
Right? We say the door is open because of those shortcomings. Well, maybe ENCE can slide through. JDC inspired. Hits the ground of the B site. Tech9 to the head of Valda. Big scalp to take. The little bit of Dexter that was left is dead. We've got bodies stacked up inside the market. Madden exits quickly. And check out Mouse. They are stuck, but still fighting, trying. Sampaio Diha back in with kills. Frozen welcomes that repeak. And JDC, that could have been the X factor, but instead it's 3 up. And ENCE will hang on. Wow. No plant, as you said.
Yeah, they could have put it down. They're a little bit between two minds, I think, when it came to getting out of B. We saw this problem a little bit earlier on. Getting somewhat flustered in the 5-0 start. The 10-1 start for Sampaio.
Damn.
And he is incredibly consistent on Mirage. And unfortunately for Torzy, he is not. Now, when they played against Vitality, Torzy was probably the reason that they won. He had put up one of his best Mirage performances, so it's not the pressure for him. He can do it versus great teams. He just doesn't do it every day.
Ooh. Exertion, clean. Diha dead. Sampaio finds Frozen, but Exertion's got a second and a very low HP sniper at the top of Connector as well.
You can see the focus right now from Sampaio. He realizes he has to do something, taking some risk, spotting one inside of the halls, and thinking it's looking like an A split. Now with that information, it looks like Mouse are organizing to the other side of the map, but look at ENCE.
The read.
They're reading one layer deep into this as well. I think it was simply that glance to the player inside of Palace. And now there's actually a chance for ENCE to win this. They smoke it. I think this is going to encourage Mouse forward. They're thinking ENCE are afraid of this.
Right, one guy throws his smoke, hopes that we don't come through it. In reality,
look at him go.
Stacked sight. Now, again, Sampaio has taken a bunch of damage. He better hit one quick. You'd think the swarm could overdo him, but now also that seed of doubt starts to grow inside the minds of ENCE. They're still close. Snappy, here's the drop. It's an insta-kill in from Dexter, but that second Cat player comes through, and Sampaio has bested Torzy. 2 versus 2. It was meant to be man advantage. It was meant to be Mouse, but now Madden, he didn't see it. JDC slides through, and still that headshot's clean. JDC wraps back around Arch. Madden prepared for that. Sampaio alive all the while. 20 seconds, and JDC again with the element of surprise slides through sight, gets the rifle. Sampaio 17 health, 10 seconds. JDC trying to figure out where and when Sampaio strikes next. Bomb plant front sight, 4 seconds left. Sampaio is still quiet this whole time. JDC is so scared, but now he knows, and he finds that kill, gets the first for Mouse.
Sampaio jumps and gifts one to JDC. JDC finally after getting so many entries, makes it happen. It starts off with exertion inside of middle. Sunpius is low at this point as well. Clean one on Diha, takes down Valda, opens this entire part of the map up. The rotation from Ents off of Sunpius' information. It's either stack B and they come, or we save, and it ends up being them almost winning off of that 3v5. They bring it down to one player, so it's incredibly expensive, but it also was so expensive for Ents. Even after 5 rounds, they can't get an op again.
Yeah, it keeps this game tight. Sunpius held his nerve that whole time.
Crazy, man.
Just so quietly creeping around. It's the jump that ultimately costs him.
Yeah, one shot missed, and pretty much his only opportunity to not get spammed down.
Sunpius is actually going to keep that M4, so because he's hitting as hard as he is, 12-2, 6 rounds deep, they're going to give him the better weaponry. Him and Snappy with Diha scouting and Valda on just the CZ. Back into the action. Tight rounds so far, good moments. Dexter sees contact to the bottom of middle.
Whoa,
oh, he
dink.
just got hit hard.
Yeah, that's a huge dink on Dexter. Now he's on the back foot, actually.
Oh, but still, and that's Sunpius. Valda, CZ, remember, the worst of the weapons here for Ents. Doesn't know there's a player front sight. JDC picks it up. And Snappy comes in with 2 kills. The CZ gets what's left of exertion. Torzy has to run it down, clock in hand, denied. Just the sidearm is enough. And Ents, the right pieces in the right position. Remember, Dexter, he was dinked so early in this round that even that first headshot seemed unbelievable. The Macties managed a second while sitting on a chance for a third.
Yeah, we saw a crazy 1v2 already. Dexter trying to put the pieces in. Shots go by him. Okay, he goes down. That's Madden. They close it. Snappy with that second frag. The spray is crazy through both windows. Doesn't know where the next player will peek and still manages to surmise a headshot. That'll feel good. That's the rotator into the side as well. Look at that. I mean, oh my God. There will be some struggle moments here from both teams.
Already is.
Yeah. The pressure means everything.
You mentioned it before the game went live, right? Like always nearly 30-round games from Ents on this map.
4 maps in a row, 2 of them 16-14, 2 16-13. 2 of those won, 2 of those lost. I think Ents come into this, no expectation, see what happens. Opener from Diha. Again, he didn't have to move in all of these roster moves on Mirage. He plays connector. He is incredibly proficient at it, and it's like him and Spinks were the dynamic duo, but Sunpius coming in and bringing in a level of Mirage where he's averaging like 1.15 and 1.30 ratings in the last 4 maps just on Ents on this map, and been very consistent overall. And just achieving that again right now. 12-3. Already working overtime. And the Torji, that really was a core reason they were able to take down Vitality. Has not activated quite yet. We'll give him a CT side before we start pointing fingers. But they're certainly going to need him.
Diha drawn back towards site. Could open things for exertion, but he's looking the wrong way. Sunpius point blank ends it, and this one goes down nice and smooth. All 5 players up for Ents. The domination on this CT side continues. For the first time in this series, we get a strong CT start.
Yeah, it's starting to become suffocating here for Maus. This map is not lopsided enough to just give up such a huge lead this early on. But they are absolutely not out of it. And they have been fighting. This will be the last map they play at this tournament if they lose. There are no more chances. And when you get that 2-0 start in Legends, you see the finish line. And sometimes you could see it a little bit too early. You've got to play like every day could be your last. And now when it finally will be for sure, are you worried about it?
That god-awful feeling of being so close and yet not stepping over the finish line. We say finish line like they couldn't make a playoffs run, but Maus already with a top 4 at a major event this year. Well, big event.
Oh, there's a big one.
Welcome. Torzy, op impact early. It's not as though Maus, despite this score, have had total blowouts in every single round. There have been moments, there have been chances. And here in the 9th, they'll be presented yet another. 3 players up inside the Palace. Dexter's going to lay down some utility towards mid, grab bomb, and join them. That's the setup.
Yep, it's a good spot. Smoke comes down in Palace, but they might just try to come through this regardless. I think they can see with the window smoke, the A pressure might come out. Bomb now on the ramp. CT sitting here. They're in a retake position, but they're 4v5. Oh, and a clean tap from JDC on the entry once again.
Yeah. He looks away. Blink and you miss it. Dead in an instant.
I keep this one dead simple. First kill into full A attack, and they attracted ENCE into holding mid for some kind of late re-aggression. And mid is very nice for the CTs if no one even comes there, because A is very retakeable and B, you'll have fast rotations. But when you're 5v4 like this, no one in CT spawn even spotting, it's impossible to get back up just through connector. I mean, if the Ts can take in CT control, then you pretty much got to call it a day. It takes too long to get that space back. So as mentioned, Maus continuing to fight. Hell, they've got nothing else to do today. This is a fairly fortunate 2-2 matchup for both of these rosters. I mean, it obviously could have been Maus versus Vitality. You know, ENCE versus who knows, depending on how some of these games have gone.
Could have been Na'Vi.
Yeah, which will only make it hurt worse, and that's the only reason I want to overemphasize that. Just thinking, you know, you should have one.
Yep.
Could have one.
Feels that much more real.
Would have on your best day. That's the worst one.
Incendiary destined for exertion. He'll lock in behind the cement instead. Maus not as grateful in this one, as no opening op pick comes by the way of Torzy. I think it needed to be a transition from the 5v4 into their second round win just last round. Here in round 10, they'll have to continue to work.
Yep. Maus do a good job being thorough, being careful, trying to maintain 5v5 as long as possible, but they also really want to get that 5v4, even 4v4 situation before they start moving around. I think that's when they work at their highest level.
Aldo drops a smoke bottom connector, puts it back up. Catwalk smoke for exertion to try and lead this charge. We've got Snappy on the backside, Valda here on Arch, and he picks up that first kill. Traded out by Dexter, activates Snappy, who turns towards window, gets a glimpse of JDC, but JDC just needs to see you straight between the eyes, and Diha slides in. The bomb starting to peel away from Cat because that A entry has got this one in. Maus, well, they may have lost JDC at the B site, but it's going to have to be Diha to sprint to the other end of this map with no knowledge as to where Maus could have gotten off to. We've got one deep inside the jungle. And then we've got Torzy as the insurance policy inside that palace. Far too much for Diha to do, and so he's going to have to concede this. We get Maus into that B site with the possibility to fall back. Layers within it, and that's nice, right? It's the failsafe in case Dexter doesn't get that trade, in case JDC gets stuffed as he exits out. Oh, wow. Not one, but two from Frozen.
Yeah, amazing from Frozen to come out of Palace on that lurk, and that's a lurk where you cannot be too slow. If you're too slow, all you're doing is walking while the post plant goes down, and the CTs can even kill your teammates as they're trying to fight and hold onto the site and wait for you. So Frozen, perfectly timed. And Lurkers have been in a very interesting conversation in the Legends stage, talking about some of the best, some of the follies of some of the better ones, and how particular you have to be about when you go slow and when you go fast. And that's a good example of a perfectly timed one. Madden just leaving the site, other player thinking about leaving the site. That's when it's time to strike. And when you put yourself in the farthest possible lurk, when you're out Palace, time is everything. Maus on Ancient, very hard to read when it came to when they were going to walk through mid. When Ancient first hit the scene, it was all about taking over window control and lurking almost every single round. Now that's not the case at all. As this happens with lurking throughout history. It used to be the most powerful spot, but now people are become more aware and wait longer and longer, and you have to really credit the teams that still pull them off in a number of their attacking rounds. Mels and Ents can both say that they've done so. We saw the number of times that Ents took over ramp on Nuke, the amount of times Mels were able to take over window on Ancient, never got spotted.
You know, just another variable between these teams that kind of makes it such a cool, comparable head-to-head. At the end of the day, it's the experience of Ents that Maus don't have. But the youthful vigor. What's that worth at a time like now? Dexter cracks open Diha. Madden stuck here, blind, waiting on the bricks. And towards connector, Sunpius gonna succeed again. There's a chance that he goes deeper for JDC, but also Madden kind of awkward towards the ramp. Nice reposition. Sunpius allows for JDC to cross to the other side of connector, and with those 2 kills, it's man advantage Ents.
Yeah, completely shut down at the bottom of the steps in connector.
16-4.
Wow, I mean, he's not even done yet. 35 kills in a 16-12 game yesterday.
Holy hell.
Versus Vitality.
He's not even doing it only with the AWP.
Yeah, and this is not once in a while. This is an above average performance on Sunpius on Mirage, but not by a lot. Unreal ratings. Last 2 games, I think, were 1.30, so.
He's still leaning on the right side of the map here. All in from Maus is going to be coming from the front of the A site. They've got Molotovs. Oh, that could have been the entry versus Valda. They're going to try to fixate in on MP9. 3 kills! Frozen Dexter, Torzi. Every single player offers something. And now Snappy with low health in front of him. I mean, he could still piece that together, but Torzi peeks with the nade destined for him. He steps out into the fray, gives Maus 4.
Oh, man, and with that entry pack, no money left here for Ents.
Each player gets an individual kill. A stack site from Ents unraveled.
Yeah, look at Sunpius, full HP right off of the stairs. Exposed for his rifling work here in this position. Torzi knows he can post up. A great call. Some great entry work once again from Maus.
And a reward. Pistols on Ents. Simply pistols. Straight back to that early A presence. Dexter putting up numbers. He actually leads right now for his team.
Yeah, an attack like that with no connector control and your plans became obvious. How often is that one? Maybe 10% of the time in today's Counter-Strike.
Down goes Madden. 4 to go.
You have to be careful every step of the way.
Exertions within that range of lethality here. Sunpius already picks up 1, but Exertion finds him over top the smoke, and Diha waiting for his chance to strike back, grab the gun, sure enough, hits the headshot, but Exertion, he'll take the headache. Maus gunning now for this 5th. T-side starting to recover from what was that Ents lead.
You wouldn't want this to go any other way. It's an undignified start to the game for Maus. 1-7, spitting on their own T-sides. Not living to their true potential. Now things start to normalize, and we see these previous Ents close games on Mirage no matter what. Maybe lacking to keep the adaptations as high, but honestly that round, like 5v3, they were all in great spots. They just needed to do a little bit of extra damage each, and one side topples over. Even if one guy gets their kills there, that could be it for the rest of them.
Valda hoping for a parting gift, but they're already gone. So bomb blows up, and with it, Maus clear the CTs as they cut that lead to 2.
Yeah. Instant buy here for Ents.
Getting Sunpius back to the AWP, right?
They spend everything they got. They got no kits on this round. And to be fair, we haven't seen many retakes. So that might not be high on their list of priorities. As we round out the first half here of the last map.
Tight. As close as you would want it. And I'm happy to see Sunpius back in with the AWP. When Torzy bested him on the stairs, when we got that 3 instant kills from Maus, that was without an op on the defense. Torzy hunting here inside the A site.
They're going to elicit some protocols. A one-way smoke on the ramp, and this has to be some sort of cancel from Maus. They can chill for a second. They scared the CTs a little bit.
JDC sizing up this B site. Sunpius going to jump up.
That is a brave pick to make.
Yeah, missed the barrel. So won't even be given a chance to shoot down someone.
I think the CTs know they have some space in mid right now. The 2 spotted in the B halls. Absolutely someone's helping out Torzy. D-Haw saw all that. And even if Maus Ents don't act on it, Maus are the ones rotating around the perimeter thinking, okay, they might have come back to try to take this. So they've got to spend a little bit of time here making sure no one's in mid, or at least that they're scared to hold it. Again, we see some mid control nades in order to attract CTs in this direction, almost ironically, just to loosen up the A site, right? You want them to respect the idea that they could go here.
It locks up D-Haw inside connector. Dexter not checking it. Nice. D-Haw slides out, and right when he gets that kill, back into the A site. Mid no longer his problem. Valdo will pick up that slack. D-Haw has found a little safety net inside that smoke, and Madden, he's going to press in ahead of connector. He's got support behind him in Sunpius.
Missile's not getting
reaching
cleared.
for the bomb, and JDC, what a 180, turns it around. Sunpius trying to fire towards the top of Palace. Torzy's in the open, and Valda soon enough will come out from that smoke with impact, with success. So much, in fact, that down they go. Maus cleared off this bomb site, and Ents will win another.
Wow, they could not get good spots there. It felt like that could have been even worse, honestly, for Maus. They didn't cover CT properly. That should have been a Palace swing to put pressure on CT in the first place. And then the smoke came up on connector while they're phasing it, and they haven't planted the bomb yet. Like, Maus are even lucky to honestly have gotten a bomb plan in this situation, so execution comes through. It's a little bit late. Dexter dies in mid straight up, and it's while running towards connector.
That's the bomb down. Because D-Haw slides into that little bit of cover on the smoke.
D-Haw 110 ADR right now, 112, 13 and 7 so far in this half, meeting up with Sunpius. These are regular performances from these players on Mirage.
That's what Maus knew they were going to have to try and get through. Who steps up on their end? The fact that Dexter's still at the top of the board means that the stars of Maus are not aligning.
Snappy looking for deep B-apps control with his smoke, but if you throw it and they're ahead of it, then it, of course, may be a waste, and it seems like he's a little nervous because they have been pressing up very quickly, and that's speeding up map control a little bit for Maus, the fact that they can take it over. We saw Ents focus down on getting him pushed a lot early on. So Maus instantly disrespecting that, opens up the map a little bit for the T side. And they're spread out right now, but like 5 fingers on one hand, you can see a cohesive plan coming together as they lean towards the B site. With the B split.
Cross from D-Haw.
But there are 2 dedicated CTs inside B right now.
Exertion, nade out, nade out.
Oh.
That's his end. Smoke fades, it's just not fast enough. Dexter, I mean, just blinded consistently. Snappy being scorched from behind that bench. It's double man advantage, and they line up for Dexter. 3 as he chops down the window push, and with it, B-site falls.
Yeah, they lock it up. Look how far away the CTs are. Sunpius crawls forward with his op through CT spawn. In one of the last 2 rounds, I'm sure they glance at the money here and think, do we even want to go for this? How much time do we try?
I mean, why not? Give it an all. Dexter has had to do everything to even keep Maus in this half. He's got Frozen back behind the bench, tagged down to 66, but Frozen finds his headshot. Sunpius needs the reload first, and he's just going to concede it. Saves the op, lets 6 slide through. Dexter, take a bow.
Yeah, star of the show. That was an insane round off the spray. That's what I was thinking, is they needed that JDC triple entry round to make up for it. But Dexter's not the guy you expect to be able to do that much heavy lifting by himself. The organization was good, though, on the attack. With a cat split, no one in ladder room, and enough mid-pressure that no one can see them crossing. Even if there are multiple CTs here, there are not many good spots for them. And they got their first kill, so it felt like they were safe. But then Dexter came through, finally, as they lacked some information on how far that cat scale had come up and got punished for it.
Diha looking to get impact in mid again. The fact Exertion just got canceled, throwing his flash last round. They have to be just that 1 second swifter. Exertion going to try connector yet again, but Diha has had his number.
He's got a tempo. I mean, they're playing within smokes here. Sunpice doesn't see anything inside of halls. Oh, what a shot.
Taking down Dexter, the top of Mao's at the moment. He's going to have to call from the sidelines to close out the 15th of Mao's T side. Trying to keep it close. Torji connects, but Exertion can't deliver. We have Torzi coming up from Con, flash deep to the ticket. Valda, does he go over? Yes, he does, but he also goes right down. And Sunpius has been known to mouse this entire time. He may have gotten the opening kill, but he's been relegated to Palace. And it's a lonely life at the top as the king. He sits on the throne and waits. A final effort back versus Maus. Torzi over towards Khan. Slides out into jungle and will end this. A T-side that keeps us all on the very edge of our seats. Sunpius and Diha out of this world, but maybe out of this major.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket.
Cricket is easy, it's affordable, customer service is top-notch. That's why I've been with them for so long.
With all that, I'd stay a while too. Smile, you're on Cricket.
What's going on, everyone? Jericho here, and I want to take a second to tell you about an exclusive offer with Monster Energy only available at Circle K. Look, if you need a break from your bad teammates, Circle K's got you covered. Go stop by your local Circle K and pick up a Monster Energy 16-ounce and get a free slice of pizza or roller grill item. Everything is delicious, all made hot, fresh, and fast to boost your day. So that's it. If you text MONSTER to 31310, they'll send you a coupon that you can use in-store exclusively at Circle K.
Dash Pass for Students gives you DoorDash with $0 delivery fees for just $4.99 a month. Perfect for when your couch just won't let you leave the house.
Oh. Yay. Okay. Here we go. There you are.
Are you hungry?
Oh, dude, I am starving.
Dash Pass for Students. Just $4.99 a month. So worth it.
Some rice noodles, a little broccoli. Well, Thai.
15 rounds of regulation left between Ents and Maus as again these T-sides deliver. This one's much closer. No blowout in the first half as it was on Ancient nor Nuke. What we have here, friends, is a close affair, and what we have here is 10 individuals with dreams on the line. A repeat playoffs performance from Ents or Maus to shatter all expectations. The dawn of a new generation, maybe. We can't get too far ahead of ourselves. It's Ents on this T side, a capable team, a capable map for both squads. Let's let them all speak for themselves.
Yes, marginal struggles here on T side, but they are absolutely capable. It's just kind of a very human T side. Oh, and you throw the jungle smoke from B. It's not good, however. It looks like it's a little bit off. I don't know if that's just a perspective lying to me, but it's going to be hard to read into, and it looks like Maus are figuring out a good solution, getting into A ramp, putting a roof over the heads, and giving themselves a good angle for the palace scale. But look at Madden, he's starting to get out, frozen clean tap.
Okay.
Dexter joins in as well.
Diha slides between them. That could be a problem. Oh, could it ever?
Oh, but is there a plant here? They have potentially default frozen. He'll have to hold, and he will.
The next one gets away from him, but we've got Exertion now completely unbeknownst to Valda. Just hit the shot. Just hit the shot.
Oh, he's letting him go. Valda, he's getting in a position where he might incidentally see Exertion.
He's lost track of him.
Yeah, but it's still looking like a good shot.
Bombs down. Snappy's chance. 1v3 denied. And we've got Maus to tie 8 apiece.
Oh, that'll bring the shoulders down a little bit. Maus will be quite happy to have a clean CT start. No plant there, and the force up comes through. Full armor, nades, and now we can talk about Ents' T side on this map. This is where the most amount of set plays have come through. I think this is where Snappy showed that he was more prepared on the improvised rounds, the low buys, and just if the defaults aren't working, he has no shortage of tactics. And I think towards the end of this year, after the first 6 months, he kind of found a good balance of when to pull off what. So Maus will be on full alert as the smokes come cascading over the site. 3 CTs here ready to defend, capable and well stocked. Good guns.
Dexter presses in. Valda's out first, so all of a sudden, one half of this split down already. Oh, Madden though, point blank, Tech 9, see you later. A little gap for Torzy, flexes that, bomb stopped, Dexter comes right back in. And when will his success come to an end? Because he is just churning through Ents at the moment.
Yeah.
In with an assist as Torzy gets the Berettas to do work. It's 18-13 for Dexter.
Yeah, amazing from Dexter when they need him.
When
Absolutely.
have you seen
of course,
this?
his individual level has been called out a number of times. But again, you know, he was just putting up unbelievable numbers in his region coming out of this team. Not looking for space whatsoever. Picking up support roles, dropping guns. But still, due for a big game every once in a while. And he'll be cheesing to know that this is the one here. Map 3, final chance to get to top 8.
Oh, too many people to shoot towards. And Dexter, clean as can be again with the A1S. Just gonna put down these unarmored pistol players. The only thing left's the bomb out from the Palace. Maybe they could have gotten away with the plant, but instead it is double digits to Maus's camp first.
He's really saved that half with that 3K spray, and then I think at the 7-2 scoreline, 6-2, something like that, another key round 1 for Maus that elicited a save. Snappy trying to get what he can get, but it's only 1 kill here in round 18.
Yeah, good start for Maus.
Yeah.
But they've yet to be tested.
The pocket's already looking thick. And 2-round lead, first to 10. 6 to go for Maus to throw out all the other narratives. Besides, they were destined to make it.
But as the rounds get closer to that coveted 16th, the pressure continues to sink into the back of Maus's mind. And that's where we wonder whether they can stomach it. Felt like it was a key factor in their loss to Outsiders yesterday, never having lost Inferno versus that team until it mattered most. Torzy flashed off the original mid angle. We get the peek from Exertion over top of Connector, and now he's going to fall back away towards jungle. Now Exertion honestly got stuffed inside Con by Diha in the first half. We'll see what he can do on CT side. Couple of CTs pressed against the smoke. Works wonderfully for Exertion. Dexter tries to stop some bias, and now that hot swap to the AK could bode well. Exertion with another fight. Split between two fronts. CT coming out from jungle to try and help, but Valda and Diha in with critical kills. Torzy's found one, and with the cover inside smoke, but there it is from Frozen. The tethering of Maus looks phenomenal in round 18.
Yeah, everyone's close together. Yeah, they're calcifying their defense. Torzy's getting loud, and he has a chance to recover. Pretty inconsistent so far in the last couple of days. His team was able to carry him through it, but he's the guy they usually look to. But look at the game plan right here. They step on both sides of Connector looking for this exact play with two CTs. That's not a coincidence. It looked like they were insecure about losing Connector control. No. They were trying to honeypot Maus into making that decision. Into making that decision to come towards A.
Dexter, clean pickup. This is versus Galil's. I don't know if they'll have expected the full rebuy back in. Snappy catches Frozen in middle, plays it too dangerously. And that right there could be Entz's lifeline early in the T side.
And there it is, the tempo variation.
A good amount of utility, of course, here for Maus if they want to chance the retake. Confirmation that one is back there. 2 kills come out. Man advantage now swings the way of Maus. Madden burned back from this deep ramp spot. It really falls on Snappy, and his Galil goes dry.
So much utility.
They can't stop this defuse. Madden would have to cross an ocean to even have a hope in hell.
Wow.
Maus with the recovery. Entz's best chance with that full aggression. Classic Snappy.
I was going to say, yeah, Snappy, I mean, it's variety. It's not just overall so many different set plays. It's slight differences in each of them. This time, he sends himself as a mercenary to come down mid on a lurk after making it seem like mid is totally open when the smokes come down. He catches off Frozen, and you think, all right, now that he gets Connector control, takes the most important retake position out of the mix, that there's no chance for Maus back in. Creates a rift in the defense, but they still come in. They still overwhelm, and they kept so much utility that there was just no way, actually. It seemed like when all the dust settled for Entz to pull that back. That's a massive win for the confidence. Energy going to be incredibly high for Maus. Entz need to take him down a peg, and they'll have a full buy to try it. Need to keep fanning that ember. It is still a 4-round game.
Five straight to start this CT side. Need I remind you, Entz was once winning 7-1. It is a 4-round game, but those round wins seem eons ago. Frozen tucked into Sandwich immediately. It could be Entz to try and pounce again. They will hit you fast. They will hit you hard. But oh, the 2-tap out of Dexter. And Frozen's position still unknown. Tees trickle in. Fire at his feet. Valda shaved off slightly. And how does he get away with yet another? How does Dexter keep this going? 25 kills on Dexter. Multi-kill after multi-kill, round after round. And Maus want this win.
They're going to build a statue for him in Australia after this map is over. He's really going to make this happen.
His first chance at making major playoffs, the closest he has ever been. The best accomplishment of his Counter-Strike career. Kept himself above everybody else in Australia. Moved from the Oceanic region to lead the new blood of Maus, the young guns.
And they try to do 3 things fast. 2 towards mid, 1 with the full A hit, all ending at the same site. But what are they doing? They're powering up the A players to get ready for anything. They have a full game plan read on the lurk through the connector smoke into being able to stop fast hits that came after that. And without giving any love over to the other site, what do they feel like they should do? There's no time now to build out a game plan where you can confuse Maus as to what you want to try and they're just going back to A again. They love Dexter.
Bet they do. And he loves them. Because his stats off the chain at the moment. Madden gets through. Tech9 in the pocket. This could be lethal. Sure enough. And now you've got an AK in the hands of Madden. Sunpius is dead, but the gun goes back. Dexter, again, it's damage. Bomb is planted. And Madden managed to get away with that weapon, so now the rest of Maus have to come through with the retake. Last time we saw this, they did follow through. But this time, Ents have deep ticket.
Yeah, they have deep ticket, but...
problematic for Torzy. He's going to keep this scoped in, slowly encroaching. Meanwhile, his two teammates walking up from Khan, and Diha keeps it clean. That second rifle finds its mark. Oh, but the nade of Frozen. Down goes Diha, smoke towards bomb. We've got a kit on both CTs. One gets caught in the air, and JDC, it's desperation. He's not even inside that smoke. An easy close here. Tech9's to success. A 4K from Madden.
Wow.
He'll go down with the bomb. He'll go down with the cause, but it's a round for Ents nonetheless.
Yeah, and they sent him way out there, right? He's the guy jumping stairs right at the beginning. You can die trying to make this happen early on, but with them inside of Connector, getting ready for retake protocols, he steals an AK, turns it into 3 more frags.
And that's Madden.
And that's
all
Madden.
in.
Absolutely.
All in or down bad.
Yeah, he always wants a fight. And that's 4 to get him from 8 to 12. And it's looking for 10 rounds. Maus have done well on the rifles and ecos to maintain a solid bank. Searching now for ramp control. Where do they want to hold? They don't normally push through or even sit inside here. Dexter, no smoke in this position, only a molly, so he can attempt the crack spot. If that op comes back in his direction, then he could have trouble.
Maus has been leaning further back than this on all the A hits so far.
This is not the most inspired A setup, I can't lie to you. He's spotting now. But they're loosening up. They've got one in CT.
Yeah. Connector again. You know, this was the bane of Maus's T-side. Flash goes through. He gets it. Not to mention Volta's low. Madden's been tagged with damage. Sunpius gets killed. What is Dexter on right now? JDC comes through with another. Diha tries to reclaim some control off stairs. He's at least got this position, but they're slowly working towards him. Exertion applies the pressure, gets revenge from that first half, and Dexter sets his team up to succeed. Dexter primes 14.
He makes that hard for himself. They have a flash behind it to make sure he can go for the re-aggression, but it's not just that. The accuracy, the instant dink into the spray transfer to the finish kill, to pushing the T's back to their spawn.
291 damage in from Dexter. Round 23 with his name stamped across it yet again. 28 kills. Never has he come this close, and never has he wanted it this badly.
Yeah, look at that focus.
An entirely new level.
Jesus. And then the guy in the back.
What's wild is we praised Sunpius just yesterday for hitting his career peak form to eliminate Vitality. We thought, of course, the way this map started with Sunpius, it was going to be his tail of the tape again. But it is not that repeat performance. It's Dexter at the top. And Torzy towards mid. 3 targets, gets away, a chance at a multi. He's gonna topple 2. A little life out of the Opper. And Maus 3 kills away from 15.
Wow, maybe just all they need. That's one big round before what could be a save. Diha looking for the lurk. Dexter looking to phase a smoke. Dexter, the final boss.
2 of them too. Even if Diha gets 1, what he won't. It's Dexter in with more. Frozen comes and helps.
Oh my God, that's 30.
They clamp down on mid, and they'll have 6 match points for major playoffs.
The richest man on Ents has $4,100.
Desperation, desolation, and Dexter's dominance.
What is even happening?
This guy's cooking up something special in the doldrums of his laboratory.
Science has never looked so easy. And they just want all the smoke at the A site. Have they gone B a single time this half?
Torzi's already up. Man advantage, non-existent utility from ENCE, a singular flash on Diha. They're gonna hope they can get in from connector. And Maus, I mean, deep prongs inside this A site, double setup underneath that palace. The fact that they don't have mollies, the fact that they're down 3v5. Madden, he'll bring it back with one. Son Pius is gonna slip through window, bomb included. And Dexter just waits. He strikes down Madden, won't be able to get the next, but now it's Exertion's chance. Look, it goes unchecked. And with Chigger discipline, he waits, and once he pulls it, what's his reward? Major playoffs, baby! Australia back in the playoffs! Dexter, he leads the NXT generation, their first major, and they make that run to playoffs. A career high performance from the Aussie. And look at what it means. From the brink of claps, 3-0 through the challengers, 2-0 in the legends. They wait, they lose, and today they succeed over top of Antwerp semifinalists.
What an insane game, and a way for it all to go down. I'm going to look to grab Dexter for what a journey he's been on. Dexter, come on here with me, man. We're going straight into this. You're with me, buddy. I know it's a lot to take in right now, but it has been 391 days since you joined Mousesports. You left your friends and family back in Australia, and now you've had the deepest run ever when it comes to the major. How does it feel?
It feels just bloody amazing. Like, I don't know, just I am not a very emotional person, but I'm almost crying. So I'll say that. But I'm so proud of everyone. These guys have grew up so much. Dennis, everyone, just like I'm just so proud of everyone. That's all.
And you're leading these young guns, right? This young talent that comes through bit by bit. You and Cyclone replacing players from the NXT roster into the main roster. How hard has this all been, right? Because it's not easy to take one player across.
It's been really hard. We've been working with emotions, everything, like how to grow as a person more than even in-game. So right now, like, the whole staff behind Mouse have just backed us, and like everyone is just like gone so far and grew as people. And I'm just, yeah, I have no words.
I gotta say though, right, on the last map, it's do or die. You're down 7-1. What did you say to the guys? Because I've seen this, and I've had this with you in other interviews, where I've said there's games where you just take it by the horns, and you did it again. You pulled off an insane last map.
Yeah, some guy just made me really mad in the crowd. He was just saying, yeah, go home. I was like, okay. I got some energy out of that, and then I used it, and I was really super focused. And yeah, everyone just played amazing, and I just tried to keep everyone up and through my calls and whatever I could do.
Well done. You've made it to the playoffs, mate. Come here.
All right, man, I'm pumped for this one. Obviously here with Simple. We're gonna go through some of your top plays across your career, which is just gonna be lovely. We're gonna rank them. We're gonna have you rank them. You're gonna pick 1 through 10. We'll shuffle them around. There's a lot to get through. You've done a lot of cool shit in your career.
Yeah, a lot of highlights.
All right, can we roll the first one? This is first.
Sometimes
virtual reality begs for more reality. Jack Links is good with it.
We got this.
Anyone want to take me out? Come find me.
Throwing thermite grenade. You are the champions.
Yeah, I saw already.
One and he does. Flamey's gone down and out just perfecto and simple. He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable.
Did you expect them to like take it a little bit slower when they actually get into the clutch?
I expect them to discuss, you know, how to win this.
Yeah.
And when they discuss, I use my time to do some picks. Let's go number 6.
And he goes away from default because he
quick.
doesn't want to get naded. He also knows there's a flank, and he also knows he needs position.
Whoa!
He actually gets the first one. He's got a chance. He knows Alu's up close, and he sneaks around. Oh, that's what we like from Sim.
So this tournament, it was right after Katowice 2019 major, where ENCE beat us. Do you remember on Mirage? Where I didn't clutch it?
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
It was it was so painful, you know.
Yeah.
I thought I would win this, and we lost in semis. And this was right next tournament, the same situation, 1-4, not a lot of time left, and they're pushing. I like to discuss mistake because mostly highlights do because of enemy's mistake.
So you're making a little bit of a comeback at this point,
after
and then this
that,
kept the comeback
after
going.
that, we won all rounds. Maybe lost only one,
Yeah.
but this was very important because they start to break us.
Yeah, this had to have been a demoralizing round for them.
Oh, this one.
You've got that emotional, that redemption arc in this one.
Number 4.
Don't worry about it.
Jungle. Sound good.
Two. Breath out. Sound.
Jungle in the.
All default one.
Dory has gap, okay? Wake us.
Side. Coming to me. Off. Off default. Off default.
Mouse make history as they cement their name in the IEM Rio Hall of Fame. The first time at the major playoffs for every single member of this Mouse squad. Might be a bit of a mind-blowing stat when you're thinking of names like Dexter and Frozen, but man, for the young guns of JDC, Exertion, and of course Torzi, what a monumental achievement, Kassad. Incredible stuff in that second half as well.
Absolutely crazy, and we talked about the T side and how successful that is for them, but they got only 7. Mahone said it shouldn't be enough, but it definitely was. You know, the CT side was on point, everything looked fluent, the communication, as you can see in that very last round, was very calm and you know, collected. You see like 1v2, and you know, I would probably react differently, but it worked for them. Playoffs, nobody expected this young lineup to be there, and the MVP of this actual match is obviously Dexter, for many reasons other than the 30 bomb that he dropped.
Dude, this guy got 187 ADR on CT side, 100% KAST, 17-6. This guy was a god over towards that A side. Like, ENCE were trying to push them every single time towards that A side, and he was just able to get multi-kill after multi-kill. This is even one round he goes connector, fights 3 guys at mid, gets 2 of them. I don't know what else you could ask from this guy.
Yeah, it really was mind-blowing stuff coming out of Dexter indeed. It wasn't all just aim though, because obviously he is in-game leader of the squad. He has to have the brain to go alongside it. Let's bring up a round from the first half. It was
yes,
really nice.
This is one of the key rounds. Look at the first kill from Torjin, that rampant boost, but the mid-round calling was absolutely great. Something that I prefer as myself as a coach. Simple CS at a 5v4. They smoked middle, faked default, caused a little bit of rotation, and popped out of holes. You will see now when they just line up. You see the spacing is pretty good there between the first 2 players. The third one, Torjin, should probably pick up the stairs. They got smoked off, but they jumped out because the call was pretty good. They get into the side. There is nobody there because they're all focused on middle. That's Dexter all the way. You know, he called this one from the mid round, from the 5v4. Look at the positions of the CTs. It's absolutely crazy call. And this one is the triple kill on the B side in round number 40. Now listen to me. He gets 3 kills right here. The way he got it, it doesn't really matter. He got the 3 kills. If he doesn't get that, it's 9-5, probably 10-5, and the game is totally different. It's all on the back of Dexter, who delivered the perfect call when they needed them the most on 1-7, and in 8-5 they were losing 8-5, and he got this triple around for them by fragging and calling. So that's
incredible.
why he was the MVP.
Yeah, and you could see just how much it meant to him in that post-game interview with Banks. I don't think I've ever seen Dexter close to tears, but this is an occasion where he should be feeling the emotions.
He should be allowed to cry after that performance, honestly. Yeah, like Kasai had mentioned, like the calling and the fragging that he had was just unmatched here. Like the timing on that Halls pop was actually really, really good. The fact that they didn't shy away just because of the smoke, they knew that was the opportunity to strike. And Dexter, man, I really hope to see this form from him in the future, because if he can perform at this level with the rest of his teammates performing the same way, Exertion, JDC, all these guys, Miles can be dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully in the very near future as well, as we will be seeing the grace on the stage at the playoffs here at the IEM Rio Major. Unfortunately for Ents, though, nail-bitingly close. It does come down to that third and final deciding map. Unfortunately for them, elimination does beckon. We do have a few words from Snappy before his departure, however.
It's never fun to say goodbye, but I'm very thankful that Snappy's going to give me some words here. And you also gave me some words after the first map, right? You stuck to your words and you said you're gonna something them, you know? And you did it when it came to Nuke. It's looking positive. But you said to me, they were just better than you on Ancient. When it came to that, though, did you expect to put up more of a fight? Because we've been pleasantly surprised with your Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall on Ancient, they just played better and they won both pistols and they just outplayed us, to be honest. They were the by far better team. I think it was the same case for us on Nuke afterwards. And then in the end on Mirage, they just showed a way better level. We got up, we got to a good start, but they grinded out so many rounds. They just played a really good game, and Dexter on the last map, props to him. I think he's a very underrated in-game leader. I know he's gotten a lot of flack in the community, but I think he is at the moment one of the in-game leaders that I respect a lot. I think he's doing a really good job, and in general, they just have a very solid rifle core on that team, and they played better than us today, so they deserve it. There's nothing to say.
Snappy, thank you very much for your words, man. We'll see you next time. Look after yourself.
Yeah, of course, heartbreaking for Ents, as this is the way it's going to be ending for them. And unfortunately, 2 more hearts are set to be shattered, as this is the final day of the Legend stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Major. And for the men on your screen, it is going to be a tough uphill battle. They're facing none other than Na'Vi in an elimination or qualification match. It's coming up after this.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We've been walking around the arena and talking to plenty of people to find out who, in their opinion, is the best player at the Major so far. And it might be a different opinion than what you think, especially if you check stats. There's some other names in there. Let's take a look.
Who is the best player on this Major?
Simple! I guess it's Caserato right now.
Caserato.
Zaiwu, definitely. Behind him, only Art.
Yuri.
Falling.
Fallen.
Caserato. Simple sempre. Yeah.
Simple.
No doubts.
Okay, so simple. Caserato from Furia.
Caserato.
Yuri, let's go, man. Yuri.
Arte.
Caserato. Simple. Simple.
Yuri, the best player, yeah.
And when the sun comes up and I close my eyes, I try to find the face I saw the other night. And even though I might be dreaming, no, I just can't shake the feeling like nothing else, no, nothing else is real.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that. Gap! Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
Gap! I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, Gap, Aflac, Gap.
It's about to go down, baby.
Help that goat.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Shop Black Friday deals right now at Best Buy.
Dash Pass for Students gives you DoorDash with $0 delivery fees for just $4.99 a month.
Here we go.
Perfect for when your couch just won't let you leave the house.
There you are.
Are you hungry? Dash Pass for Students. So worth it.
The Germans, big by name, but Na'Vi historically big by nature. Only one will be the Giants inside the server today as a sole spot at the playoffs is up for grabs. This is truly do or die time, and Big is going to have to need to pull out all the stops if they have a fighting chance against one of the world's best. So let's hear it from the coach of Big to see exactly how he's squaring up for this one.
One more game and then Big could be making it to the playoffs. But I want to get your thoughts. When you saw that it was Na'Vi, considering the past matchup history you have, what went through your head?
Yeah, of course, it was the hardest opponent you can get. And but for me, it's like at the moment, we had our chances, but we need to realize that we need to find ourselves, and then the opponent doesn't matter really. Of course, it is Na'Vi, it will be the hardest game. But it is one thing which is good for us because it's like good for the story, and in our mind it's like let's make the impossible happen, and we have a two-step plan which we want to execute that we can make it happen. So let's hope that we can execute it.
What is it that makes them a tough team for you though?
I mean, they are just the best team in the world. I think at the moment, like maybe they are not number one. They don't have the number one spot maybe. But I think they are the best team, they have the best player, and of course they deserve to be in the arena. This is no question about that, but that's how it is sometimes. You need to win these kind of matches, and we know it's going to be hard, but what makes that really tough against us is their individual skill and the X on X situation, like the 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s will be really hard. And let's hope that Simple somehow wake up with the wrong foot and he will not show up today.
Okay, you're praying on his downfall, I get that. But there's one player I want to talk about, is Sin. He has impressed me considering first major. What have you told him before going into a matchup against Na'Vi? Because we know right their style, also the maps you're going to play against them is very difficult for any player. But this is his first time facing what you just called the very best.
I mean, after the loss yesterday, we had a talk and we realized that the chemistry was not there. and that also reflected on the performance of the players, of the young players as well. Even though they played okay, they can play great, and what we need today. So we try to fix this, and I hope we did it. And yeah, I just told him like, how do you feel? And he's like, I'm feeling better than the last 2 days even, and yeah, that's a good sign for me.
And a big smile on your face. Gob, good luck. Thank you very much.
Yeah, banking on Simple not waking up in this series, Janko Cassard, not a tactic that I would personally be using, but Big really are going to be having to find their form, because heading into those best of threes hadn't spelt really any success for the Germans.
That's pretty much like saying, you know, I'm hoping to get rich by finding a big bag of money on the street. It's like similar odds pretty much, because Simple is always there.
And also, you know, I like how he said, the opponents don't matter, we matter. Well, it's easy to say that when you played like 9Z in the best of 3, you played Greyhound, you played Sprout, right? We saw their results in the best of 3s against Fury and Fnatic here from 2-0 to 2-2. And those games haven't really been all that close. Like, Big hasn't been that competitive. And I think more than trying to count on Simple not showing up, how about your own guys showing up, right? Because it's been a tale of 2 halves, so to speak, for Big and their players individually at this tournament. Tabson, right, the in-game leader, one of their best players on LAN, the most experienced player on the lineup. You can see, right, in the best of 1s, in the best of 3s in the Legends stage, compared to every game before that, like the 2 best of 1s in Legends and all the games in Challenger stage, it's a massive discrepancy. You look at the opening duels, look at the rating, ADR, impact, everything's off the charts.
And now it's 2-2, you're facing Simple with this kind of, you know, performance in the last stage. Obviously, the opposition is a little more difficult in the second one, so, but you know, how do you perform well? What do? You need all 5 players to play well if you want to have any kind of chance in this game.
And how about Simple's counterpart? I mean, we talked about Searson, we praised him a lot. He finally showed up at the Major. He was one of the best players in the Challenger stage alongside Xerato, right? In the Legend stage, initially good, but again, similar to Tabson, missing in the last 2 best of 3s. He was one of the best players in the Challenger stage in terms of opening duels. Look at this, 35 to 17, right? Almost double 35 opening kills over what, like 4 maps or 5 maps that they played? That's an insane number. Impact 1.6, rating 1.42. Like, these are all incredible stats. And again, the last 2 best of 3s, he wasn't there in addition to Tabson. So, you know, yes, Big, you know, what the Gob was talking about, team play, and we need to like play together and play well as a team. Yes, but you need your stars to show up, because Navi has a plethora of them.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate that fact that he was the 3rd highest rated player in that Challenger stage. We thought, you know, he'd bid farewell to the kind of online curse that he was coming in with, thought he found his form on LAN. This is going to be a true test for him, particularly when we look at Simple, we look at Electronic in that game versus Bad News Eagles. They were back on their form.
I mean, yes, definitely. At the 0-2 and 1-2, it's like these guys showed up. They are the main weapons of this team, and you expect them to show up. Simple has been historically really good on the Major. You know, every Major that he has played, and Electronic, you know, even though he has a new role right now, he still delivered when it mattered the most. If he didn't and Simple didn't, they would be out of the tournament, similar to FaZe and some other teams that are not here anymore, like Vitality. Yes. Yeah. But this is a difference. Like, this is seasoned players.
But this is their stats from the first 3 best of 1s. This is Simple being quiet with a 119 rating, right? You go to the Bad News Eagles game in that best of 3, he had a 1.72 rating. These are the stats from that best of 3. Almost 2 impact, both players around 100 ADR, both 14 multi-kills each. They completely showed up in that series, and you do expect a bit of a tougher fight against Big, but the point here is Navi is ramping up. Like, they're warming up to the tournament, and Big, it seems like they're running out of steam. So, you know, absolutely for Big, you have to find a way to turn that around for this series if you even want to try and make it competitive. Otherwise, this is going to be a stomp for Natus Windsor.
Everything points out, all the stats, all the argument, everything points out into one-way traffic towards, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say kind of a crossroads where there's going to be a car crash, unfortunately, for Big, because they're really just not in control of the reel. But let's check in with our Colex players to watch heading into this series.
Big versus Navi clash in their Legend stage match. Quito has a storied past with Big, reaching the heights of #1 in the online era, but also experienced the lows of being demoted to the Academy team. But Quito is now back in the main roster, and getting a playoff spot here in Rio would prove to everyone he deserves his spot. Simple is the best player in the world. With their main competitor FaZe and Vitality eliminated, Simple will know if they can make it to the playoffs, his second major title could be in sight. versus Na'Vi is for the champion stage.
This is a tough matchup for Big any way you look at it, particularly when we're looking at the man on our screens at the moment, the big brain behind the Na'Vi hive, that is Blade. So let's get some thoughts from him heading into this series.
Na'Vi are one game away from making it to the playoff stages, a position many people expect you already to be in. But I want to touch on one thing. With FaZe not being here, with BNE eliminating him, do you think that saved you guys in a situation where you might have had to play him?
No, if you want to win, you must face them anyway. It's not like we're satisfied with 5, 7, 5, 8 place or top 4. We only satisfied when we won. So for us, if we face FaZe in this stage, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I like the confidence with it. Now, Big in this game, you always have very good matches against these guys. What is it about Big that makes them an easier opponent for you?
It's a map pool. We play our best maps against them all the time.
Nice, so the Dust 2, the Mirage ones that come in. But do you think that if you get through to this playoff stage, you win now against Big, with Vitality FaZe not being there, do you feel like the major's more in your favor, another major for Na'Vi?
I actually don't think so, because I think that the balance of strengths has changed.
Okay.
And I think that there are a lot of teams that can be dangerous, like Cloud9, Heroic. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, thank you very much for your thoughts, Blade. Good luck.
Definitely good to never underestimate your opposition coming into things. We did see the map pick and bans rolling out on our screens. Exact carbon copy of what we saw last time around. 2 very solid maps for Na'Vi in this one.
First of all, like I'm going to say one thing that I didn't like him saying. He's like, yeah, we want to face everybody. We need to beat everyone. Just say it like one problem less. FaZe is out. We don't have that problem anymore. But yeah, we're going to win the event, whatever, right? Coming into the maps, he was spot on. They always get the good maps against Big, and today it happened again. Mirage, Dust, Nuke, everything like, you know, points out to the Na'Vi win. And because it's like every of the 3 maps is good for Na'Vi.
It's interesting to see Crimbo has, you know, a pillow behind himself playing. That's because, you know, I guess Simple's going to put him to bed.
Is that all you have for me? Yeah, sorry, that's the analogy.
Yeah,
I was wondering
Navi's
which
playing
way
their
you
best
were going
map.
to go with that.
This is like how it works in the end. It's Swiss. Like, Big had faced only easier teams throughout this tournament, and you pay the price for that by having to play Na'Vi in the qualification game, right? Na'Vi had a tough draw. There you get rewarded by playing Big. Fnatic in the challenger stage, difficult teams. Then in the 2-2 game, they get 9Z. You know, like sooner or later, it has to come into its own. So unless something, you know, unless Na'Vi has an ESL Pro League versus Endpoint sort of a game, which was the worst I've seen them play since Simple joined this roster 100 years ago, right? Like there's really very little. You look at the veto and you can't even blame Big. It's like they don't have room to move there. Like you don't want to play a map that you're not comfortable on against a team that's much better than you. Like, you know, they just have more ways to win in that sort of a thing. You have to go for your strengths and just kind of pray for the usual things to go your way, like win both pistols, win a couple of recent rounds, you know, get lucky here and there, get some clutches. But yeah, you're obviously never going to give up. You have to keep fighting, but it's going to be a very uphill struggle for Big.
Yeah, Na'Vi winning in the veto anyway. You're looking at this one. Mirage first up on the cards. Of course, Na'Vi bringing it into the mix. Let's see exactly what's going to go down with Jason and Anders.
Well, it is the Champion Sage qualification match. Big and Na'Vi. Big are trying to end a streak. They haven't seen the playoffs of a major since London, since 2018. It's been 4 years, and they're facing off against former major champions in Na'Vi as well, and the best player in the world. And right out of the gate, the pistol round, Na'Vi starting on offense here in Mirage. They're attacking into the A-bomb site.
Every single round that Big could get here is going to be important. Last time it did not work out well for them. We're ready, we're live with the game. It's going to be Big on the CT side. Na'Vi on the T side, and already setting up for an aggressive play towards the A-bomb site. And they do have a couple of people nearby. The USP's not connecting with any headshots yet. And actually, Na'Vi slow it down. Nice shot from Keto to bring down Bit. That's at least something of a start. And I don't think they know about Searson. He's been waiting back here, just hanging out. No one's checking it at the moment. He might get a free kill, and he's going to get one on Electronic. Finally, a little bit of an answer back from Simple. He gets another headshot up from the heavens, but it's not going to make a difference now. It's just on Perfecto. 1 versus 1 as he gets the kill on Tabson. It's spiraled out of control for Big. There's so much time. Perfecto, we can play a mind game here.
And he's got a very inexperienced opponent to do against. This is the rookie major for Sin. The stand-in for Big. Wasn't even technically supposed to be here. And now in a 1v1 of the pistol, I think he caught a glimpse.
Yeah, I think he did. Perfecto might be dead if he walks into it. Sin's in the right position. Oh, but and a great return. Sin, one clean bullet coming through, and Big win the pistol.
Oh, that's a great shot after getting gushed as well. What a huge victory in the pistol round for Big. Taking it 1-0. This was good. They were disciplined here. Na'Vi puts out all the utility. They slow play it, as you mentioned. They're looking for the counter peaks. They're looking for anyone to overextend. I cannot believe Sin actually managed that. Well struck shot. Yeah, hyped up. And Yanko just mentioned on the desk before they threw to us here. Big is just, you got to hope for the standard, the fundamentals. Win both pistols. And the first one is a task well completed.
Yeah, they definitely needed that. Almost got a little bit wild, simple, that P250 coming out of the Palace. It's a strong position, and obviously we know how good he could be. And he's trying with the Deagle now. Probably no reason to give him a lot of clean fights in here. Tabson is in a much better position. Yeah, now they got some backup to bring in the SMGs. I'm going to wheel in Sin to get that kill on Electronic.
This would be an incredible upset if Big is actually able to make it happen. As unlikely as it is in every sense, maps all going against them. Obviously the #4 team in the world in Na'Vi as well. Best player in the world on there. You got a lot of things stacking against you if you're Big, but with the playoffs on the line, you have to forget about all of that and play your game. Bit's going to add one kill into it with the P250, looking for a second. Sin shouldn't be able to give it to him, but he's going to. He's going to offer himself up. 2 kills for Bit. That ain't bad.
Maybe even more of an upset if you think about the context of the game, right? They just recently played this, and it was on the same maps, and they finished on Dust 2 was 16-8, and then on Mirage it was 16-10, right? It's not that long ago, and you just have to assume that Big... Maybe they learned something from that. Maybe they had some things they could improve, but that's a lot of distance to cover.
Yeah, I mean, just remember the words of Gabi from earlier in this tournament as well. He's just saying, you know, we're just kind of not really focusing on the future, not really focusing on the big picture. We're just happy to be surprising people every game we play, every step we take, and he's hoping it can continue. Another chance for a surprise here. Perfecto's going to be challenged. 2 players. Great first win, but Crimbo with the aggression pushes forward, and Big is playing with confidence right now. And they're in the lead. It's 4-on-2 in round number 3.
That's huge. Another Mirage Classic coming in with a double Palace push like that. And there's a reason you do it. It's very hard to recover. And usually the T's will just have one person up there, so you can overwhelm them. Pretty good job right there.
It's a good position to be in when you have the SMG as well, right? The weaker weaponry, you find a way to make it like advantage, a double push. You get close up around those pillars. Really well struck from Big. However, you want to talk about heavy hitters on a team. Simple, the best player in the world, and his right-hand man, Electronic. Moving up through Connector. This is recoverable, and they've got room to work with.
It is, especially when you consider that Keto and Crimbo are already a bit tagged up, and nobody knows that they're here. They've walked all the way up onto the bomb side. They've flown under the radar on this one.
It's crazy.
Crimbo, he's in a lot of trouble here. Gonna go down instantly. The only thing is they don't know Keto's back here. It is being covered for. Electronic's watching it, and he's gonna be the ultimate bodyguard, taking down Keto. That's not bad. Now a 2-on-2, and the bomb has been planted. That's a quick turnaround for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is a heart-sinking moment if you're Big. The players are just like, oh no, what has happened? What have happened? We've lost control.
They don't have a kit currently picked up. They do have a Molotov, but I'm not sure that's going to help them that much. They need to find a way to get Na'Vi to fight this right now. The Molotov goes into the corner. That's a bit frustrating, maybe. But oh, Electronic! He comes running out of the fire and takes down Tabs and Simple on the other side. The grenade, not going to go quite deep enough. It's close to getting the kill, but a 10-second defuse. Here's the follow-up, and it blows up Simple, but there is not enough time, like you said. No defuse kit.
He's got money for it.
Na'Vi will win the round.
He's got money for the kit.
Oh.
He's got plenty of money for the kit.
We have a lot of rhymes.
Yeah, let's forget about, I mean, let's just forget about that one for a moment because it shouldn't even gotten into the position of 4-on-2. This was a problem we've seen from Big earlier in the tournament as well. Every once in a while, there's a round where they go this passive, where they just don't have any information on the map. There's nobody peeking. There's nobody even spotting the fact that Simple Electronic, the fact that they're able to walk all the way up from Connector and have the player over at Ticket Booth just completely unaware of the possibility of it. I think Simple and Electronic are going to laugh all the way to the bank.
Yeah, they found the absolute perfect opening, and now they're going to try and speed it up. Mac 10's been already grenaded heavily, and Sin's down there. He actually caught the headshot mid-air. Look at the defense. The bomb has dropped down, so they have to commit to it. Jumping down into the flames, and this is a rock-solid defense on the B-bomb side. Electronic and Simple again return, but you have to assume this time there's no sneaking in. The bomb is committed to the B-bomb side.
It ain't happening 2 times in a row. Not at all. Look at all the bodies that are here as well. And as you mentioned, the bomb being dropped in that fashion. Keto's got them blocked in if they go for any kind of a long fallback, if they try and save these weapons. And look at it's just you have to cross your fingers and hope for a mistake. And Big's not going to give it to you this time.
No, they're done with that. Huge wake-up call in the previous round. Spots it out. Full of tap-ons is Simple, and he's going to go down. Not a single casualty on the Big side. They're back in the lead. Well, they were already in the lead, but 3-1 now, and that takes a lot of the money away from Na'Vi as well. So what a great swing back.
Absolutely phenomenal utility usage as well from Big. Great nades that do a fantastic amount of damage, but also a Molotov, as you can see on the ground right beneath the window you drop out of. So as soon as they land, they have to move. They're uncomfortable in any kind of fight that's being taken in that position. Really well done from Big, and outside of the hiccup of, I mean, the huge hiccup of losing a 4-on-2, even in the start of that round, they looked good. Big is coming into this game sharp.
Yeah, and that is going to continue to be the only way that they can probably upset this game, is to have this kind of a focus and never, ever let Na'Vi back into it, because they are such a powerful team once they get up and running. This one is a little bit more of a relaxing round. They can chill out, dodge the P250 if you can, but it's already dead, so...
Yeah, at this point now, 5-on-3 as well. I mean, just emphasize saving all the weapons, making sure you carry them forward. Don't lose anyone. Keto's going to get aggressive, maybe ill-advised, but it's up against Glock, so not the biggest deal in the world as Perfecto tries to swap out. One more is spotted, and money can start to build for Big's defense.
Obviously, in hindsight, we know that that out-of-call B rush that they called in the previous round didn't work out. Is that a call? Have they been studying Big's demos and sort of feel like there's a chance that maybe they're not that heavy in the beginning?
I don't think it was anything along those lines. I would imagine it's because, remember, they win the round, but they lost all 5 players. They didn't have a whole lot of money, Na'Vi, coming in out of that initial victory that they got in the 2-on-4. So I think it's just a call made by, one, resources you had available, and obviously a couple players dropped down to Mac 10s. You're not going to have full sets of utility to move across the map and play the typical style that Na'Vi's going to like. I think it's more dictated by the economic situation they were in. Off out in the hands of Searson, and he's been a great talking point for Big throughout IEM Rio. A huge step up in the level that we have seen him play previously on stages, on LAN, at big tournaments. It's a level that he's stated he knows he's capable of. It's good to see him live up to it.
Tapson down here on his own, and Bit is so accurate in taking that fight. Scary when you swing that angle. If you're sort of expecting someone to be far down the hallway, then it's going to be hard to take the fight up close like that, but he definitely had the right idea built out in his mind before it even happened. Searson, though, like you pointed out, oh, sending a message.
Yeah, that really is. That's a harsh one to take, although I like this play from Sin. Aggressively going to put up into that position, into that gap left by Searson's rotation, so he's got an advanced warning, so it allows a third player to shift over, stack towards the A-bomb site. Keto and Crimbo are going to be the main defense with Searson with that low HP. He's going to have to back out of the window room and just watch passively.
Look at the nades on the Na'Vi side, though. They have flashbangs left to try and take this with. Now, they have some smoke down already in connector, but they need to deliver something here.
The nice thing is the Opera's not here. The Opera's not in position at all. He's rotating over just now as Searson.
Yeah, just getting reeled in. Keto failing the spray and revealing his position. They know where he is. They've caught Searson. Grenades are coming in. Perfecto on a big double entry. And Crimbo now 1 versus 5. I can't believe that Na'Vi made that work. Again, normally you want some smokes or something to put up to block the orb in CT spawn or in jungle or whatever it is. This is mostly based on flashbangs.
Yeah, it's also the missed kill, the missed kill over towards Cubby. That would have been a great one to have, because then you can be activated. Then they have to worry about another player. Your teammates have another option, someone to support as well. Great shot from Perfecto. That's Searson rotating over, and an even better spam from beneath. What a round from Perfecto with a triple kill. 4-2, Na'Vi fight back, and Big have to dig deep into the wallets.
It's going to cost them quite a bit. Opportunity here, though, for Big to sort of reassert some control again. If it goes the other way, though, Na'Vi, you have to assume, are probably going to catch up to Big's scoreline fairly quickly in this one. No attempt for mid-control from the Na'Vi side early on in this one. They're sort of leaned over to the A-bomb side a little bit more. And Big should realize that fairly soon. There's finally a little bit of smoke in the window a little bit late.
Yeah, posturing for a late mid-control. It's pulled Crimbo up to catwalk. Tapson's in connector. And you imagine Bit turns into a lurk position in the underpass. He's moving up very, very slowly. He's got a smoke to re-smoke window if he wants it, or top con, which is where he uses it to clear out this position. 3 defenders now at the A-bomb site as Keto slides forward aggressively to the default boxes, now in towards Dark, and Searson's here with the AWP.
Who misses the first shot that rings out. They know where he is now, and again, Keto can't quite land the shot. That's the first kill of the game for SDY, so that's good to get him on the board. Tabson though showing up, and Searson again pretty aggressively running through the smoke to take down Electronic, and this has really slowed down Na'Vi now. And they're also getting flanked, even as we speak. Crimbo's making that long trek through T-spawn. They're in a lot of trouble, Na'Vi. 5 more seconds, and they're going to get completely crunched in, and they're waiting. They're hoping that Big make a mistake, and actually Perfecto, he's going to go check, but that's making a lot of noise, and Crimbo will hear it. He's almost certainly dead here. 24 seconds, and he has no idea. Free kill onto Perfecto with 20 seconds left. They should never be winning this round.
No, that's information over to Na'Vi as well. SDY and Simple going to slide forward. They're going to have to take the risk that Crimbo is going to re-peak. Simple's going to be in position with the AWP. Now it's SDY. Where does he position himself in the post plant? Because the retake's going to come in hot.
Can't believe he's walked all this way. His back turned to begin with. But Simple is alive, and that's always something well, he was. Crimbo finds him, not quick enough on that one. And with the health that's left, and in 1 versus 3, again, this is a 1,000,001 round to be winning, especially if they know where you are. Molotov kind of goes in the wrong direction, but at least this time they have kits, so they're going to be pretty quick with it. And yeah, sensible choice probably to say this round is definitely lost. So Big, 5-2. Not bad.
No, not bad at all. 3-round lead, making it interesting. Plenty of money for Na'Vi. They're going to rebuy into things with the extra money from the plant. What a great flank from Crimbo, but what's even more impressive, I think, is the decision to go up catwalk and clear out window room as well, making sure that's a really odd angle for Simple to expect to fight. Really well played from Crimbo throughout the entirety of the round.
Yeah, he was everywhere, wasn't he?
And he's been a player who's promised to be one of the best German players. That was kind of the idea when they picked him up, was that he's got the potential to be the best. We want to see him grow into that role.
Now, Electronic spotted that smoke down there, and you have to assume he's going to be communicating with Simo on the other side, but they still walk into the orb of Searson. I'm shocked. They actually did pause on the other side of the underpass, and I guess maybe they tried to flash it, or they tried to double peek him, but that's really dangerous. You know what that smoke down in the middle means.
Tell you what, if anyone thought this was going to be an easy game for Na'Vi, they might just be wrong. Big is playing very, very well. Still early going, still chances, obviously plenty of time for Na'Vi to ramp up. But this defense is looking good so far. Good utility to deny mid-control and mid-positioning. Flashbang comes in, Sin dodges it, and Electronic can't dodge the fire.
That's a classic scenario of the flash, instead of working as an obstacle to your opponent, it's just a signal for them for when to peek. Really smartly played for Sin. Simple's going to be sneaking in. Oh, he misses the shot, and he's dead behind it. That is a little bit of a slip-up, and now it's a 2-on-4. Still 45 seconds left, but Na'Vi again tasked with clawing their way back into a round. Big are in such nice control of the early first part of this half here. Crimbo, a little bit aggressive here, and he will find SDY behind it. Perfecto on his own with the bomb miles away. And also messing up the fire a little bit.
I think he's trying to, I don't know if that was designed, but either way, he started to use it to try and look over and obscure vision from an upper. It looked like he actually aimed for that, to be honest with you. 6-2, and what's really cool about this is Big is dictating a lot of the action. A lot of the action in this game so far. Nice shot from Searson, now up to 7 frags. Excuse me, Searson now 8-2 to lead the way for Big after that round. Tabson and Keto just behind him at 7. And at the moment, we have yet to see all the ability, all the skill, and the individuals from Na'Vi really arrive in this game.
I mean, this is the kind of start that Big probably had to have a shot at this, and seeing it actually happen. I mean, we say that over and over again whenever we're trying to paint the picture of some kind of an underdog, you know, having an upset. That's always the line that ends up getting repeated. But to actually see it unfold is super rare and really, really awesome. 6-2, Big are doing something special right now. But this is probably when we should remind everyone, because of the strength of Na'Vi historically and even today, they have to keep this up. If they let go at any point here, Na'Vi could bounce back and this could all be washed out. So the focus just has to be there for Big the whole way through.
Even if it's not Na'Vi, like Simple's not going to be this quiet throughout the entirety of the map, throughout the entirety of the series. Electronics looking for something in middle, gap in that smoke that he wants to toy with, a chance to take a shot up towards Catwalk. Doesn't get anything for it. Sin and Tapson have control of middle. All the information necessary, they know it's clear. Late window smoke coming in from Simple. But again, because Sin and Tapson are in front of it, it's not going to do much if nobody challenges, if nobody forces this defense back. But with that smoke blooming, the defense shifts away. Tapson falls back to Con. Sin takes a peek towards top mid. Now he's got intel. Now he hears footsteps.
And Smartly doesn't go back for the fight. There's no real point. You realize they have the Deagles. If you go down, you lose an M4 at the corner. Maybe that's something for them to fight for. Just better to let them waste the time and take middle.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of an avenue opened up. There's a smoke on Perfecto, although he's over in Palace. That smoke on Catwalk. This is the avenue towards the A bomb site. Keto just now shifting in. That's a beautiful nade. Chunks down 3 players.
Yeah, just as you're getting hyped up to go for the smoke, everyone's on half health. That's a little bit rough, but they will get at least 1 kill in return there. Flash around the corner. It's not a bad idea. If they would have landed that one on Tapson, it could have been beautiful, but instead, it's the captain of the big team to pick up a double kill, and Perfecto and Simple left looking for a little bit more damage. All right. He knocked out Searson at the very least.
Can he get the op?
Maybe he could.
Yeah, he's
There's only 10 seconds, so he can't win the round.
True, true.
But still, stealing anything at this point would have been really cool. Perfecto, AK, but he's going to get hunted down as well. And it's 7-2. Big with a massive lead.
That got scary, though. That got a little bit sketchy. There was a chance. There was an opportunity. But everything rested on that flashbang towards CT spawn. Well dodged from Tapson. This right here, this kill was everything for Na'Vi. If they get that, then they have the safety of the plant, and then who knows what happens. That's a filthy little shot from Simple. We're going to need to see more of it if Na'Vi want to claw themselves back into this game. They're down 5 rounds.
Jason, there are a lot of Mirage T-signs that sort of start with a fight in middle and the T's win it. It's a 4-5 and they have some luxury. I feel like Na'Vi aren't getting any of that.
No, their openings have been a little bit rough by plays like this one from Keto. There was a Palace push earlier that netted them a kill, a 1-for-1 trade. But you're right, some of the early goings haven't exactly been going in Na'Vi's favor quite yet.
Got his forward position for Keto. He is so deep on that angle. And then obviously on the right on the other side, the double ramp push. That obviously means middle is going to be way less defended, but because Na'Vi haven't been really taking middle that quickly, I guess Big feel like they have some time where they can spend, spend on a double ramp.
It's a designed passive setup as well from Big, so I don't think they're going to care too much. I mean, outside of Keto's aggression, everyone else is very far away. Searson just now shifted into the B bomb site to take this angle. He played this round from Market for most of it, though. B split going up Catwalk. Bit's going to be in Con. Electronic on Catwalk, clearing out ladder room for the moment. They're going to challenge at Searson, challenge at Crimbo.
He's deep in this bomb site. They're going to have to run really far to get him, and he's got the backup there as well. And Crimbo, this is a nice defense once again. Once you get those early kills and it slows down the incoming attack, makes all the difference in the world. Searson, do you really want to stay scoped up here? The peak is coming in from the side. And that's risky. 3 versus 3 and Simple. Before the bomb is even down, going to be taking up Tapson. Sin and Keto are left. And they have not that much money in the bank. I don't know if this, you got to be really sure that you could do this. And they're going to be backing out.
Thank God for Perfecto if you're Na'Vi right now. Thank God for his game so far. He's got 10 kills, but they're all impactful. These two are the only thing that crack open this bomb site. Searson never budged off this. And again, we touched on it earlier, and I mentioned this yesterday watching Big play, or the other day watching Big play as well. Searson sometimes kind of loses himself in the sense that he's just so hyper-focused on his scope. He's unaware of the surroundings and where people are potentially coming from on his flanks and his peripherals, and he gets punished for it yet again here. But Perfecto also had that triple kill opening earlier on in the second round that Na'Vi got.
And the actual opening kill that he got, it looked like he touched his toe on the ground, and then it was a headshot to follow up on a Crimbo. That was pretty sick. Ooh, 7-3. And again, this is that huge potential pivot point in the opening half here. I guarantee you, if Na'Vi win this round, then Big are going to be out of money, and Na'Vi can bounce back, and they're going to shrug all of this off and say, this was an acceptable first half. We have enough rounds that we could be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is probably the most important round of this map so far. This dictates a lot. Big's done such a good job, but it feels horrible when you know you've played such a good game. You know you've rattled off a bunch of rounds and had a great defense against one of the best teams in the world, and it all just dissipates so quickly. If Na'Vi's able to claw this back and have a good first half, Big is going to be crushed. And again, a lean towards the B bomb site. Na'Vi have not found a whole lot of success in middle and at the A site.
And Big have kind of stopped defending middle, which is interesting. That they said, "All right, that's fine. We're gonna defend the extremities." In fact, even Tabs, and look at how far away he is.
Maybe due to virtue, they just don't want to spend the nades. They might just be saying we'd rather play these late rounds with some counter utility than really challenge for middle. Another big push from Keto. Big's done a great job of actually finding these openings in Palace. I'd be surprised if this wasn't prep work. This is something Big have seen and said, you know what, we want to be aggressive in Palace this game. We want to find our information here. We want to shrink the map in this position. Big and Electronic in middle, they can challenge today. They can have presence in connector to make it a little bit nervous, but it's Searson's up. That's a dangerous prospect.
Yeah, you stick your head out there, you will have no idea what hit you on the other side. We're down to 40 seconds.
They need to have some kind of presence, though, if they want this defense to shift over. Big has a great read because of Keto's positioning.
Yeah, you're right. Now he's pushed out. Now he's in T-spawn. Oh, this is going to crumble for Na'Vi. If they don't move right now, and again, they have to get the entry. If they can't get the entry on the B-bomb side, there's no round to play for any longer. Couple of more steps.
Oh, my Lord.
He beat the AWP at range. Electronic, that's an opening. He's tapping away, but he can't find Crimbo. 17 seconds on the clock, and Na'Vi almost getting slowed down again. Taps in a Crimbo. They're still at the bomb site, down to 10 seconds. Where's that bomb plant coming? Na'Vi, they're not even fighting for it right now. They don't have the space for it. Symbol gets a kill. 4 seconds left. The flank is coming in. 1 more second, and there's Keto on the flank, stopping the bomb and winning the round for Big. Absolutely perfect timing.
I mean, he wins that round, not just by stopping the bomb plant, but the information he had is what allowed that stack to be over at the B bomb site, which allowed them to buy so much time. There's so many bodies that Na'Vi has to eliminate before they can feel safe, and by the time they get it done, Simple has no other option but to grab the closest plant spot. What a great round from Keto, what a great round from Big. And a phenomenal defensive half so far. They're up by 5, but it's costly. It's one player that survives, just Keto. So the money issues continue. This shot's disgusting. Holy hell.
But Keto, that was a slow train coming. He started that all the way out in the Palace, and he showed up at the last second of the round and won it.
It feels so bad though, in a sense. Like Electronic taking that fight off catwalk towards bench is probably not the contact they actually want to have happen first. They actually want the B players to take the contact away so Electronic can come up a little bit late on catwalk. But no one was really able to challenge in any way.
And that was Big's economy about to get wiped out. So they get another shot at it here, but because it's sort of a 1 versus 1 at the end, they only have the one rifle. They don't have that much money still on the CT side. They need to keep winning. They're not quite out of the woods yet. Electronic almost with another entry, nearly catching Tabs in at the corner. And this time a lot more mid-aggression from Na'Vi. They've taken over the mid-space really fast. And they're not afraid to show it either. Electronic trying to sneak on in. Remember, they tried to flash this earlier and it backfired, but it is still a really good idea. And wow, okay. It's like there's no one's here.
Yeah, why not? Go check it, take a risk.
Didn't expect him to walk in with his back turned, but
no, that's a good point.
I mean, it looks badass what you're doing.
Looks baller as hell. Well, once again, Big have a good read. 4 players at the A bomb site. Keto's already pushed down ramp.
Again, another bit of aggression. He's actually playing an incredible game so far, even just in terms of the positioning.
He could spoil this.
He could. SDY might not be ready for it. He is setting up for it. Oh, and the crouch through. I take it all back. He was absolutely ready.
Fair play to SDY. That is well done. Searson, though, in the site. Tapson and Sin are there to maintain presence and take attention away. Missed flashbang from Na'Vi doesn't spell anything positive. Yeah. Simple's dinked.
You got to be careful, though. There's a spear coming from the middle as well. Bit is walking up connector. He's going to be up on those stairs. Simple's out of the round. And we're down again, low on the clock, 20 seconds. And Na'Vi not quite making headway, but they are getting the flank in from Electronic. So let's see how that plays out. Searson would love to stop the bomb, but he's going to be a little bit late. They're going to get the kills, though. And maybe the flank is not going to do nothing at all. It's SDY on his own, and he's running, panicking out of the bomb site. Crimbo to catch him. And it's another round here for Big.
Every time, when Na'Vi's going to the A bomb site like this, they're not getting any of the fights that they want. They're expecting some kind of peak from Big. For the longest time, they're slowly creeping towards the bomb site. They're expecting some kind of fight to be activated by their utility, and Big's just not giving it to him whatsoever.
I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to blame outsiders for this.
Okay.
Because outsiders have taught people over the last, I guess, probably a year or more, but that to not panic in those situations, right? When there's only 20 seconds left, the temptation, I'm sure, for someone like Searson, who's in the back of the bomb site, to just take a peek, just to, see if you can find something is huge. But if someone's looking and you die, then yeah, that's a much easier round for Na'Vi. But Big are really, they have a lot of discipline in those late rounds, and that's given them a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you can blame outsiders for that. I'm going to give credit over to Gabi and Tapson on top of it as well. Remember, the two biggest veterans of this team. Tapson's been part of 7 of the 8 majors. 7 of the 8 majors Tapson's been part of have been with the Big organization.
That's true.
And this whole project is about growing the next generation of German players, and it's a process.
Saving
it takes
German
a long
Counter-Strike.
time, yeah. To instill that kind of discipline, to not go for those peaks, it's a lot of hard lessons in there. And there's a lot of times you have to teach that lesson over and over again because young and inexperienced players get pulled into it frequently. And this is a Big that's kind of growing into its own right now with this defensive stand.
I mean, that project is looking better than ever right now. There's absolutely no question about it. An inspirational story what Tapson's been up to. A bit deep in the bomb site. The flash is good, but he just could not find the kill. SDY, he's been activated. He's come alive now. A double entry for him and Simple on the follow-up, and he walks through the smoke. Got to be careful. Sin is right in front. And Simple definitely heard that shot. He definitely has a good idea. Much quicker round here for Na'Vi. They're tired of the late rounds and an instant bomb plant.
Yeah, and an instant save call coming out from Sin and Crimbo. There's no money left on Big. Na'Vi, I mean, as tough as it's been, they've had Big on the verge of an economic collapse for quite some time, and they finally complete it.
Am I making this up? Does SDY have something like 8 kills in the last 3 rounds, maybe? He had 0 kills, I think, for the first maybe 5 or 6, maybe more rounds.
Yeah, he stepped it up. He's had a couple of good rounds. This one providing some of the openings. The last round he had 3 kills, providing the opening as well. Put together a few back-to-back good performances. And this is the chance for Na'Vi to get back into the game.
I mean, you could probably already say at this point, at least they have the buffer to not get wiped out in the second half. It's not great, but it's something to build on, and that's going to feel a little bit better.
It could get great. Still 2 rounds left in this half they can put on the board. If they can end this 6-9, that'd be, they'd obviously love that one. I like the change of pace, though. The slow style from Na'Vi wasn't netting them a whole lot of things that they liked. It wasn't being very effective whatsoever.
Yeah.
Big was handling it well, and I think this was a perfect time to kind of change the philosophy behind your game plan. Window smoke from SDY coming in. Bit and Electronic to swing out top mid. There's going to be... Ooh, they don't swing. They don't swing, and that might be a good thing. There was going to be a challenge in window.
Look at what they have on the big side. 1 AK, 1 M4, obviously saved from the last round, and then not much more to follow it up. So you're right, it could still be a pretty great half here for Na'Vi, the way that this is playing out. A bit in the middle, flashed in. A lot of footsteps, but it might almost be a double peek. There's one, and Sin, credit to him, he did read it. He knew what was coming. He just couldn't react in time.
Yeah, I heard the footsteps of the low player. Yeah. Oh, great shot from Crimbo. Palace aggression has been the name of the game for Big. And SDY, you mentioned it, a step up in performance. Another triple kill for SDY.
Nice of him to join the game in such a spectacular fashion. That has made all the difference for Na'Vi, because otherwise Perfecto was the one leading the charge.
Yo, this is great for Na'Vi. If you're Na'Vi right now, you're like, this is kind of cool. Like, yeah, this isn't the greatest half we've ever played. We're not going to be super pleased. But outside of the 2v4 that Simple and Electronic won earlier, they've been mostly quiet. This has been a very chill game from those two. It's the younger players, it's the newer additions that are stepping up and actually making this half very, very possible and within Na'Vi's reach.
We said it earlier. The focus for Big has to stay intact throughout this game. If at any moment they lose it, Na'Vi are going to absolutely crush them. And I'm not saying it's lost yet, but a tiny little slip up at the end of this half, and it can absolutely cost them everything. Simple's going to get the early kill, taking down Crimbo, which he's the top fragger right now on Big, so that's a nice early casualty there.
Oh, that spot in connector prevented Bit from swinging towards middle, and Electronic can't choose a target. That's a good kill. But Bit realizes they're going to hunt him down, and there's no way for him to get out of this. There's Searson, nicely done, but the B-bomb site is lost again, SDY.
Yeah, they knew where he was as well. It's going to be the final kill for Simple. 9-6 in the opening half. Big well on their way, but now they have come alive. Let's see how much in the second half.
All right, number 5 or 6, whatever number we're on.
Yeah, it's the first win for Navi.
Yeah, this was the first. Was this your first tournament with Navi as well?
Yeah,
New York, right?
my first tournament. Yeah.
Only fair everyone hears the full story.
Stay the hell away from my family. Whatever happens to us, you'll always be my darling.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social.
Io delle donne non mi fido, il corteggiamento.
Oh, yes, please. The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social.
Io delle donne non mi fido, il corteggiamento.
Oh, yes, please.
You had to know that when Wingstop set out to make a crispy, juicy chicken sandwich, they wouldn't make it in just one flavor. They'd make it in all 12. Like lemon pepper, mango habanero, hickory smoked barbecue, and OG hot. So why have one new favorite chicken sandwich when you can have 12? Try the new chicken sandwich for only $5.49 at Wingstop, where flavor gets its wings.
I was thinking of spending some time as Iron Man, with thrusters for feet and hands like cannons. Is that too much to ask?
Well, when you see the kind of stuff that Simple considers normal, you get a little bit of a sense of why we're saying don't let go of the focus for Big. They have to keep this up. He is crazy. But Big have done a great job. 9-6 in the opening half on Mirage. They are off to a pretty nice start, and they have to keep going.
Yeah, it was a blistering start. That was incredible. But I mean, they did let it slip. Last 3 rounds of the half all go the way of Navi. They started catching on fire late in the half, powered by the younger players, powered by SDY and Perfecto with good performances. This would be a great half to get some Simple highlights up on the board. Navi with a real chance to come back in this game now. They've made it possible in the first half. And all 5 players from Big going to attack this B bomb site. Bit and Perfecto on the defense.
Are 2 flashbangs going to be enough to stop this and a USP? There's one. Perfecto. Yeah, but he realizes swinging into it, it's too dangerous. He might just get knocked out, and that's the end of the defense. Bit. Oh, my God. The accuracy. He's just taken 2 headshots like it was nothing. It's going to be Simple to follow up, taking down Sin, and now Tabson and Crimbo, 2 on 5. They have walked in to an absolute slaughterhouse here at the B bomb site. Crimbo's fighting back, but Navi, deep breath, no reason to give him more of those fights. This is a 1 round as long as nobody moves.
That's disgusting from Bit, and that's the exact strength that he had as a rookie and that we know he has as a player. The headshot accuracy, pinpoint accuracy. They're giving him the fights. Crimbo's got a chance. 1v2.
Still a very slim chance. The little shot to master drop. He's almost got that headshot. Oh, it's way too close. This should never be happening. He gets the goosh on Simple as well, and finally, he'll take it away from Crimbo. My God, that was close.
Oh my, I can't believe Simple went right back into that peak. Crimbo almost gets everything he wants. That's almost a very, I mean, that is kind of a sloppy round, a sloppy 3v1, let's say, from Navi to allow Crimbo to get that close. Extremely doable, good shooting. But of course, Simple with 2 HP is not going to be afraid of stepping back into it. 9-7.
That's kind of a little bit horrifying. I mean, even the, was it like a 5 versus 1 or something? I think even then, they should have probably never got that close. Even the 1 versus 3. But Navi off to a decent start in the second half. No bomb plant, so it's going to be a little bit of a timeout here for Big. They have a 1 deagle just for the lulls.
Crimbo,
and then They could buy AKs.
Crimbo's leading the server after that pistol round. 16-8
Damn.
for Crimbo. He's been an absolute monster. Flashbang from Simple to activate Perfecto. They want some information. They want advanced position. They want to know what Big is up to. And at least they know for the moment it's not coming B. So Bit can stick around on Catwalk. Simple's going to shift and rotate over towards Window Room.
Electronic, wonderful position against unarmored targets. Wow, the Deagle's shown up in the back. That's a little bit unfortunate. All right. Down to 1 health. Not what he wanted, I'm sure. But he can play it safe, call in for some more reinforcements.
Ooh.
Jumping burst fire to take down Simple.
Oh, you don't shame like Goat like that and get away with it.
It's going to say it might come back to haunt you later on.
Yeah, it's going to piss him off. 9-8. Navi's within 1.
Your first buy around for Big coming up. AKs for everybody. This is nice, though. Sit down.
Yeah, give him a little dink. Clean it up with the burst fire. Not bad. Yeah, you could just smile a little bit. That's all you can do. He's like, that's how you want to play it? I'll be back.
I feel like we've seen that from Simple a lot of times in the past. Where you push him a little bit and the return, the answer back is not exactly what anyone wants. Sin's looking for an opening, but instead it's Simple waiting on the other side. I kind of like it though. No warning, no flashes thrown, just walks in to try and see if you could catch somebody who's a little bit asleep.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. Now SDY close up. He's going to win it with the MP9. 5-on-3. And Big throughout this tournament has been one of the worst teams at trading kills. And here again, these two frags that come out from Simple and SDY, there's no opportunity to get them back from Big, at least not immediately. True. So Crimbo, Tapson, and Searson left to pick up the pieces. They've got plenty of utility.
Well, this is when Na'Vi had a little bit of trouble on their T side because Big weren't giving them any fights. And well, Na'Vi's actually going to give them, but it's an unfair fight with a flash to set it up and just a nice crunch onto the middle. So good job.
And also just by virtue of this being a 3-on-5, Big is hoping for a mistake, right? They're setting up that boost. They're hoping someone's going to slide into his vision. Yeah. But I mean, well overexposed, and it just sets that up perfectly for Na'Vi to take advantage of the situation. Searson's the last one remaining. 1v5 with an AK-47. He's going to tuck himself into a corner and just chill.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do, really. So tied up immediately with a lot of money suddenly being built up on their side.
I mean, after such a good CT side from Big, it's going to be 6 in a row for Na'Vi when they tie up this scoreline after this round. They've come back into the game, and now they're starting to look a little bit more like themselves, a little bit like they've woken up after the first half.
Curious how the AWPing is going to be playing out on the Na'Vi side, because I feel like there are a lot of Mirage games I've seen at a Na'Vi where Simple doesn't look that confident with the AWP on the CT side. So a little bit interested to see if that's something that maybe Big could try and exploit, try and put some pressure on. Or if somebody else is going to be taking over the AWP and doing, especially the B-bomb side, right? Having that AWP anchoring the B-bomb side could sometimes be like a nice luxury, but I'm assuming that won't be Simple doing that.
No, he's going to be everywhere on the map.
Yeah.
He'll be all over the place. I mean, he'll anchor it every once in a while, but he's also going to go catwalk. He's also going to go mid. He's also going to go to, I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He gets complete freedom within this team, quite obviously, and for good reason. So one AK-47 and some upgraded pistols picked up.
Oh, this is going to be fast, right?
Yeah, this is just going to be a pop. They don't have a lot of utility either. It's a smoke and a Molotov to use for Big. And they're going to be going right at SDY. For the moment, he's alone, but Electronic's going to be involved very quickly. So is Simple.
Yeah, now we need to make a choice about whether or not they want to defend it or just retake it. Crimbo, he actually jumped over Electronic. Nice grenade in return, but without the rifle out, Searson's going to get that kill. And this is working for Big. Maybe a little bit aggressive here. Searson's going to go down, and it's back into a 2-on-3. But they got caught, absolutely caught, Na'Vi. Not ready for that kind of speed. Perfecto and Bit left.
I don't think this is recoverable. They're going to go for it. They're going to see if these nades can flush anyone out into the open.
Well, the smoke on the bomb probably can. But can they defuse it is the question. They have a kit onto Bit, so maybe there is a way. Oh, Sin, with that headshot, it is definitely game over in this round.
Nah, CT positioning is just way too strong for the T side, even with that smoke on the bomb. Man, Na'Vi get caught with their pants down, not expecting the aggression, not expecting the fast play. Perfecto's going to get one kill in garbage time. Round's already over. trying to stay alive as the bomb goes off, and Big steal a round away.
If you're one of those A defenders, whether you're in jungle or in CT spawn, and you see the smokes coming in, how much time do you really have to communicate to your teammates about whether or not you're going to be running in front of the smokes to fight, or just, you know, do it a retake instead? I mean, obviously, this is a little bit crazy. Electronic, I guess, wasn't really trying to fight, but
no,
still.
but that's a play you can kind of expect. That jump through the smoke, it happens frequently. I mean, not always executed as well as that from Crimbo. But Electronic was kind of aggressive on the stairs while Simple was kind of passive in window room, right? They weren't joined up in any kind of way. Simple could have had his back a little bit earlier. So maybe on the different pages a little bit. But they buy right back up into things. And now Simple's got the off, playing top con.
It feels like some CT sides on the A bomb side will say, well, you can have the bomb side. We're just going to chill back and we'll almost hang out in CT spawn if we need B, and then we'll retake it.
That's the kind of philosophy they played that with, because SDY was at ticket booth right out of the gate. He wasn't challenging. They were more mid-centric, but obviously, I mean, when Big gets up in your face and wins those initial battles in that fashion, Electronic was a free kill. SDY didn't get anyone. Simple went 1 for 1. Tough round to recover. A lot of faith in SDY here, though. The only defender at the A bomb site. Other than that, it's Electronic and window room. 2 players on catwalk, Simple and B with the AWP.
Yeah, they seem like they're really sure this is going to end at the B bomb side. Otherwise, I mean, they wouldn't have almost at least 3, but nearly 4 if you count the window. Electronic close by.
It's going to be interesting to see how Electronic plays this off of his teammates. Boosted up to see if they can get contact with that smoke. He's going to bail out Electronic. Now that he's gotten a new position, he can actually help his teammates. Good kill from Bit. Opening frag found. That's Sin to go. And a 5-on-4 as Big start creeping up connector.
It's going to be a good smoke towards CT spawn to try and block off SDY's playing over there. And they're watching that jungle. They want to make sure nobody's there. Oh, nicely done from Searson, taking down Bit. And now there's a huge opening in the round once again. Back into a 3-on-3 with about 18 seconds on the clock. And Keto landing a headshot towards CT spawn. Perfecto wanted to see if he can bring it back. But Keto's just finding kills left and right. And he'll close the round, taking down a Simple. Big. That is a very, very important round.
Yeah, that's the money taken away from Na'Vi. That's all the money gone. Man, what a brutal one when you lose. When you lose to Tech 9s and Deagles, money goes in the bin, and then all of a sudden you're reset here. Na'Vi have a really tough few rounds coming up. They'll save this round. It'll be 9-12 more than likely, outside of any shenanigans with Simple's Deagle. But then you have to go into the unenviable task of having to get money back beneath you.
Yeah. Na'Vi in the middle building some sort of a comeback, but this is a huge stumble. There's absolutely no question. 11 rounds for Big and some good momentum, no question. Crimbo's still up to 18, but Searson is there at 16. Keto's up there. Tabson's up there. The whole team's playing so well right now.
And I can't tell you how important that is when you consider the fact in this tournament, Sin, the stand-in, has been their best player leading up to this point. Today, having a rough game. Also the most inexperienced player. He's got 9 kills, but the rest of his teammates have stepped up and shown a level that we haven't seen yet from them in this event. This lineup is playing very, very well at the moment, and they're shocking. Na'Vi, I think you have to be a little bit stunned if you're Na'Vi at this point.
Some clears towards the A-bomb site, but really the main force is in the middle right now for the Big side. That's a stack on the A-bomb site, but with just the USPs and that one Deagle, it's going to be very, very hard to do anything. So you have all the players in the right position, but none of the hardware that you would need to actually win the round with. Yeah, they're going to get chewed up here. Simple with the 1 kill, not really a big deal if you're on the Big side. 12-9. They're taking some massive steps in the right direction. They need 4 more rounds, and they can claim already a big victory on Mirage.
Yeah, and this is going to be a timeout for Na'Vi as they talk things over. This is an all-important round for Na'Vi to get back into the game. They've hit a low point again, a lull. 3 straight for Big. But weapons are coming back out, and if you lose this one, if you're Na'Vi, and have to descend down to a partial buy, Big's knocking on the door of, as you mentioned, a map 1 victory already.
Some of the really cool stuff that we saw from Big in the opening half, you know, Keto pushing Palace, the double push on a ramp. They had a lot of different looks, and I guess Na'Vi haven't had that much time in the second half, but interested to see if they have some, you know, some tricks up their sleeve. They had the boost, I guess, earlier a bit on the catwalk box, so that was a little bit of something.
Well, both the rounds that Big is, the 2 important rounds, the Tech 9, the low buy round, and then the follow-up round, both kind of ended at the A-bomb site.
Yeah.
So A-bomb site's been exposed. Once a pop-up ramp, once from presence in middle. Round 22.
Well, here's something. Electronic drop down to take a look. Always dangerous when you stick around for too long in the middle. Sisson, that's a very, very exposed. He's got no backup in here, so if somebody peeks him from an angle that he can't see because of the scope, then he's just going to be dead. But so far, so good.
Electronic just made the run. Bailed out. He had a smoke he could have used to give himself some space, but chose not to use it. Simple nails the shot. Again, he finds Sin challenging on a ramp. That happened earlier in the first gun round of this half. Same players, same fight, same result.
And Bomb still posting at top mid right now on the big side. They're giving Na'Vi a chance to make a mistake. Just a freeze called all across the map for the T side. And it looks like Na'Vi are not really going to do anything either. They're happy to wait this out. Well, might end at the A-bomb side again.
Well, Bit might need to be a little bit more effective on Catwalk as well. Good kill from Electronic. Bit's going to start sliding over. Searson picked him off last time. They have to be careful not to re-peek into this. Don't lose anyone. And actually, Tapson and Searson, they turn up Catwalk towards B.
Well, they were spotted as well, so I think right now Na'Vi know almost everything they need to. They saw those two players. Look at Electronic, the reposition. That's so deadly.
They're saving.
Yeah, they must be, right?
Yeah, it's done. Keto's so far away back in T-spawn, so Big didn't even want to try it with Tapson and Searson.
All right. Mission for Na'Vi then is not... Yeah. That is always so uncomfortable.
They're gonna lose everything.
Yeah, they will. Searson's going to be going down. At least Keto could keep the AK, but
that's a really painful place to stall out, isn't it?
It is.
You're exposed from so many different angles. Catwalk, connector, window room. Well found at the end for Na'Vi, taking all the guns away. Rebuys coming in for Big. They've got plenty of money to do it. But a good hold for Na'Vi. They get kills before Big can even get started in the round.
This kill is good, but Electronic follows it up with a peek afterwards to actually see the people on Catwalk. So I feel like just that little bit of information also really important. 23rd round. Still only a 2-round gap right here. Oh, and push down the middle. That could have been the end of Simple. He tries to just shoot through. Electronic will get one. And they actually catch Keto inside of the smoke. Simple, I don't know if you saw him or not, but that is a huge check.
I'm wondering as well. He might have just spammed that. We know Simple likes to just take the shot. Firm believer in the miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, he's from that school of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. Perfecto's at the back of the B bomb site. Simple's going to rotate over with the AWP. You don't want him catching momentum. You don't want him feeling comfortable with your timings. That would be a disaster for Big.
And again, you're in this weird position if you're Big, where unless Na'Vi come to look and sort of walk into a scope somewhere, how do you get back in the round here? They have so much control everywhere on the map right now.
You're also in a position where Simple's taken this angle with the AWP and called all of his teammates off, saying, look, I'm just going to park myself here with an op. I have the best weapon to guard against this, to guard against anything that might be coming. Perfecto's going to be on Catwalk, and just now, Na'Vi have made the play. Flash out window with the peek to clear that out.
Yeah.
We're going to start putting together a puzzle of what's happening.
Yeah, and the logic also is, right, if they don't throw any nades, then I'm going to scope them. If they do, then we have advanced warning, and you can call people over, you know, 3 seconds, 4 seconds earlier, which 3 or 4 seconds in any high-level Counter-Strike round is going to be a lot of time.
And now Electronics here in those 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly it. More people showing up. They've got the defense ready. And Perfecto will take the early kill onto Crimbo. Tabson and Searson left at 2 on 5. And they're so close. All right, fireworks at the end to close the round. Nice triple for Simple. He's slowly but surely bringing his team back into this game.
Yeah, it's such a quiet start. He was second from the bottom at the end of the first half. He's got 19 kills now, leading the way and tied with Crimbo at the top of the server. And speaking of which, I said Crimbo's name earlier because he was top fragging in the server. He's cooled off.
Yeah.
He's cooled off big. He's still at 9. I mean, 19 is tied with Simple, but he was leading at like 16 and 8 or something, and he just hasn't had a whole lot of kills since then. And Na'Vi starting to come back, and this is back-to-back rounds Na'Vi has survived with all 5 players, and that is low-key quite a disaster for Big.
Yes. Yeah, without that, if they could have kept it close, they could have kept Na'Vi on the ledge, where a couple of wins would have maybe won the map for them.
That's what got Na'Vi back into the first half in a relatively flat T-side for them, was the fact that they kept the money low. They eventually got that crack. They eventually got that break. Big doesn't have that option quite yet. It's going to take a couple rounds to grind down the money. Round 24. And Big's going to sit back with pistols, but they at the very least in this round, need some frags. They need to do some damage to this Na'Vi defense.
Yeah, that's critical. The Deagles are a good tool for it. Flash is going over, so Electronic looks like a long time that he's spraying, but he's pretty sure no one's going to be firing back, or at least not with any real accuracy. Did take some damage down to 25 health. And yeah, this is going to be a round where each individual member of Big is sort of angling for their own fight a little bit, hoping to catch an opening somewhere. Last time they played, Big got 10 rounds in total on this map. They're already up to 12. Looks very competitive at the moment, but it could all fizzle out for them if Na'Vi really keep up this level. SDY, huge first half for him. Searson, oh, that's almost a catch. That would have been a little bit interesting. There's Crimbo and Sin left. Getting those Deagles warmed up, although Simple controlling the spray very well, and a nice dunk onto Crimbo at the end. We're all tied up 12-12, and now there has to be a growing feeling of dread inside of Big at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, you had to have known there was going to be more of a test. It wasn't going to be that easy. You had to have known that you weren't going to get Simple stand quiet for the whole game, especially in a qualification match. 20 kills for Simple. Another buy for Big.
Yeah, you better beat Na'Vi while Simple is still a little bit cooled down. Once he's not, the task becomes not even twice as hard, probably more than that. All right, initial smokes pretending it's a B attack. You got that double smoke towards the catwalk side. It's a classic on this map. And then they got Sin kind of angling for a kill behind it. But Na'Vi should know this doesn't feel like an actual B execute. I mean, the grenades are there. Are they going to double back through middle?
Ooh, this is dangerous. Electronic on contact. Simple, you imagine, would peek off it. Oh, no. He just holds the angle. Keto slides into it. And now Electronic comes out. And now the details aren't going the way of Big. Nice kill from Sin. It's all he can get. Perfecto was lying in wait and taps in. Nothing to do, and Big has gone cold. In these past 2 rounds, they've only gotten 2 kills. That one's number 3. But Tapson's got so much more to do, and it's impossible. Na'Vi take the lead.
That almost, I don't know if it's true, but it felt like the double smoke towards catwalk and then the 3-man push to middle. It's almost like a 3-man kill squad looking for someone from Na'Vi who's over-rotating, who's a little bit too aggressive in window. And they just never really got that. And also, in that 5v5, they had no grenades left on the Big side at all. After the initial smokes, they were just out.
3 kills in the last 4 rounds for Big. They've gone quiet, silent.
Well, maybe the Tech9s can bring them back. Always exciting to see a rush like that come out.
Well, it looks like they're setting up for the exact kind of play they did earlier that won them a Tech9 round. Let's see how they can do. SDY is going to be close up. Simple, chucking out a nade, might be a little bit late. SDY is the one who's in real trouble. They're going to start wrapping on him. A crossfire setup. SDY needs to deliver. Simple's got one at range, and SDY takes a moment, and the Deagle shuts him down. Crimbo's back in business.
It's a dangerous round immediately. As soon as SDY is down, it's a little bit different. So 2-on-3 now. Searson getting cornered. The bomb is delayed. No one has it right now. It's in the middle of the bomb site. And who wants to risk it? Who wants to walk across the bomb site to pick it up right now? That seems dangerous. Simple, not quite seeing it. Doesn't realize where he is, but you got to be careful. Crimbo's very, very exposed from the middle. So one mistake here, and this is going to be a lost cause. Big have got close in this round, but they're not there yet. Electronic, does he see it? He does, but too late. Sin with the headshot. Double kill in the round for him, and it's back into a 2-on-2. And Simple's already tagged up. They still have 45 seconds here. They're going to be sneaking in. Both of them going jungle, leading with the rifle. And
Bomb's still not picked up.
No, it's not. But the problem is when he comes back, is he really going to check this corner? Crimbo's kind of almost doing it. That jump gave away just enough noise for Perfecto to peek, and now Sin's in a lot more trouble. 1 versus 2. Perfecto will take him down. Na'Vi will end at 14. But that's a scary round.
That's 2 split. That's 2 split from those 2 in the 2-on-2. If you're going to try and make that cross and pick up the bomb in that fashion, Sin needs to be there with you to protect that peak because you don't have the utility to cover it off. You don't have a smoke to drop down a Molotov or anything. You need to have the player with the weapon actually helping you, assisting you in that. So a small mistake. And that puts Na'Vi on 14. 5 rounds in a row. And plenty of money to work with.
Some mid-control attempted here on the side of Big, and Na'Vi not challenging too much at the moment. Bit might. He might walk right into this shot. That's close. Tabson, he had the right idea. Would have been a wonderful opening, especially with what's coming towards the bomb site. Now, they will have called in Bid's position, but Perfecto's in here as well. And I'm sure Big know they need the entry, and they just can't get it. Again, Perfecto, he's been a rock in this bomb site. Simple's going to be taken down. Sin, now it's a 3 versus 5. And again, it's slowed down. It's stalled out on the steps of the B bomb site. That's rough.
There was no strength behind that hit. No power whatsoever. Nice shot from Tapson, but there's no impact to it. The bomb is dropped at the B site. He's got low HP as well, 16 health on Tapson. Simple's already watching for his next play, and there's a minute left. And when you're going to be down 12-15, you do have the full losing bonus built up, but I get a feeling that Tapson and Searson are going to just wait this minute out, save the weapons. They need them for the next round.
I feel like that's a big call to be making. Tapson sees Bid sliding back into the bomb site, and that 3-man push that was coming with the B-Horse, they kept going. And, I mean, the only way that makes sense to me is if you somehow thought that was Perfecto alone in the B-bomb site on the cap. That's never going to happen, right? I feel like they must have had a... Yeah, I guess that it was going to be a double setup of the B-bomb side.
There's just not enough like challenge and power in this kind of a hit. Like, there's no utility in their face. There's no one like really with any kind of spacing to go for that kind of trade, to try and stream out. No one jumping out the window to actually apply pressure on the defenders behind the bomb site. Just falls flat. And that's been the story in this second half. Big, such an admirable fight, such an admirable defense to get going, but Na'Vi shuts him down. This is about to, I mean, if this is what it's going to be a 12-3 streak that Na'Vi's on at the moment.
Oh my God, you're right.
Like, it's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, if you zoom out just a bit to spot that, you realize this has been a suffocating second half and even end of the first half when it comes to Big. Simple's up to 24 kills. He's overtaken every single player in the game. 15-12. And
I think someone from the crowd just shouted "focus."
Thanks. I'm sure they appreciate that.
A lot of good advice coming out here in Rio.
Well, they're not wrong. Galil's, you're out. AWP on Searson. They need to rattle off 3 rounds in a row here, Big. There's so much money on the Na'Vi side that they aren't going to be easy rounds either. 11,000 on the side of Simple, so you have a very, very difficult task ahead of you.
I'm interested to see what the game plan is going to be from Big. Not a lot of utility. 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and a Molotov for the rest of this round. 3 Galils. And Big is paused on the map.
They have plenty of time. They can allow for this kind of a pause. A little bit of control towards that top connector, smoke behind Simple, and he's going to be pushing out in front. That's nearly the kill, but he comes back to look for Crimbo. He must have felt like he was hunting Simple, but it was the other way around. 4 versus 5 now, and 45 seconds, and now this slowdown could suddenly be a problem. You don't have any more nades left. You have to execute the rest of this round just by getting entries, and that's been the big problem for the Big side all throughout the second half. They have not been able to. 30 seconds.
Oh, Searson's got him pinned in. I don't know if Simple wants to go for this peek. He's considering it. There's the slide, and they're close up around the corner. He goes. No way. Get out. The best player in the world just styles on Tapson.
Oh, it's so absurd. Sin goes down. Simple on the final kill. And Na'Vi, they were in the big chokehold, but they never tapped out. 16-12 as they take the opening map here. And Big, that's going to be a hard loss to recover from.
A 13-3 run for Na'Vi to close out map 1. Admirable fight from Na'Vi, but it's nowhere close to enough. Mirage is done. Desk is up next, and we'll be back with the rest of the series.
What's up, y'all? Let's level up my overlay using Adobe Illustrator. I'll use the gradient tool to create the frame, drop down the effects, texture, grain, Adjust the contrast a little. Nice. I'm gonna use the shape tool to make a mask for the game. Select both shapes, transparency, make mask, and deselect clip. Duplicate that to make the same frame for my camera. Round the corners, and done. Easy clap.
They didn't show it on stream.
Yeah.
I understand
They
it
didn't
after,
catch the way to go
after this
Prius.
round, during the next round, I heard that, like, people, oh, they were shocked because...
Oh, you heard the delayed reaction when the
I heard
replay came up.
yeah. And that was great. That was great moment. Yeah, that was...
Well done. You said top 3?
Yeah, on 3rd place.
Yeah.
Just want to see some others. Yeah, this one is very good because, I mean, of course, next he peaked. And at the end, when I was killing next, I heard the guy rushing me behind. And here I was like, I didn't know that he's ramp. I was trying to plant for timing. There's I can see him after jump.
Oh, you saw him there, and he shoots.
Yeah, understand. He can be closing door. If he's close, he open, I close. And here I'm just picking on time. So yeah, put this, I don't know, I mean, so let's just leave it.
Let's leave it out for now.
Yeah.
Walking's help is able to get the better of it. Not only that, he's transferred 2 more good headshots. Where's the kills from Na'Vi? There aren't any. It's simple in a 1 versus 5. He's down to 2. He's got a 3rd. All headshots. He better show up.
How do you play these? Because these are. How's the feel of like? Because there's always a conversation. Do you bail out to the other bomb site? Do you stick around?
It's,
it's
always, yeah, it's mind game. Here I could fake drop, but I decided just go slowly. So from this point he won't hear me. I know that he has good timing. He's probably gonna stay here and on timing pick the wood, you see?
Yeah.
And now he's picking the wood. And yeah, I catch this timing, yes.
So where you put this one? You stop to come back, you win a 1v5, you're giggling, you can't believe you just done it.
Man, I mean, there should be top 50. Okay, top 7, let's go.
You're probably the only person who could fill up a top 50, so that wouldn't be fair to everyone else.
Admirable first half from Big, but it all fell apart in that second. Na'Vi not having the lead until we hit the 25th round, no less, and from that point on, it truly was a clean sweep home. 16-12 is the final finishing scoreline, and I think Jason kind of put it best during the cast, Kassad, just a flat 2-side for Big.
Yes, definitely. They had a lot of effort in the first half, you know, a lot of aggression on every side of the map, and it looked really good at the start, but then Simple woke up and casually dropped 37 kills, and you didn't even see any like highlights or anything. He's just Simple doing his own thing and delivering on the CT side. Overall, I would agree that, you know, Na'Vi was just too strong on their CT side and easy to deal with the big T side.
I want to point out Perfecto in the first half because, you know, some of those T side rounds were really hard to come by for Na'Vi, and he had a couple of multi-kills in there, a couple of, you know, good kills, the swing kills for the rounds. And yeah, in the second half, it did feel a little bit like, first of all, Big would have benefited from a pistol greatly. That could have been it right there. But yeah, it seemed like Na'Vi was getting really good reads on them. You know, Big was trying to use some misdirection at times. If anything, Na'Vi was struggling the most against the A-Smokes execute, the infamous, the evergreen on Mirage.
You said about kind of Na'Vi, I guess, punishing some of Big's mistakes. There were some small mistakes that were coming out as we got into the later stage of that game.
Yes, definitely. I think one of the rounds that we had was round 18, where that's actually the first gun round for Big, and it's something that really bothers me as a coach. And if you look at this, there's going to be a fake mid take. There is no resistance from Na'Vi whatsoever. Right here, they're getting deep into middle. There is no contact. Look at this. Tapson is just looking straight out the window. There is no contact there whatsoever. So what's going to happen next? You're going to see Sin walking out of ramp and just dying straight up to simple. Now, this is like the little bit of the thing that I wanted to explain. In our teams, we had a default called 2-3. Usually you go 3 middle. If you get into resistance, you just walk out ramp and palace, try to catch the one guy off guard, right? What happened here, there was no resistance on middle, and basically that's a signal for Sin to stay put, which means they're playing on site, they're going to be looking at ramp, they're going to be looking at palace, so you need to stay put, hold your ground, and wait for the mid-round call, and then execute. He just decided to go out. Simple was just waiting for something like that. You give that shot to Simple, he's going to win it 10 out of 10 times. So, I also don't want to buy the thing like, you know, he felt the timing, he felt like he can do it. Right now, that was a signal for you to sit down and hold ramp, and that's it.
I don't want to, you know, maybe Tabson was the guy on mid. Maybe he was just saying, let's go. I mean, Sin is the new guy. I don't think he really has that much initiative that he will like just decide, I'm feeling it and go for it. And, you know, that could have been just one A player just playing retake on ticket and still gotten the kill. But yeah, he was the first death a couple of times in that second half. I feel like in the first half, though, you know, Big was up 9-3, and then Blade took a timeout and was talking a lot, and Navi's buy was like a Galil, a couple of AKs, not too many nades. Like it felt like he had a really clear idea what he wanted to do. They won the last 3 rounds to make it 9-6. That's a massive difference.
Yanko, I love that you bring up that timeout, because you asked the question, you know, what did Blade say during that timeout? I believe we have the answer with Banks.
Oh yes, I'm glad you guys brought that up, because I did manage to grab Blade as he was coming off the stage, notes in hand as he always does. At 9-3, he said that the guys were not doing as he said in the plan. He wanted to re-look over the notes. You'll even see Simple look down at his notes, drawing that on some of the camera shots. They needed to redefine what was happening, and then they bounced back and did exactly what they planned to do, and you saw it end up with a string of rounds then going into the second half as well. So it worked out for them. Let's see if they can close it out 2-0 or if Big can bounce back.
Thank you very much for that little update, Banks. Yeah, I do want to continue the conversation a little bit more about Simple, because we saw, you know, in that first half, he just posted up 8 kills. Then we see him really, really rebounding coming into that second half. Gobby's master plan, you know, of keeping Simple asleep didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say that's like not being said about Simple anymore? Like, the guy's just the best player in the world for the past God knows how long. He still delivers on the very important matches. Right now they were down 9-3, they get the timeout, they get the 9-6 thanks to the coach and the whole team, but then Simple just takes over in the second half completely with the multi-kills, with the fluent rotations, with, like, you know, just playing a semi-aggressive like he usually does, and just, you know, picks up all the kills that he needs to pick up for them to just win easily in the second half.
I think something that's still probably underestimated when it comes to Simple is just his game sense, right? Like, when you see Simple compared to other operas, do you notice how he's always where the action is? Like, you know, like he's not on the opposite bomb side. He's not too far away from where the act. Like, he knows where to open up in rounds because he's keeping track. Like, you as an in-game leader, you would call the setups based on what your opponents are doing. Like, he does that for himself. Like, he understands what the opponents are trying to do in every round. That's why his positioning is so good. And then when you add on top of that the mechanical skill that he has, that even when he's wrong, sometimes he's right. Right? That's what makes it so difficult to play against him. So him and Electronic are both very smart in-game. That's what makes it so difficult to play against.
Just to add to Yanko's point, and the little, like, you know, highlight video that we saw with him and Moses describing all these clutches, even in one sense, like, listen, I'm a 1v4, I know they're going to be thinking how to win this round, which gives me a couple of more seconds to do some picks. He gets double kill somewhere, and then he's a 1v2, uses his mechanics and just deliver 1v4. So that's kind of game sense that people, like Yanko said, are already underestimating at this point.
Very quickly, Yanko, we are moving on to Dust 2, obviously Big's pick coming into this. What do you want to see from Big if we have any hope of going to a third?
Listen, the Pro League where Na'Vi won the Grand Slam, right? I think the only team they lost to was Big in the group stage, and they lost 2-0. So what Big did in that game on the CT side, they were very disruptive. They were taking a lot of risks. They will open 4A 2 times early, boost Searson up with the op, and take long control. One round, in a gun round, they opened up 5A. They had no one B at the start of the round. They had a couple of mid-round, like mid-crunches at CT, right? So they were just trying to disrupt the timings for Na'Vi, be unorthodox so that, you know, things when they don't make sense, you're trying to solve the puzzle, you know, as you go. If you're Electronic, the in-game leader, now the pieces don't like fit. So I think Big needs to do more of that. They need to keep taking those risks, try to disrupt Na'Vi. If you just fall back, like, they'll pick you off all day.
It is a valid game plan because, you know, when you have like a disadvantage in quality of the players, right? When the opposite players are just better individually and they're a more experienced team, you need to make some sort of a adjustment to that and try to risk a little bit. Send 5 people there, go for early fights, go to double op, even triple op if needed in some key rounds. Try to win the important rounds like that if you want to have a chance.
Well, this is key for Big to be bouncing back into this one. Of course, it is their map pick of Dust 2 coming into things, but we all know how deadly the side of Na'Vi can be on this ground. If Big have any hopes of making it to the playoffs, they have to take this one and push it to a third. We're going to see how it goes down in just a few.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Oh, this one. Yeah, I talk about this one. I had chance to knife.
Had chance to knife. You didn't learn your lesson from the liquid run.
On Prime Video this Thursday, the Falcons, the Panthers, to the end zone, touchdown. 2 division rivals, Marcus Mariota, DJ Moore. Look at that, into the end zone. Squaring off in the NFC South. Win on 3, 1, 2, 3. It's the Atlanta Falcons and the Carolina Panthers. Fires, caught, touchdown. Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Prime Video.
Pop cut fizz, yeah, that's it. You do you, I do me, that's lit. I'm a snack, 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 snack. That's my flavor.
Chips Ahoy, here for happy.
When you're catching a streak with your deagle, do you like know it's gonna land? You get that feeling of like the deagle's on right now?
No, I don't know, just
going with
just you need to be calm, you know, with every shot.
Yeah.
It should be 100% because it's very important round.
Yeah.
You cannot fail.
That's cool. You put this round anywhere in top 10?
No, no.
No?
It was on blast.
Yeah, this one's recent.
No,
I mean, this was just 6 shots.
Yeah, it's just 6 shots, yeah.
Yeah. That's
I mean,
filthy.
but it not deserved top 15.
Right.
I mean, it was...
you were on that.
Yeah, it was great to hear a crowd as well.
Yeah.
You remember when Scream does this 1000
Yes.
and everyone's like...
You're like, I can do it too.
This one, insane, to be honest.
Okay.
But this one was online, it was 2013 year. I mean, it's bad recorded because there was worse version and worse demos, you know?
Yeah.
It's not that smooth like
Right,
it
right.
could be right now. Oh, actually, this one is...
It's not bad.
Yeah. And here, AVP hit me. Wait, I think here, yes. And I have 1 HP. And I say, I kill him. Wow. But there is...
You call the shot.
There is one more highlight I want to talk about.
Yeah.
This one we put in top 2. Let's do top 2. Just for fun, it's top 2.
At one point during this Legend stage, Big was 2-0. They were on top of the world. They could taste the champion stage. Then they lost to Furia, and then they lost to Fnatic. And now against Na'Vi, their toughest task as they look down the barrel of elimination at IEM Rio. One last chance, and they must have this map. They must have Dust 2 if they want to crack at the playoff stage.
Can't even begin to imagine how difficult that's going to be. Dust 2 is another map that Na'Vi play very well, and I think the desk mentioned this all throughout. There really is no good veto for Big in this particular matchup, so they were always going to end up playing on a bunch of maps, no matter what, that were going to be difficult for them. This will be another one for sure. Na'Vi are ready, you could see it. Perfecto started off well, SDY started to catch up, and then Simple woke up, and there's no coming back from that.
Yeah, I mean, the hardest part about that is, I mean, Mirage just goes to show you something you probably already knew in the back of your mind, but you probably forget when you have such a good start is, I mean, Na'Vi's always going to come back. Simple's always going to arrive at some point.
Oh, look at this aggression. They're so ready. Already pushing in the middle. SDY finding the bomb on Tapson. That is pretty disastrous to start the round with. Let's see if Keto could bring it back with a smooth headshot. I don't think really Na'Vi need to stay here.
That's really smart from SDY to just back away. Oh, actually, excuse me. Electronic's going to push up. He's going to get aggressive. This is so risky. Simple's gone down to a P250 over the top. Yeah, nowhere to go. Timing was almost there. If they'd waited another second, maybe. But SDY's still going to challenge, and so is Perfecto.
Yeah, they double peek him at the same time, and the flashbang to follow it up and start that fight with was absolutely gorgeous. Double kill for Perfecto, double for SDY, and they just double and triple down on the aggression in upper dark, and it works.
Yeah, their boldness is rewarded. SDY, that's very aggressive, and he actually gets the benefit of sliding into a position that they'd never expect. Electronics the first one contact in the tunnels, and Big probably says, oh, that's likely the only guy, the only aggression.
No.
Great flashbang as well from T-Spawn, absolutely filthy. Perfecto and SDY, all 5 kills between them. And it's 1-0 for Na'Vi.
I feel like sometimes if you're lucky enough on the CT side to find the bomb early, but sort of outside of a bomb site, you have this intuition to defend that position to the death. But very often that can be a mistake. I mean, Na'Vi obviously showing in this pistol round, that's great. But yeah, I had the same intuition. I was like, oh, wait a minute, don't stick around so can't find it. You're close to the Glocks here, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I liked him sliding back. I thought he was going to go further into safety, but they were just kind of setting up a follow-up fight, follow-up aggression. Perfecto's like, nah, we don't need to fall back. I'm here with you, bro. Let's go. Let's get at it. Simple. Catwalk. 1 kill is his. Missed the opportunity for a second one, and his teammates gone down in middle, but he's still got the situation under control.
Yeah, he's not that worried. Glock's on the other side. I don't actually know how the Glock did that much damage. It was a bit, but it did. 1 click. Keto would love a bomb plant, but I don't think that is ever going to be possible in this position. There's too many people showing up. Flash is over, and run it down by the MP7. Rare sighting.
I was wondering, that sounded different. I was like, I'm not used to that noise.
Every once in a while, I guess we have to, mix it up. Been seeing some UMPs around the place. That was an MP. Now it's an MP9.
MP9.
I swear in the corner it was an MP7. My brain could be malfunctioning.
Okay. Mine might be too, because I thought it sounded different as well. It might just be a little bit crazy.
Okay, well, I guess that was a glitch in the Matrix.
Good tag from Searson. He's been hitting these shots down through the middle double doors consistently throughout this tournament. He's had a couple of good tags in their various Dust 2 games. He's had a couple great kills with the AWP on the cross as well. Molotov on Catwalk is going to force Tapson and Keto forward, but that's all good. They wanted that anyways. Strong long defense as SDY is boosted up. That allows Simple to be mobile all the way back to the A bomb site if he chooses.
Yeah, they got all of the initial planning stages for doing some sort of mid to B split with, controlling upper dark and clearing out Catwalk, sort of selling the idea that Na'Vi have to be a little bit worried about this. But Na'Vi, on the other hand, are also ready in case it is a mid to B split.
Yeah, I mean, they set up for the mid to B split. I mean, it might be because Perfecto was tagged. They might shift a player over there just to help make up for the weakness of one player, but they also could have just called it right out of spawn because they haven't even really been concerned too much about the safe bomb site. Simple the only one here.
Here comes the smokes. Classic double smoke setup. 1 down on the low ground, 1 up on the box to try and get the job done. And they're actually waiting for a reaction. They might have been expecting something on Catwalk. You could see Keto is up there waiting and maybe out long. They're expecting that Na'Vi are going to react and they're just not.
I think they're going to reset up those smokes eventually.
Either that or they have to go right now.
Crimbo has one, and he's already in upper B tunnel, so they only have the one. They'll just lay it down on the low ground.
Let's see if this double setup in the middle is going to work. Famas up close. Perfecto is here up on the high ground behind him, and only 22 seconds. This flash is so good, but he flashes himself. He could have had the kill, and they don't know about Electronic inside. 15 seconds. Oh, and Keto coming through the window. He's low on health. And yeah, just buying time, Electronic. That's so smart. double kill for him, and they had the perfect read, Na'Vi. They saw that coming a mile away.
When they see the initial salvo of mid to B smokes, they're just like, yes, this is exactly what we want.
Yeah.
Come to daddy. Hit in perfecto, a vertical stack, absolutely perfect. And Electronic was hiding all along, and that's the other part about that setup. You see two players outside the B bomb site, you might think the B site is clear, and obviously didn't check every single corner necessary. 3-0.
Yeah, not the best start here for Big.
Big was spotted 12 rounds in the first map. The first 12 rounds all belonged to Big on Mirage. It was 9-3 at one point. And that has just been dominance. And then Na'Vi snapped back, snapped into the game.
Strong reminder to any team that's going to be playing Na'Vi ever, and I'm sure Big knew as well, you just can't let them mob off the ground. Once you have them down there, you have to finish that fight right there, or it's not going to end up well. Tabson in the middle with the P250. They got some deagles as well. They got some fun, some stuff to play with in this round, Big, so could be dangerous if they can get close enough. Out on long, just SDY. Worth thinking about as well in the previous round in terms of them fighting Electronic, Perfecto, and was it Bit or SDY that was outside? Anyway, Electronic was the last player in the B-bomb side, so they might not have realized because it was him.
Yep. Well, good double kill from SDY, uses the entire magazine. Simple's shifting over for support, not that it's entirely necessary. Bombs hit the deck. Two players on Catwalk as well. That's Keto and Searson, but this round is falling flat. Now, one other thing Big has to be cautious of, because this happened on Mirage as well. Rounds like this, Na'Vi went on a good run where they didn't lose a whole lot of players. I think there was a run where there was only 3 players that died across the span of 4 or 5 rounds. That allowed Na'Vi's economy to get so strong, and Big cannot allow that to happen. It makes the game so much more difficult if you let the money grow up and build up to a critical mass.
I'm sure also on some, just on a mental level, if you lose 5 rounds in a row but they're all down to 1v1s, you can keep the story alive inside of the team that we just need one more round and this is all going to be made up. Like we've sort of built up a little bit of a win, like we almost win the jackpot if we win in a round, but yeah, if they're all just flawless rounds, it's kind of hard to sell that idea. Perfecto again, what a start. 8-1 for him. Well, they're going to go out long, it looks like. Big sending Crimbo in with just a lot of flashbangs on top, but didn't look like Electronic was that affected by it. They're going to be running back through the middle again.
Ooh, another test, but this one's a different timing. This one's a very early timing. If Searson can find a pick, they're going to pull the trigger on this.
Oh, and he might. This is really good. He's going to find Simple. Now they can crunch that B-bomb, so at least try to if they want. Looks like they're going to slow it down once again.
Happy with the pick, and they're saying, nope, we don't need to do the mid-B split. We've weakened the defense at A. We've taken the AWP away. We've taken Simple away. Let's attack it. That's a critical piece of the defense that's no longer available to Na'Vi. SDY's taking a big risk. He's given up long control. Him and Electronic almost have to get aggressive.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. That's what they're going to do. Another smoke down behind. Let's see if Electronic can find the gap. He's waiting right on the ledge. As they're taking down the bomb site behind him, it's just all on him right now. And no one's checked it. No one's thought about it. They didn't even know. Oh, this could be disastrous for Big. They've built a nice round. And oh, they catch it. Sin. That is such an important look. If they let Electronic through, he could wreck that round. And instead, Bit and Perfecto will have to walk away. That is huge.
Good opening provided by Searson, picking off Simple, and a good call from Big just to go right back at the A bomb site, knowing they won't have to worry about the AWP. It was dropped on ramp, so it wasn't picked up by the defense. And that's the first round on the board.
That's very well done. And about time. We mentioned it even when Big were on that strong run at the start of Mirage, that it had to sort of keep going. Now that they start off a little bit cold on this map, this has to be the first of a long string around so Big. If this just starts going back and forth and Na'Vi are going to come back into it right away, I don't see Big coming through in this first half. So yeah, we need to see them rattle off a few rounds right off the bat here. What a turnaround.
Yeah, really great shot, but I mean a better rebuttal for Big. Finding the equalizing kill with the pick out middle. You can bet Simple's going to be aware of that possibility. Yeah, Sim just a perfect catch on the play. You can bet Electronic was staring up at the clock, counting down the seconds for that smoke to start to fade. Coach is involved. Gabi and Blade, two of the most well-respected.
Yeah, once battling each other inside of the server, and Now
they're destined to do this dance forever.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Commanding the troops instead. Round number 6, and that bank that Na'Vi has built up is going to be useful right now, and it's not deep enough that they can keep it going after this round. And look at that double up setup.
Okay, let's see what we got.
It's a Dust 2 Classic.
Simple looks like he wants to challenge. Oh, Perfecto's found a great timing for this. Searson's found a better one, but Perfecto has a chance, and he does not convert.
That's surprising, and he actually keeps going. Keto, he's ready for more. He wanted that headshot, but that is really well played. He's so disadvantaged dropping down onto the stairs like that, and he still won the fight. Electronic and Bit, I don't know what you could do here. 2 versus 4 with the smokes up and everything else. You have to save this, surely.
There's a gap in that smoke as well. They're very fortunate that Electronic wasn't able to punish it. He's going to challenge a little bit. Can't see anyone over the top. Tapson going to drop down. This is a really expensive round for Na'Vi. They've just switched into the double up setup. Good shot from Electronic, but I don't know how much more they can actually do. Bit hasn't started to shift, and Crimbo is going to cut him off. Na'Vi might lose everything.
Yeah. This is going to be expensive is what it feels like. Searson coming in for the check just as Electronic had decided to escape, and there's nothing Bit can do about this. Great wrap, and just overall a good round from Big.
And a heavy investment from Na'Vi means they've got no more cash.
That feels like something that could really change this outcome. This kind of opening from Searson, they need a lot of that.
It's back-to-back rounds won from Big, back-to-back opening kills for Searson that are converted into round wins as well.
Little flick, but ultimately, like we said, no more money for the Na'Vi side. Grenades are decent out on long, but there's not much of a follow-up. Couple of upgraded pistols, but otherwise the USPs have to try and get this done. And Sin is excited for this fight. Why wouldn't he be?
Quiet first map as well from Sin, who's been otherwise stellar for Big throughout this tournament. A big reason why they're even in this position to potentially have a spot on the playoff stage.
True.
You'd like to see another good performance from him here, this stand-in.
Yeah, probably almost completely unknown outside of German Counter-Strike before he joined this team, under some tumultuous circumstances for the Big organization. And the fact that he's made this much out of it is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, there's going to be some really interesting conversations within the Big organization after this event, I think. I think at the moment, too, they're probably trying to find a lineup they can keep together, keep playing together for more than a month at a time. And this one at least seems to be a winning recipe at the moment.
That would be helpful, yeah.
Yeah. 4-3 in the favor of Na'Vi, but Big have rattled off 3 in a row. The rebuy coming in. Simple has the op. M4 is going to be picked up across the board otherwise, and it's Big who want to have a quick conversation because they know the guns are coming in. Blade's very vocal right now.
Yeah, perhaps a bit unhappy about some of the people getting caught out long. It feels like, obviously, I'm not saying you can't take the fight on the CT side, but if Searson's getting warmed up, maybe there's a different approach, right? Maybe you say, all right, let's try and be a little bit more careful.
Searson has the spawn for the long pick again.
Yeah.
He caught that on SDY earlier. Let's see if he can do it again. Let's see if he goes for it again. Round number 8. Na'Vi up 1 map in this series. Big must win this to continue the fight.
All right, they're throwing all the grenades, but Tabson, you could tell he was never really going to run for that, so...
He goes out if there's no counter presence, right? He goes out if he doesn't hear presence from the CT side, but he calls it off. And here's a classic response. You hear long presence from the defense, walk out mid. Get some space to work with. Simple and Electronic are going to be blocked off entirely from helping.
Oh, this B-bomb site's about to fall. I don't know how they're going to defend this. Pushing up behind Bit as well. He's going to get the 1 kill. The Molotov is there to slow them down. Oh, what a huge defensive grenade, and Perfecto on the double. He's got a couple of more bullets left. That is very, very hard to do. They made that look so easy, but they were about to get wiped out in the B-bomb site, and now it's on Searson, and there's just too many targets coming at him. Electronic will take him down, but this is... A lot of this round is on that Molotov to slow down the upper dark part of the push.
Yeah, it's a god-tier Molotov. And once again, Na'Vi go right back into the double up setup, this time with a salvaged weapon, so it's not nearly as expensive. But yeah, that defense looked like it was in a lot of trouble between Perfecto and Bit, but they handle it perfectly. Excuse the pun. 5-3.
That's just so hard to do. If their Molotov isn't down, Bit's going to get shot in the back, and even if Perfecto jumps on it after that, he could get traded that quickly.
Well, right after you dominate a mid to B split with the 2 B defenders, Na'Vi call a switch up. They bring Bit over towards A to at least establish long presence for Electronic. Perfecto's on his own. Na'Vi think Big are going to attack elsewhere on the map.
See how long they actually hold on to this setup. But yeah, I mean, if there would have been some sort of a fast, long aggression coming out, it would have been ready with a lot of people there. SDY just keeping an eye on middle for the moment. And Perfecto, he's pretty deep in the B bomb site.
Both ops are at this A bomb site. Bit supporting Electronic with his AWP out towards long. Simple peering towards Catwalk. Continually forced off the angle by utility.
Let's see what Bit could do. A bit of an off angle. Doesn't have any backup down here, so a missed shot's probably going to result in his death. He's going to get one of them and almost gets hunted down. Gets the rifle back out. No point in throwing the grenade at that. Oh, and he gets shoulder peek. Baited out the shot there. Getting closer and closer, and still no one is here to help. Someone from the A-bomb side could maybe at least throw a nade for him. Yeah, there's another flashbang all the way up from long, so still he's in trouble.
Neither Simple or Electronic, they don't have nades. Simple's just going to take a wide angle to try and help him out, prevent them from crossing. I cannot believe Searson's just crawled through the smoke. That's brutal. Through the smoke, Sin's got Simple. Oh, it's all crumbling. Bit's the last line of defense, and he's tucked down in pit. Nowhere to go. Fighting admirably, but he'll eventually fall. And Big have found a round.
That is going to be a round. We're going to need to go back and look at this round. There's so much confusion in this round on the side of Na'Vi. It's one thing for them to kind of lead. That's obviously there's obviously communication, and they decide, you know, you just fight on your own down there. There wasn't that much time left either, but the fact that Searson could walk through middle for that smoke, like you said, that just disjoints the whole defense. You could tell at that moment they don't know what's happening.
It's 2 plays through smoke. It's Searson through smoke in middle to get a kill, and it's Sin going through the long corner smoke to find Simple, who didn't expect it whatsoever. That's actually wild.
That's a very hard round, I think, for Na'Vi to lose.
It's got to be a very frustrating round. Simple had just kind of tucked his head behind Carr, so when he peeks up, he didn't realize he's under pressure.
You know, also, when you force the AWP back into the pit like that, you feel like you're so sure that you can trade the kill no matter what, right? But they were so patient. And they're like, all right, no, it's fine. We're going to take the kill middle. We're going to take the kill of the car long while you just stay in pit. And then eventually, when there's no more backup, we're going to turn around and come find you. That's hard to do. Again, this is an unbelievably important game for Big. You could get the tensions high. This is exactly where you could make the kind of mistake of over-pushing the pit and actually losing the round.
Yeah, you're entirely right, especially with Simple being involved. Well, that's 2 rounds that Na'Vi has emphasized the double op setup, and that's twice now it's failed them. I wonder if they'll go back to it. No, Searson's ready for that push.
So ready. At least they can recover the M4. 4 on 5. But without any real money to work with here on the Na'Vi side, it's a good chance right now for Big to equalize this score.
That's Simple challenging with the scout up middle. A tough fight, but using the door to spam to even the odds against an AWP. A risky game. Flashbang out towards long. Searson setting up his teammates. Keto, Sin, and Tapson.
Yeah, Tapson, by the way, 0-7. He's put all his points into strategy in this one. He's not trying to find the shots. He just needs to outcall Na'Vi.
Yeah, they needed it. Yeah, they needed it on this map because the T side fell real flat on Mirage. All 5 players for Big are going to be out towards long. They've got all the utility in the world.
Yeah.
All you have to do is not get killed by Simple Scout.
That seems simple, Jason. I'm glad you laid that up for us. Let's see how it actually plays out. He's already going to get 1 tag there, and the M4 started to show up as well. All right, makes the jump down, and Bit just way overwhelmed at the end of it. A little bit of a counter boost, but that's very obvious. Na'Vi telegraphing that maybe a little bit too much. And Simple's going to try and make a run for it. All right, sticking around for some more scout kills, but well done from Big. They just brute force that bomb site.
Look how cracked he is. He's ready for a fight from any corner.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, he didn't spot the jump down. So nice find. It's just a scout that they lost. Not a big deal. What is a big deal is this comeback for Big. It's tied up.
Yeah.
5-5.
5 of the last 6 as well for Big. They've been on a tear. And now they've got money as well. Crimbo's got 11,000 after his investment in the round. Well managed from Big. Nothing crazy. Nice and simple. Second timeout used by Na'Vi to start talking things over.
A little bit of hope, a little bit of life in the big camp, you've got to assume. We saw how quickly it could get snatched away in the first map, so again, focus all the way through.
And again, Perfecto leading the way for Na'Vi in the early going of this game. 11 kills for him to top the scoreboard. On the other side of things, it's Keto with 12 frags, helping tie up the score for his team.
He was so good on Mirage as well, Keto. Had a great tournament so far. Missed opportunity, he did get the long spawn. That's why it's him and not Searson with the AWP, and they're going to switch it out. That long spawn for anyone new to the game is super important on the T side of Dust too. Random spawns, you can't control it, in case anyone's in question about that. No real nades apart from the 2 smokes on the side of Na'Vi. So if Big are playing this round slowly, and they kind of already are, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, one on Electronic at the A bomb site, the other on SDY out towards long.
It's actually the kind of round where you could understand it if Na'Vi tried to go aggressive in upper dark just to try and mitigate the lack of smokes and get a bit of an advantage at the beginning.
Yeah, if they were doing it, it'd be free. There's no one home in upper dark for Big. Keto's going to challenge around this smoke. Electronic's not ready for it. He's got utility in hand. There's the peek. He's ready for that.
I can't believe it. I actually think that's a sick play from Keto. That looked really, really nice. Simple's out here. AWP to take down Sin, and up closest to Famas. Yeah, they take up that position. He's not going to get the follow-up, but SDY will. And now, for them to win this round, Searson actually has to just try and see if he can take this fight on his own. They don't really have time. All the way down to 30 seconds, and they've lost Crimbo in the meanwhile. Searson's going to find that one. Still 2 targets left with 25 seconds. This round probably... Oh, I don't think he do. Maybe he has to run for middle.
There's no way he's going to make this. I don't think there's a chance.
He has time if he runs for middle, I think, but he can't go up a dark.
Okay, well, he's going to do it. Smoke down to cover his cross, and he's... Oh, spam coming in.
They're going to see him right over it. It's a nice attempt. He would have had time to get to the bomb site. I mean, yeah. The element of surprise, if they had been further away, they hadn't heard him, that could have worked.
No, not the worst round in the world for Big, even in a loss. You get a good amount of kills, you get 3 kills, you also prevented AWP being recovered. It's so far away, nobody can pick it up. It wasn't an emphasis down the stretch of that round, so Simple can't have the op. Little bit of frustration, 6-5. 2 MP9s, 3 M4s.
Yeah, as a result, like you pointed out, still a lot of damage in the previous one.
They've got utility, just no kits.
And again, that slow crunch coming out. Crimbo always in that upper dark position in any of these big defaults. See some nades landing, trying to take that catwalk control. That's something that Big have been doing almost no matter what they do. Take that catwalk control, and then there's a bunch of plays behind it.
Especially how we've seen them emphasize making plays out middle. That was so close. So close, Simple. How does he want to play this? All through the smoke. He's through the smoke, and Searson's found him.
He must have been visible almost the whole time. I don't know if he realized.
That play never got activated. I thought he was going to be calling in for a flashbang to actually turn the corner, but Searson didn't get blind. He's challenging so much. Middle of the map has been exposed over and over by Big. And once again, an opening kill for Searson.
1 MP9 out long to save this round. Oh, they're going to bring the bomb back.
1 MP9 on Electronic in the A bomb site. It's both the SMGs today. You can see Bit and Perfecto are realizing this just now. Navi's trying to make up for the weakness, for the deficiencies on the defense there. Oh, good kill. Good kill. And they need to keep sliding over.
They need to go right now. Oh, this bomb site's going to fall. MP9's not meant for this kind of a fight at all. 28 seconds, and they're rushing it up. Electronic, it's a good start to the kill, but his feet are on fire, and Sin will take him down. Now the Enforcer started to show up. Good headshot onto Searson. And look at the clock, 17 seconds. Where's that bomb plant going to be coming from? Crimbo and Sin, they don't even need it. They're going to get the kills instead, and that ties the game up once again. That's so scary. That's so close, but Big make it out alive.
The powerful weapons are in the weaker positions there. The M4s coming up the ramp, a tough fight, again, especially against AK-47s, especially when they can find headshot angles, and the MP9's just not equipped for that kind of a battle. Simple trying to make something happen, trying to make a play, but really had nothing to set up for it. Yeah, SDY was always going to be in an awful position, no matter what was happening. The kills all going the way of Big. Tapson's off the goose egg. 1 frag for him, but that doesn't matter whatsoever. He's calling a fantastic half for his team. 6-2 run right now for Big.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely. Otherwise, they definitely would not be in this position. Na'Vi again are out of money. They're down to the USPs. This is very, very interesting. Still have to remember that we know Na'Vi are very likely going to be very strong on the T side too. So even 6 rounds is scary. I would say it's good that Big are up to this, but they're not in a comfortable position right now. All right, up against the pistols. Going to be making the jump out. Sin waiting for another flashbang before he goes. And he will get traded and give up the AK, so that's a bit awkward. Simple. Oh my god. Just absolutely executed him.
We saw in the highlight clips, he says you just got to stay calm. You just got to stay calm in the land. He's got a chance for another one. Aim punch is a brutal thing. And Crimbo won't give him a second opportunity.
All right, well, only spray through smoke could maybe do something here, but yeah, Searson would have the advantage. Nearly gets his foot blown off. They're going to find some AKs, and that's probably plenty for Na'Vi to want to save the round. No point in going for the retake. All right, he's going to be found. Tabson, that's actually a pretty decent find.
Yeah, not bad. Taking that gun away. It is a 2-round losing bonus for Na'Vi, so they're going to get $2,400. Not going to be the most amount of money. They'll be kept off the AWP. And Big are going to take a lead.
They will. Tentative lead, 7-6. It's not really...
It's going to be their first lead of the game, and that's got to feel good. They've battled really, really hard to get here. I'll tell you what's helped them out massively is the fact that they built up a good amount of money in the first initial 3 rounds that they won. They built up a lot of cash, so they've been able to sustain through some of these losses. And ever since then, they have not let Na'Vi win 2 rounds in a row. Doing a very good job of ensuring that they're always going to be able to buy. They're always going to have every single weapon they want. And Navi's defense is playing this on hard mode with some pretty scattered buys themselves.
Yeah, huge key right now for Big, there's no question.
A lot of this feels like the switch into the double up for Na'Vi has just wrecked their economy, and they have not been able to get it back under control. They're 0 for 2 when they bring out a double up setup, and that's so much cash that they've been losing because of it.
It's, yeah, like you pointed, especially when it doesn't really work out for you, you're just not getting any return on that investment. Cheeky boost, see if they're going to continue it on. You can boost even further on top, and they will.
Oh, hello. Nasty little angle.
It's a good time. Plenty of nades on the Big side, not so much so for Na'Vi. Oh, Searson! Again, aggressive with Yor, but he keeps pushing. He reads this so well. Blocks Perfecto out of the bomb site. Yeah, he can throw his grenades, but the fact is, this is a big problem.
Oh, this is huge. I love the pressure they're applying here. Bomb's still not even close. Tabson's bringing it up slow because he realizes a push in lower dark is very possible. The conversion rate when Searson gets the opening kill has got to be something, I think it's got to be like 4 for 4 if they're to win this round. And they will. Navi's saving. They want nothing to do with this fight. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. Big take a lead, a 2-round lead.
And the willingness for Searson to not, I mean, the first kill is great. That's an opportunity, and he converts that opportunity into a win. The follow-up push, that shows such a deep game understanding and such a deep understanding of how Na'Vi like to set up. Have to appreciate that.
It shows the freedom given over to guys like Searson and Crimbo to just say right out of the gates, that's not something the in-game leader can coordinate whatsoever. That's just your individual players knowing they've got the freedom to really apply that pressure. Big's on a hunt, and I like this. I don't know how much they'll actually get for it because Na'Vi is so well set up, but Big has plenty of money. There's only going to be 1 round remaining. You might as well go challenge. But that's all they throw at it, just Sin. Just one player they send to their death. Na'Vi is reeling.
Yeah, they're starting to feel the pressure. Big on a bit of a reverse comeback. 8-6 in their favor as we move into round number 15. This is, if they can get this, if they can make it 9 rounds on the T side, that is such a great platform to build something on in the second half. Keto at 12, Searson at 11. Some of those kills for Searson have been so impactful to start the rounds with. 3 people out long for Na'Vi. They are really doubling down on that. And let's see, Big, they've been pretty quick in the middle before, and they're going to do it again. Searson, he senses the weakness. He knows just a player there. He's even sure the player's fallen back, and he likes Electronic. Oh, he is relentless.
You have to love the impact he's having on this game. if you're a big fan, this is exactly what you want to see from your AWPer. He's dictating so much. And it's been in middle. This has been a weakness for Na'Vi throughout this entire defensive half. Mid has been exposed over and over again, and they've done nothing to dissuade Big from going back to it.
Especially that really fast version of it. Some of the other rounds where they had the more sort of set piece with setting up all the smokes, it felt like Na'Vi had time to adjust just a little bit. But when they just caught it like that, Na'Vi are not going to be ready. 45 seconds. Bomb walking slowly out long. SDY is out there in the pit. Yeah, they're pretending like this is still going to be some sort of a B hit. They throw a really exotic smoke towards the double doors all the way from the T side of middle. That's going to be super cool to watch on a demo at some point. But right now, it's 25 seconds. It's SDY in the pit to try and save this round. And he's going to get the opening kill on Sin. And what a follow-up. That's all it takes. Double kill for him, taking down Sin and Keto. And they don't have time to go and find the bomb any longer. And they don't have players for it either. A final round for Na'Vi. A very tough first half. Big 8 rounds on the board. They need another 8 in the second half. Let's see if they can.
Is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on?
Introducing Ruffles Ridge Twists. An airy twist on your favorite snack. With a smoky barbecue flavor. Created by Asia Wilson. What a play by Ruffles. Find both flavors today.
We are using human wisdom to create a god. Let us reenact a scene of the Archon War. Come and inaugurate my birth as a god.
I was thinking of spending some time as Iron Man. Yeah, the Iron Man. With thrusters for feet and hands like cannons. And a head like mine, but the Iron Man version. I want to be known far and wide for my breathtaking heroism. Is that too much to ask?
Oh, it's a double. Nork on ramp, he taps away. It's a good Julie double. Oh, but he hits them both!
Searson here with the AWP, but he's putting on a bit of a show. A fast wrapping long is Hunter. The only man left, Searson.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The second half, second map is coming up. Na'Vi with 7, Big with 8, and they are in a little bit of a backs-to-the-wall type situation for Big. They lost the opening map. They have to win this one to continue to fight on Nuke. Will be the third and final map. If you get there, and we've already seen it once, we mentioned it several times, if you don't put Na'Vi away really, really quickly, they're going to come back to haunt you, and they will absolutely take you out.
An 8-3 run on the end of the first half for Big to come back on that T side. Now they got to switch over to defense, but if Mirage taught them anything, it's that no matter how good of a start you have to a game, Navi's always going to come back. They're always going to challenge you down the stretch. Big's not done with this one just yet. They want that third map. They want Nuke. That'd be the deciding one if we can get there. If Big can get there. Upper Dark seems to be a point of contention. Navi have 4 players in position. SDY just looking for anyone to push out towards long. He does have 2 flashbangs, so you have to imagine that's going to help set up his teammates to come out of lower dark. Maybe push towards double doors, maybe push out mid, but there's also 3 defenders here.
Yeah, really good lean right now on the Big side of things. Still a little bit scary with the smoke, depending on where Electronic is going to end up using that, if it creates enough space. Flash out the middle, not going to find anyone, and they're worried about that catwalk position. They don't want to get flanked. If they go for the B bomb site, nobody wants to get shot in the back by any CTs that are there. And look at Big Depth stacking it up. Oh, they flash it in, but Bid actually getting the headshot on Searson. That's a cool idea. Sin getting gushed up, and the USPs finally connecting, taking down SDY. That's an important kill, but nobody in the bomb site, and somehow they sense it. That's a nice read from Simple. He's in the bomb site.
It's thanks to Bit. He's called out 2. Kito's got nowhere to go. Bit's got all 3 kills in this round. Electronic gonna push up right next to the smoke. Oh, eliminates 1. Bit goes down next. It's Tabson versus 2.
Tabson had 2 kills in the first half. If you can win this round, all is forgiven. It is tried, but Simple will be there to drop him. That is a nice attempt from Tabson, but it's not going to be good enough.
It's all to the information that SDY gets. He goes down on Catwalk, but he gooshes 1 player close to double doors. He sees another one far back. They'd already gotten a kill on Catwalk. They're seeing the shift in the defense, and that's what lets Navi know it's weak. It's weak here at B. Even if there's a stack, 2 at middle means at most there's probably just going to be 1 player. And obviously there wasn't at all, so a free avenue into the B bomb site and a second pistol round for Navi. They've won both now on this map.
I could do with a Searson scout round.
Why not?
And Big could certainly do with one of those. Very interesting to see what happens to the T side if some of those scout shots land, even if they're not headshots. Just a couple of people get tagged up and the whole dynamic changes with the T side.
Yeah, you get a couple players on low HP and all of a sudden you get a little less courage to start moving forward and really advance towards the bomb sites. Makes it a lot more difficult. They're going to challenge it. It sounded worse than it was. Searson's down to 78. Some good utility damage to chip Bit down to 58. Starting to soften up some of those Navi players, but that one hurts. That's Sin going down through the smoke.
Pop flash setup here. They hear the flash coming in from the T side, and now they're just counting the second. It goes a bit deep, so Electronic can turn around for it. Thought that was going to be more of a pop. Maybe a little bit too deep. Ultimately, they do get Electronic down to 12 health.
It's not the scout tags, but it is damage done to some of these players, so we'll see if it kind of makes Navi a little bit nervous. Not so much Electronic as he challenges around the smoke just to make sure nobody's on the railing. This is a huge challenge for SDY. If he can win this against the scout, it is just a MAC-10. It's not going to be the cleanest thing in the world, but they're calling out the scout is towards long. Tabson's rotating back under cover of flashbangs, and he wants to continue fighting.
Still sticking around. I think they might have thought he fell back. Simple will land the headshot, and now it's kind of fizzling out a little bit here for the Big side. Nice attempt, good damage, some good control, but you can actually tell in this round as well that Navi were keeping both Catwalk and middle as viable options.
And Electronic with the low HP backs off of Catwalk and runs the route all the way back towards the long cave to join up with SDY. He's just saying, I got low HP. I'm no good here on Catwalk. Let me come out towards long where it's a scout, where if it misses a shot, where I have a little bit more range with this rifle. And obviously they get a freebie as Searson had fallen back to defend the A site itself. So 9-8, Navi regained the lead.
Good stuff, but a lot of setups in this round for Big that could have worked out. The initial pop flash there on the Catwalk, and even Tabson sort of making it look like he was going to fall back and drop down, and actually stuck around for an extra second. All little tricks that are potentially lethal if you make a mistake. So, lead for Navi, 9-8 is going to be the scoreline. 5-7 and Scout brought over into the next round by Big, so not as lethal, but you never know.
You never know. 1 or 2 nice shots can change the nature. Plenty of Navi fans out in the crowd. Simple gets a big roar whenever he makes his presence known on the stage. Round 18.
Yeah, the real test, obviously. apart from if the scout can go wild here, is that first buy round for Big. If they don't win that, I think that's going to continue the downward spiral. Here we go. Crimbo on the 5-7, going to be taken down simple, and they kind of don't probably want to give up the AK, but at the same time, it's risky if you go fight for it.
Yeah, well, now also, I mean, this is exactly the eventuality we touched on in the last round, right? You've got Electronic down at 34 HP due to a scout. You've got Crimbo with an opening kill, so a 5 on, let's say, 3.5.
When he gets to walk away as well.
They've actually recovered the AK-47.
Did they really steal it away? That's crazy.
Yeah, but look how passive they are now. This is going to choose some time off the clock as Na'Vi are looking for further aggression. They've missed one piece of it. They've missed Keto in Upper Dark. This is what he was doing on Mirage CT side as well, pushing in towards Palace and gaining a lot of information, a lot of map control from the defensive side of the map. And that really made it difficult for Na'Vi to execute the way they would have liked. Great shot from Bit, but he's tagged as well.
Yeah, now we got that effect going on. Doesn't take a lot to destabilize this round on the side of Na'Vi. 45 seconds, they're putting the group up there. They're expecting for somebody to still come look for the rifle out here, so that's why they've got Electronic boosted up in the corner, and he's low on health, so it's kind of a double win for him if anyone shows up.
I think there's a missed rotation for Big here. I'm surprised to see Sin evacuate A to go over towards the B bomb site when Keto is pushed in towards Upper Dark with all the information in the world. It might not have mattered at all at the end of the day because of the overwhelming weaponry, but it certainly alleviates a lot of pressure on some of these low HP Na'Vi players.
Well, Electronic might get his day in the sunshine here. Oh, they actually get past, but it doesn't matter. Good double. They saw that coming all along. They set that up 30 seconds ago, expecting for that Galil to be just too tempting for Big to come look for, and as a result, they're going to all go down. So Sin and Keto, I mean, now it doesn't... Yeah, there it is. It's alluring. Shiny, glittery.
It's purple. You can't miss it.
Too tempting.
Sin will take it.
All right.
So 10-8. Big going to have a 2-round lead heading into the gun rounds.
Yeah, and this will be probably, you have to assume, a vector for how the rest of this half is going to be going. If Big can pick it up right off the bat, start to build the economy on the CT side, and they still have a fighting chance, they still absolutely can win this. But with Na'Vi get rolling on the T side, who knows? He's built himself a little palace up there, a little box fort.
Having a good time. Ooh, tag on Sin, down to 58.
Ouch.
59.
Thereabouts, give or take.
Ish.
We should do that, should have ish behind everything, just to be sure. Smoke up towards that B bomb site. This smoke is such a versatile smoke from the T side.
Yeah, throwing out some utility. It's going to make the defense very nervous, and quietly Na'Vi's moving up catwalk. Tapson can't hear anything, has no information.
Oh,
Searson's op will be in position.
Yeah, but he actually was in danger of being caught completely out. If he comes back for it now, again, he could be running around into an army of players. Although that is a good shot. Next up in line, though, you got to be careful. Simple's out there with an AWP of his own. 4 on 5. The bomb is being wheeled in. They still have a player out on long in SDY, so they got to be really careful that they don't overcommit to the retake here Big. They got to be worried about that. Tabson, good dink onto Simple, and he's out of the round. Bit now fighting more or less on his own up here, but he's got Perfecto coming in. A little bit of confusion on the Big side. They're not quite sure where the gunshots are coming from. Perfecto on the double, and this is falling apart now. This retake is a lot harder. They get the wallbang shot onto Bit, and how did he get that defuse?
Kits.
You're right, no kit, no smoke either. They pick up a kit on the ground, Searson, but he has the AWP. And now that Crimbo's out of it, the Molotov is pretty good, but you know they're going to challenge it, and they hunt him down. The no-scope does not connect. Instead, it's Perfecto, quad kill in the round, and he saves Na'Vi.
God, he's been so damn good for Na'Vi throughout this entire series. He was wonderful on Mirage to keep them in it while everyone else was waking up. Here on Dust 2, leading the way still down the stretch. 18-7, and he holds off the retake. A 3v5 converted by Na'Vi once the bomb goes down.
The switching attention of the big players running up that ramp is just so confusing, right? Because they're kind of getting shot from the A-bomb side and then from catwalk, and it just keeps going back and forth.
It's a great tactic as well from Na'Vi. Oh, hold the phone, because there's some aggression out towards long. Behind Bluebin, it's Bit. He's got the first. Oh, great headshot onto Sin. Just one left. Caught with Mul. Oh, dear. That's not ideal. That's not ideal. Crimbo will take him.
Yeah, down low. He almost summited himself. Searson Trying to get that second scout shot off finally, but he's going to go down. Electronic will find him through the wall. And Keto, they know where he is. And they're in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, my lord.
Hold on. SDY is low. 5-7. If he can get close enough. They're both waiting for him. Smart play from Na'Vi. 12-8. And unfortunately for Big, that is the first buy round. And it doesn't really go their way. So they're starting to be in a lot of trouble here in the second half.
Yeah, it's been 5 straight for Na'Vi since the halftime break. Big's going to have to slow down this momentum that's building. 21st round. Champion stage on the line in this series. Na'Vi is 4 rounds away.
Decent nades out. I feel like Big have been good with the nades at the start of the rounds. Even when they've had nothing else, they seem to be doing some good damage. Electronic burning alive out here, and he's not going to be allowed to get away. Crimbo, good catch. They hear the tick of the Molotov, and they're ready to go. And looks like Searson's on the hunt. And that's a shot that he definitely could have hit, but...
Oh, they're going to pop this B bomb site.
Yeah.
There's only one defender here. Tapson might hustle and try and get over with smoke in the double doors, but Bit wants to challenge. He wants to hold it off. Oh, what a dirty little gap. What a dirty find from Bit. And that's isolated Sin. So inexperienced, the most inexperienced player, and he's got a really tough task ahead of him. 1 kill, a second. Holds the fort while Big recovers, and Sin might have just done enough.
That's unbelievable. He was on his own, and they knew, and they still couldn't find him. Now it's Simple instead in a 1 versus 4. He's already got one of them. Going to plant the bomb, and they want to run him down right away. No scope up close. They keep pushing. Oh, this is really risky. And finally, Crimbo comes in. They had him locked in, but that is exactly the kind of round that Simple could win.
Yeah, those are the kind of rounds that you would give Simple a puncher's chance in. We've seen him win it a number of times, almost an identical round. 3rd timeout taken from Na'Vi. They got plenty of money, but they don't want to let this lead slip. They don't want to let Big back into this. What a moment to shine for Sin. A great transfer over to Perfecto, who couldn't get the angle. It took everything to take him down, and that allows Big's defense to recover perfectly.
Sin pulls that off as a stand-in on the team about 4 rounds from getting knocked out of the major in front of a huge crowd. He's never tried anything like this, and he still has the composure to do that. Pretty impressive.
He's been great. 12-9. Double up set up now for Big's defense. They've picked one up off the body of Simple. Pried it out of his cold, dead hands. Gonna go for that mid-peek. They've already crossed. He sees one hop back. Keto playing a dangerous game with the secondary AWP.
But the call otherwise from Na'Vi made a lot of sense, right? They knew there were a lot of people out long, and they just were like, all right, you're not going to be ready for this.
It's the eternal depression of professional Counter-Strike is even when you call the perfect strategy, even when you have the perfect play and everything is set up for you, an individual Herculean effort can just ruin it all. And that's what Sin provided, a little bit more breathing room. Spotting the AWP, not baiting out a shot. Keto's going to shift position.
Yeah, doesn't really want to stick around for it. Similar smoke here to put some pressure on. Oh, wow. What a play from Keto. This is dangerous. I don't know how Simple knows, but he does. A little bit more patience, and he's going to have almost a free kill, but Keto's frozen on the other side. Just a mental standoff, and Keto, something inside of him tells him it's not worth it. Wow. I'm shocked that he went for the smoke to begin with. I'm even more shocked he didn't kind of keep going once he had that angle. Interesting.
I respect it. Just realized in the moment, didn't want to risk it all with that kind of a push. Mid to B split attempted coming in. Good shot from Keto. First is his. And there's space. There's an M4 in front of this through the smoke. I don't know how he's gotten that.
I don't know either, but once again, it's down to Sin. He's alone again in another 1 versus 4. Yeah, but they are very low on health. Sneaking in behind him. Sin, can he do it back to back? No, it's going to be Bit to find him instead. And that means the round is lost. Absolutely nothing they could do on the other side of the map about it. 13 on the side of Na'Vi.
That's a tough ask for Sin. 2 rounds in a row to be able to pull that off. And this time the defense knows they're cut off from the B bomb site, cut off from support entirely. Crimbo, unfortunately, still trapped in CT spawn. That smoke might help. There's a little gap in it, but no one's there to exploit it. So Crimbo and Searson get away. Op still in the hands of Searson. Great shot from Keto. This is astounding.
Come on. Come on.
That's not even fair. What a find from Simple.
Oh, man. you have to feel like if you're Keto back there, it's like, what? Like, what am I even meant to do? That setup is... They probably win the round if Simple doesn't do that. On the big side, that's it. They have the lockdown. 13-9. 3 more rounds for Na'Vi. And they book a spot at the champion stage. Big. If they have any more strength left in them, then now is the time to summon it. Crimbo and Keto doing really, really well. Searson on that AWP on the T side. He was so aggressive. He was looking fights everywhere. Been a little bit more restrained in the second half. He hasn't had the AWP in the same rate anyway, but I wonder if we can get some of that Searson back, because that's going to make a big difference. Almost caught, but might get baited into the shot here. I can't believe it. He had the lineup. Electronic opening up the middle. That needed to be the kill for Searson. Crimbo, though, quick return, and the flick's not going to be connecting. 3 versus 4, and again, they have to save it.
Man, just like Big leaned on a weakness in the middle of the map on their own T side, Na'Vi is really pounding away at this B bomb site. There has been the only thing that stopped it is an incredible play from Sin, because they were beat entirely in that round. Couldn't get it off 2 rounds in a row. And obviously now again exposed. And a clean win for Na'Vi to get up to 14, and this is starting to look unrecoverable. Much like Mirage. Big hangs in there for what, 20 rounds of the game or so?
Yeah.
And then Na'Vi just takes complete control.
That is exactly what it feels like. That's how it's been playing out so far. Heartbreaking if you're on the big side, because you just have to feel like you were in a position to win it at one point. 14-9 as Na'Vi take another step closer.
That's great from Electronic. That peek from Searson had to deliver. That shot had to land.
It's also, it must be freaky for Electronic, because what he sees is a pistol jumping away, and the next player is an AWP sliding in. You could easily lose that fight. But it goes his way.
Nice. Way to go.
Counter-Strike's bringing everyone together.
Yeah, really is. It's a lifestyle. Utility out towards long. And Na'Vi opened this half really challenging long A quite a bit, and they've gone away from that. I don't think it got them the results they wanted, and also, ooh, good flash. Good flash, and Searson's very fortunate to get away, not only from Bit, but Simple at top mid.
That's so risky, but I kind of appreciate it, because that's the kind of play that Searson made on the T side that actually got them openings. So I don't really mind that he did it, but man, it was risky. Catwalk control now on the side of Na'Vi.
Utility traded back and forth to give their AWPers the angle. Perfecto looking for this push. I think he spotted it. Keto pushed it last time and called it off. This time Sin realizes it's not a battle he wants at the moment. He sneaks away as well.
Question is if Na'Vi can read that was 2 people to set up that push, or just the 1. If they think it's 2, they at least have a little bit of a window to react. Electronic, oh, just as the smoke fades, nice shot there. Keto gonna get that one, taps into the smoke with a headshot, and this is a lockdown rounder. Bit and Simple, 2 versus 5. Absolutely no way through. Good round.
Very important for Big as well. 5 people alive at the moment. A little bit of money can start growing behind them. They've done a good job of saving weapons so they can set themselves up for just such a round. But this is only going to be their 2nd round in the second half. They've had no real success, and Simple just grins and shakes his mouse as he goes down last. It's Keto to find him. And double digits for Big as they start to fight back. Plenty of money for Na'Vi. They're at no risk of losing economy.
4-round difference between these 2 teams. It feels like it's such a long road back still for Big. Obviously, if you can wipe out the Na'Vi economy, it's going to go a lot quicker. There is an opportunity, maybe. Simple. Going to take the shot. Worried about Searson firing back on the other side. Double up setup on the CT side, which was very expensive. Na'Vi tried it, and it absolutely backfired on them. See if it's going to work better on the big side.
Oh, my lord, that second nade. He eats it. He's lost inside the smoke, SDY, but still challenging around the edge. This is dangerous. Bullets whizzing past him. He's waiting for the push. They think he's gone. He's got Crimbo. He's got the exact kill he wanted. 1 for 1 for SDY. And back to the B-bomb site. Na'Vi want to lean on this weakness yet again.
Yeah, they want to try it one more time. Sin, close with the AK. They're going to be coming up. They don't quite check it, but they still will flick around. Perfecto so quick. And that round is lost immediately. At 15 on the side of Na'Vi.
And this time a wild timing. It's so much faster paced. There's not as much attention all around the map. They just go for it, and the defense is not ready.
Searson actually even got a kill to make it a 2-on-3, but they're just so far away. Oh man, I wonder if you could almost have made a case for them going for it just based on the money that they have. I know it's risky, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so that they're just so far away. I think if they're closer by, they probably go for it, but that round happens so fast. Nice shot from Searson.
That's actually sick.
Not enough to motivate them to move forward and push towards the bomb site.
You said it. They found the weakness, they've sensed it, or they've prepped for it beforehand. They feel like this is a point that they can keep attacking, and they're not wrong either. 15-10, ladies and gentlemen. It's one more round. And Big will be sent packing, and Na'Vi will book a spot at the champion stage. Big have anything more. 5 in a row. I haven't seen him yet go for the double boost on Catwalk. Maybe that's something they could try on the CT side. It's a classic.
Here we go. Everything on the line for Big. They heard you. Simple, looking for any aggression. Sees absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this double boost means nothing if no one's going to be pushing lower dark. So, still, I think you have to try something.
And Na'Vi sense no long presence, and this is the problem now with that boost up on Catwalk.
Right.
Is SDY and Electronica like long's clear, so they're definitely set up on Catwalk. They're set up elsewhere. There's the spot. Oh, they line up. They line up.
Crimbo's gonna be so happy.
Yeah, he is. SDY stepped right in front of Electronic during that spray.
Didn't get the shot with the boost, but they at least got a little bit of information. Perfecto. He would have to come in and just wreck this Catwalk defense to bring Na'Vi back into the round. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to happen. They have long control. You can see the pressure that he's under, and he's actually not that far from getting sandwiched in as well. Molotov on top. He still lands the headshot, but will burn alive. Searson taking him down. Two-man defense at the A bomb site. But surely more are going to be coming. Kido's up on the Catwalk. They take one kill and a headshot from Bit to take down Searson. Oh no, Big. This is a 2-on-4. I mean, really rapidly turned into a 2-on-2.
And a 2-on-2 where Na'Vi's in strong position. Simple inside the site with an AWP. And the nades though, oh no, the first nade, the second one, surely it lands. Simple, he goes down. It's all on Bit and he's got nothing. Good recovery. But that
is so close.
That is a heart-stopping moment, and Tapson almost can't even believe it. 11 for Big.
Could you imagine if that was what made the difference? One little slip up on a nade could cost you everything. 15-11 though, Big. They need 4 more. This is a gift you're not going to get that often. But well done on Crimbo for capitalizing on it. But the fact that they are having a hard time even in a 2-on-4 like that in itself, it's just a worrying sign.
It's not great. Searson, I think, got blinded from somewhere. I didn't see where the flashbang came from, but he ate something that really threw him off. He's gone a little bit cold, a little bit quiet with the AWP towards the later stages of the second half. Final timeout. Gabi trying to hype the boys up just before round 27 begins. 4 more chances for Na'Vi.
Look at the Na'Vi scoreboard. 20 for Bit, 20 for Electronic, 21 for Perfecto. How do you stop that? How do you win against that trio? I'm not sure if Big know right now. A pretty common setup on the Big side, and not looking for any real aggression in this round. Keeping an eye on middle is Kido. AWP on Searson. Again, a little bit further back, a little bit more defensive. And Na'Vi just stretching up for some slow map control. Real slow, in fact. Tech9 on SDY as well.
This would be I mean, obviously, Big must win every single round, but this one's very important. This round's almost a 2-for-1. Considering the money of Na'Vi.
What do we make of that bomb that's outside of Upper Dark?
It's not ideal at the moment. No one's even close by. However, it could very easily be recovered. One of Simple, Bit, or Perfecto set up the mid play and fall back towards Upper Dark to recover it.
Let's see, they're going to put some pressure out here. Crimbo could line up another double kill, but Electronic is pretty quick on the return. And Searson maybe a second late to try and return it around that. Yeah, someone has to go big to get the bomb. 40 seconds, still plenty of time. And it is a 4-on-4.
Searson burned down to 52 HP from that Molotov. He stepped into it without even realizing.
Oh, here we go. The crunch is in. Bomb is going to get picked up. And once again, it's down to that B defense. Bit trying to get the opening, and he will spray down Sin. That's a strong start. Now Keto holding this entire round in his hands, and he can't get the job done. Perfecto rolls into the bomb site. Simple in the middle, drop taps in, and Searson on his own. Absolutely no way out of this one. Symbol will take him down, and Na'Vi back where they belong in the champion stage.
Na'Vi have been at every single CSGO major. They've only got one trophy to show for it. They want another piece of hardware. For Simple, the best player in the world, a second major would be a thing of beauty. His eternal sidekick, Electronic, first as an in-game leader. For SDY, it's a spot on the team, trying to prove that he belongs here.
Yeah, and this Na'Vi team, it's retaining some of those same qualities. If you don't take them out, then you're not going to win the map. You have to do it quick and early. They keep coming back again. It's very, very dangerous.
Just look at how ruthless they were in this game. They sensed that weakness at the B bomb site, and they went to it time after time.
Yes.
I think it netted them, their final 5 rounds of this map to make it to the champion stage?
Something like that. Now, a lot to be said for Big as well, with a stand-in, a lot of tumultuous stuff happening. The fact that they made it this deep, I think, is a shock all on its own.
Yeah, but the roster's coming together. Down on the stage, though, we've got the winners, and we've got James Banks ready to go.
That's right, and I've got none other than the great one with me. You've made it to the champion stage again, mate, but last time around, last major, 3-0, this time 3-2. Feel a little bit shaky?
Yeah, it was, I think, the hardest to qualify because I start to remember PGL Krakow where FaZe went 0-3 and Na'Vi went 1-3. And actually, if we had like 16-14 games, so basically we just needed some time to step up and just to understand that we have really good chances to qualify because we couldn't play against Liquid and Vitality on next. Yeah.
So is this Na'Vi powering up again now? Are we getting the full strength Na'Vi back?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we need to fix some mistakes from today's game, especially on Dust 2. We did so many mistakes.
Now, FaZe are eliminated, Vitality's eliminated, but you've got some other good teams in there when it comes to this playoff stage. Furia, Cloud9, Heroic. Do you guys feel like you're the favorites, though?
Yeah, I feel like we are the favorites, but still, Cloud9 and Furia, I think they're the biggest favorites on stage. Furia, Cloud9 still, I don't know.
And is there some extra motivation to lift another major trophy, the second one that you could potentially get in your career, especially in front of this crowd?
Yeah, especially in front of this crowd. I mean, seems like we're gonna play against Furia on next stage, and hopefully crowd not gonna eat us.
Woo!
Hey everybody, welcome to Hard Hitting Journalism. Right now I'm joined by Bid, by Sam Dayang and by Simple. And, ребята, у нас во втором помещении ваши сокомандники, там Электроник, там Перфекта. И мы должны придумать к им два вопроса. Два вопроса каждому. Но такие вопросы, типа, не по ЦСу, именно, может, из повседневной жизни, которые, может быть, им будет немножко вот неловко отвечать. Они вот включат эту стесняшку и будут сидеть, просто краснеть и, знаешь, типа, себя так чувствуют. Предложение?
Ну, у нас есть такой мем в Нави, что Илья
это не мем.
Встречается с Тони.
Это не мем.
Это не мем?
Просто все
это официально. Это
все это мем, но просто правду знаем только мы, как команда. Поэтому первый вопрос, Илья. Когда и как произошло ваше первое свидание с Антониной?
Второй вопрос будет у нас адресован Денису. Я бы хотел спросить, что бы ты выберешь, Денис? Глютен или свинина?
Денис ухаживает за волосами, можно спросить его рутину утреннюю ухода за волосами. А для Ильи... О, точно, он любит рыбачить. Самая большая рыба, которую он когда-нибудь ловил.
Не, ну это, знаешь, тогда он будет именно хвастаться, но он от этого не будет краснеть, он будет вот такой, только, знаешь, типа, вот, это будет вот глаз, она была такого-то размера.
Ну, может, самая ужасная рыбалка в его жизни.
Не, как поймать рыбу на крючок?
Как поймать рыбу на крючок?
Ну,
да, это интересный вопрос. Это же не просто рыбу поймать на крючок.
Но будет мне чувствовать неуютно.
Так это можно же как-то задуматься. Это ж, ну, не только настоящую рыбу. Девушек рыбками называют.
А, ну вот тогда можно, что как поймать рыбку, и такой типа серии Winky Face. Как поймать рыбку? Хорошо, ладно, давайте пойдем проверим. Ребята, ваши сокомандники подготовили вам несколько вопросов, и я хочу знать на них ответы. Вы готовы?
Нет.
Вы верите, что они подготовили хорошие вопросы?
Нет. Сомневаюсь, очень сомневаюсь.
Хорошо, первый вопрос. Перфектный. Илья, когда и где у тебя было первое свидание с Антониной?
От кого вопрос можно узнать?
От твоих сокомандников?
Окей. Не было его.
Не было?
Нет.
Как так? Они сказали, что вы встречаетесь, что все официально.
Не буду отвечать на этот вопрос.
Не будет? Ну ладно.
Они лучше знают.
Они лучше знают? Ну тогда значит все официально.
Они не хотят афишировать просто.
Ну я понимаю, типа лоу-ки и все такое,
да,
типа, чтобы не было проблем. Ну понятно, хорошо. Они еще сказали то, что ты увлекаешься рыболовлей, да? Вопрос, как нужно поймать рыбку?
Как именно?
Ну
как?
рыбку.
У тебя спрашивают, братан. Поэтому я и хороший рыболов, я не рассказываю секрет.
Ты не расскажешь секреты, как ты смог сходить на свидание с Тони?
Какой, блин, зачем вы это спрашивали?
Сказали, что ты краснел.
Так я уже красный.
Ладно. Да, это все, ты отстрелялся, все.
А мне страшно.
Уже страшно.
Na'Vi take the long road to make it to the playoffs, but sometimes, gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with taking the scenic route, because some beautiful moments from Na'Vi throughout the beginning and end of this series from unlikely heroes at times, but Kassad, Na'Vi make it through to the champion stage. You can wipe that sweat off your brow.
Yeah, I mean, something that we expected, and I'm looking at this game, and it's like, it feels like Na'Vi just played just enough to win. Like nothing too crazy, nothing too special. When they had a little bit of a problem, but they ran out of gas, Simple just stepped up on the second half of Mirage and of the first map, and it just, you know, he just delivered in the second game. And that's it was just enough for them to win.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. You know, that timeout at the end of the first half on Mirage, Simple in the second half, and the pistols on Dust. I think that really made, you know, the game much easier for them, or maybe just a lot more difficult for Big. I was talking about how when Big beat them at that Pro League game, you know, it was a lot of aggression on the CT side. Well, it's difficult to kind of call that in the first gun round when you're already 3-0 down, right? So they were playing mostly default to begin with, and what happened? Now it was up 5-0, right? Then you win a round and you get reset. So Big didn't really have the economy to go for that sort of playstyle. I would still say they needed to risk it, even without the economy, because then the outcome is probably what we just got.
And in terms of coming into that second half as well, I feel like Na'Vi just looked like, I guess, the more in-control team, only losing a handful of rounds to the side of Big as well. Even when they were in those man deficit situations, somehow managed to turn it back in their favor.
Yeah, and funnily enough, you know, Perfecto was the player who was the highest rated for Na'Vi in this series, right? And I think in some of those moments, we saw it on Mirage and here in Dust, right? This is a 4v5, it's going to turn into a 3v5, but most importantly, they get the bomb down, right? And you understand in this sort of a situation, you need to search for some fights, you need to find some 1v1 duels, and that's what Na'Vi was able to do. Perfecto find a couple with Bit. I think Perfecto ends it with a 3K, gets the kill on Searson in the end, who's trying to save potentially. So a very important round for Na'Vi to deny Big, you know, maybe a sort of a mini comeback in the first gun round by winning this round. You know, they play against another half-buy and they're up 5-0.
This is where like the individual strength of these players just show up, and experience they had in the past year playing these high pressure matches. You have Synth, you have Crimbo, they have never been put on the spot like this, right? They have to play Decider, Dust 2, I'm not Decider, but the second map of the Decider match for who goes to the quarterfinals of the major. Obviously they're going to be outmatched. If you play default like Janko mentioned, you're just going to end up losing. So you need to take some risks, they didn't, and it just ended.
Yeah, I love that you bring up Perfecto as kind of a name that was in the spotlight throughout this, as Kassad was kind of aptly saying, wasn't needed necessarily for Simple, you know, to be showing up in droves, but there was one disgusting moment from Simple.
And that's what you want from him, you know, that's what you like. Here is, you know, he understands the position, but he knows he's in headshot, and that's it. He's just gonna take a shot through the smoke, get the kill on Quito, who's super far back, and Sin still has a chance here. Like, he's playing, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
He's still playing close to the smoke, but I think, like, moving back and forth, being hesitant, he gets lost in the smoke from Simple, and you know, you see Bit doesn't see him, and Sin is like trying to walk out of the smoke. Bit gets an easy kill. Now, this is another round that, you know, is just soul crushing for Big. You know, Quito dies through the smoke, then Sin gets a little bit lost, and Navi secure another reset round.
Just imagine like if Dupree was in that spot, like where Sin was. He gets both of those kills if they go through it. If he gets he gets at least one. Like Sin was like, obviously he's a kid, right? You cannot expect for him to play some sort of a, you know, star level, but you know, if he was more experienced, a little bit more, you know, matches like this, like 6 months from now, he's going to be able to get that kill.
I mean, the first round that Big won, it was due to Sin. Like, he was tested on B and he delivered 2 great kills, bought time for the rotate to come in, but, you know, a couple of times after, Navi kept coming back to that B bomb site, and, you know, I'm sure he has a couple of rounds. This one, another one where he was playing right close to that wall in front of the smoke, right where he would wish he could have gotten a little bit more done. But hey, it's Navi on the other side. You don't get too many chances. You don't get too much time in duels, right, to get the kills. So Navi just the better team today.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Big, that does spell the end of the line here for them at the IEM Rio Major. But we do have Tabson rather with a few words before his departure.
We do have to say goodbye to Big at this stage, but it was a hard-fought game. And the thing I want to touch on here is last major you guys went 1-3, right? You nearly did it again, but you had Crimbo, again, young player, first on that stage. This time around you go 2-3, but you have Sin, another young player. Does it soften the blow? Does it make this a less crushing loss?
To be honest, there's not so much to say. Like, I'm very proud about my team. They performed very well. It was a miserable performance by myself from throughout the champion stage. Yeah, it's not so much to add.
In general, though, right? You did this to me on a previous interview. You said it's your job, your individual performance not there. But Tabson, you've been one of the greats, right, for a long time. A player that people have said could go on to international teams and things. You've had a lot of success overall, so you must feel like you've still got a lot more to give.
100%. Like, it's just for me, it's personally just the beginning. We have like. We just have quite some time left, I would say. Like, it's only the beginning. We have Gob just started to work with us, and for me personally, it's just another challenge. We have youngsters in the team, but we need to make it work, and we will see.
When you say we'll see, though, right, we'll see more of this Big coming back in a fire action. I think you showed some great CS overall, and do you think that Sin has a place where he could potentially be here for the long term?
100%. We will see what will happen. I'm looking forward also that Faven is maybe getting better.
Nice.
Mentally wise, also physically, and we will see what happens. Then we have a strong roster. We can maybe choose many different players, and hopefully we will just have a different path. I mean, we had it in our hands, and unfortunately we didn't make it. And yeah.
Well, one thing I know with you, Tabson, is you know how to bounce back. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, and undoubtedly a very tough loss for the side of Big to be swallowing, despite, you know, running it back all the way through that challenger stage, being up 2-0 after the best of ones here in the Legends stage. We do have to give them credit for a valiant effort considering they came in with a standard.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we can argue they didn't have the toughest opposition, but they came to this spot by winning. That's the most important thing, like, you know, and considering the circumstances, everything around the team, it's like, it's commendable that they got this far, right? And that is simply it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, Tabson said it himself, he really didn't show up in this legend stage, right? Like we pointed out in the pre-game, and he was their, you know, lowest rated performer in this series too. That just can't happen if Big is to win some games, right? With his sort of experience, his game sense, his skill just all around. You want him to be able to deliver more, but it's just, you know, tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, unfortunately for Big, joining the ever-growing list of teams that have been eliminated here at the IEM Rio Major. But one more best of 3 awaits the final team and the final spot beckoning at the arena for the IEM Rio playoffs. It's going to be Team Liquid taking on Team Spirit. It's going to be an absolute bar burner to be closing out this Legend stage. You don't want to miss it.
What's up, gamers, and welcome to hard-hitting journalism featuring Liquid. Next door, we've got Nitro and Elige. We need to come up with some antagonistic questions for them.
The thing about Nick is that he always gets tilted when he gets asked about Valorant.
You're thinking of returning to Valorant?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But
Jack Lynx is good with it.
and sometimes violent. Why is this? He should no longer be known as Elige. It's Johnny Jabs. Yeah? Agreed? Okay. As a world famous karate master.
I would get so mad because I train Taekwondo as well.
Do you think you could take Yakinda in hand-to-hand combat?
Ask him about the setup. Like,
ask him about the setup. Why don't I just write that and then see what Trey says?
So he confuses my setup with John's, and he thinks that John is playing like me.
Something, Yakinda at the end, okay? Liquid, are we ready?
We're ready.
Let's do it. Let's go. We gotta go. Here we go. Fruits of your labors, guys.
Nick, obviously you are thinking of returning to your home of Valorant. Can you tell me more about that?
The return of the return, or
yeah, like return-ish. Yes.
I don't know how it'd go.
Cool. Your teammates have confided in Paula that as you have been growing old, you are getting progressively more toxic and sometimes violent to them.
Yeah.
Why, Nick?
I think the older you get, you just get angry at little things, like kids coming on my property, missing a flashbang here and there.
Well, they don't curve in this game.
Yeah, but they do in Valorant.
So your mind, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got that. And Johnny Jabs, as a world famous karate master, do you think you could take Yakinder, Taekwondo expert, in hand-to-hand combat?
Hand-to-hand?
Or if you'd like to perhaps demonstrate, display some of your moves right here on this table.
I don't know. I'm a little rusty with those moves, but...
John, come on.
Get you a stretch in, man. Get you, get limber.
John! Nah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, I didn't know we were doing demonstrations here, but you know, he's the more recent expert. Mine was more childhood, but I think it'd be a close match.
So what color is your belt?
Black.
Really?
Yeah, we're actually both black belts.
You gonna ask what color mine is?
No.
All right. Because I don't have one on right now, but maybe later.
It's not on the list. Sorry, man.
It's okay.
What about the setup? What do I need to know about the setup?
Like my computer setup?
Yakinder, something.
We got the two inverse spectrums of
And they
of the
both sit on
monitors.
both my sides.
Yeah.
So you can only imagine which way I'm looking.
And just like that, we find ourselves at the last matchup here on the A stream for what is the Legend stage. We're moving swiftly on into that championship bracket. The place to be if you are any of the teams in Rio right here and right now. We are situated just before we jump into what is a Liquid Team Spirit game, and one of which I'm sure someone's pick'ems are on the line. My name is Trey Sorrenthis. I'll be taking over for Freya for the rest of the day. I have seemingly found half of my voice, and the other half is somewhere in this arena. But trust me, I can't do this alone. I wouldn't even try to do this alone. We brought in some of the biggest brains that the game has to offer, and bleh.
Thanks, man.
No problem. No, check it out. So Liquid Team Spirit, we're looking at one best of 3. We're looking at one lifeline for either of these teams. And in the proper introduction form, I got Blay on the very end. Christopher, get right in the middle. And yeah, I didn't want to butcher your last name. We got this like history with that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Allison.
Give up.
Close enough.
Perfect. And then Alan Hinder, the last airbender, right in the middle. Okay, guys, it is not much easier than this. It's not much more cut and dry than you win, you go forward, you lose, and you're out. It is that simple, Chris.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Everyone knows that. It's just, I think it's a nice matchup between both the teams. And I just actually heard rumors that apparently they were practice partnering before this tournament. So they played shit tons of CS against each other before this. So, and I also heard that Spirit basically crushed them all the time. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the results going to be.
I mean, practice games are a whole different ball game from playing in front of that crowd.
I mean, that is true, but I have memory from my past career when we had it before now we actually rise to the top, where we're practicing them all the time. And, you know, rest is history for after that. So they started crushing us all the time, in officials as well.
Yeah, and officials, that's the thing is everybody used to do really great in practice. Then you'd show up and you just get bamboozled right out of the server. And that's how the Counter-Strike cookie crumbles sometimes. For Alan, though, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about what Liquid has done up to this point. They've had a lot of appearances as majors. And hell, they came in here at this stage, and what have they done? What have they shown us?
Yeah, I feel like the way you need to look at this for Liquid is a lot of the big names are out, Vitality, FaZe are gone, and this is Liquid's best opportunity, in my opinion, to actually place far, and maybe even win a major since Berlin 2019 when they went in as favourites. The last have been a little bit lackluster. Before that, plenty of playoff appearances. So I feel like for the Liquid organization, playoffs is a minimum. That's an absolute minimum for these guys, the amount of investment behind the team, bringing in Yakindar. So that's what I'd expect. But Spirit's a tough matchup. They could definitely give them problems.
Yeah, but look at it from a service level, Bled. What are you seeing?
Look, what I've seen from these two teams is Liquid having a very tepid start to the event, right? They got 16-2 by Mouse, but they were able to bounce back pretty decently. They took down, I do believe it was Sprout in the Na'Vi game all the way from behind. And of course, against Heroic, unfortunately, map number 3 didn't go their way. But Spirit have impressed me quite a lot. Even though they're 2-2 right now, the games they've had, right, against Outsiders, against Furia, very close affairs. You can take a look over there. That Mouse game, you can forget about it.
It's rough.
That was the opening game. Ever since then, they've looked pretty impressive. Overpass didn't quite go their way, and I have to agree with Alan. This is their best chance.
Yeah, it is. I'm 16-2, Chris. It never feels good. No, and there's usually no way back from it. But in this instance, in this scenario, both teams have had to claw their way back into contention and making it to the next stage, Alan.
Yeah, both of these losses actually for Spirit, they still look pretty good for me, especially that Furia game.
Yep.
There are a few massive rounds where Kesserado pulled off the clutches, but apart from that, solid CT side, looking good in that one. Out against Outsiders, that was Dust too. CT side, bit of a collapse, but I think overall, Spirit have had such a solid tournament. They just come off that Fire League win over in Barcelona, and as well as in big names, the RMR, they're down Cloud9 in a series in the 4th place deciders. So Spirit's in good form, and Liquid, they looked a little bit shaky to me.
Yeah, well, that would have been earlier on, but the time is now to shine for Team Liquid and for Team Spirit. So let's go ahead and hear from their coaches before we get started.
There's only one spot left in the playoffs. It will go to either Team Liquid or Team Spirit. And Yakinder, yesterday you had a pretty difficult series. It was pretty close, and we saw quite a lot of emotions from the whole team. Did you manage to recover from all of that?
We're professionals. We can recover from any situation. It's we have to do that. If we're not going to recover, there's no chance of us going into playoffs. I feel like everybody's ready. Everybody's ready to play this do-or-die game. I played a lot of games in Outsiders and VP where we were on the edge of losing, and these games are the best. They are the best emotions, and you feel pressure there in these games. Spirit is a good team, so it's going to be a good game.
Well, so it's about the reset, and it's also about the preparations. What did you focus on fixing your own mistakes, or just learning what your opponents are going to prepare?
First thing we reviewed our game against Heroic, talked about the situations that we had against Heroic and the problems and mistakes that we had. There was some unfocusedness during that best of 3 on Vertigo and Overpass especially, and we just came to a conclusion that we have to win today. We have to win today, and we have to be more focused than we were against Heroic.
Do you think in your series against Heroic, the mistakes were done on the server, or it was maybe also up to the veto?
No, on the server, veto was good.
And you should have a really close series right now against Spirit, right?
I don't know. Maybe we're gonna lose instantly, or maybe they're gonna lose instantly, or maybe they're gonna win instantly and we're gonna win instantly, or maybe it's a close series. You can never, especially at this major, Vitality are out, FaZe are out. I don't know. There's no favorites in this series, and I just hope it's gonna be a good game. We play for good emotions.
Right, then looking forward to see the game. Thank you very much, Yakinder.
Thank you.
Well, if there's one thing I know, it's that Yakinder's not going to be selling me a car anytime soon. That's for damn sure. Let's take a look at our Air Force aim high head-to-head. Yakinder on one side, and then obviously Patsy on the other. Chris, just from a service level perspective, what have you noticed about the young man Yakinder?
Yakinder? He's one of the smartest players out there, according to me, for being an anti-fragger. Like, it's very surprising how young he is and how much he's developing himself during the pandemic when it was online play, and then actually going to official LAN tournaments and just showing more and more promises from himself. I'm just more eager to see him more and more through the years, and I hope he's gonna continue his rise as he's been doing so far.
Then obviously when we pit them together in the Air Force aim high head-to-head, we look at Patsy. Well, Alan, who the hell is Patsy?
Patsy's younger, 19 years old, came up from the academy team. I think he was the in-game leader of that squad. And the reason we threw him up against Yakinder is they play very, very similar roles. I think their playstyle is reasonably close. I think Patsy calls a lot around himself. He said when Dexter came out of this team, there's a lot of space for someone to be more aggressive, more like calling around themselves, because Dexter takes up a lot of those sort of roles as in a personality in that team. And Patsy stepped into that void, and he's been magnificent. He's been absolutely magnificent in this tournament. He's spurred them into so many great T-side rounds, and he is an absolute monster. He can definitely give Liquid problems.
But the numbers are there. When it comes down to Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, there's a little bit of a history going all the way back to Cologne, which seems like it was yesterday, didn't it, Blay?
And Spirit had their number right now. You gotta obviously have the context that this was not exactly an elimination game. This is a much more higher stake game for both these two teams. As Yakinder said, it's a must-win game. It's a game that, there is no margin for error altogether. But as Alan alluded to earlier as well, and also the fact you're looking at the results, Spirit, I do feel have the right edge when it comes to this particular team.
But what about the veto? Where's the edge in this one?
Ooh, this one's spicy, man. I'm expecting Spirit to go for the Vertigo pick here, and there we go. They're going to punish Liquid. Mirage pick should be coming out from the side of Liquid, and a decider, they're going to be shaking hands. It should be Ancient as the final map of the series.
Oh, the Vertigo pick is beautiful, because we saw it yesterday coming out from Liquid. It was their pick into Heroic, and it was a massive mistake.
It's a mistake.
It was the first time they played with 4 new positions on the T side, and they got uber punished. So I'm not surprised Spirit saw that game. They probably watched it, saw the mistakes, and said, we want to go on that map. That looks easy.
So, Chris, I'm going to kick this one to you, and I'm going to ask a little bit about the CT side. Seems like everybody wants to play the CT side first for obvious reasons. What do you think makes it such an uphill battle once you get on the T side?
I mean, it's just because of this, the known law of physics, Sonic law. If you get 4 rounds as T, you're going to turn around if you switch over to CT side. It's just a proven factor, and it's a meme that's becoming more and more reality, if you ask me. I think you have to look into the depth of that. But in the same time, the silencer is just still here and actually doing a lot of work for the CT side. So it's still one of the issues for the game itself, if you ask me, where it's like a gun can actually turn around and complete it, especially for the CT side.
So let's do this then. We have just a few seconds away from deciding which of these teams are going to the champion stage. I'm going to start on the very end with Blay. Who wins it? And let's go down the line quickly.
Oh, smells like Team Spirit for me.
Okay. Next victim, Chris.
2-0 Spirit.
2-0 even. Not even a 2-1, not even a chance. Alan Hinder.
Liquid 2-1.
Damn, okay, guys. Well, I would tell you that Liquid's going to win this 2-0, but my pick'em's already secured, so who the hell cares? Hey, you hear that? They know what's going on. And we are ready to go. We have our maps. Vertigo is going to be the first port of call. Mirage thereafter. And then we slide into Ancient should we need it. And perhaps we will, perhaps we won't. Only time will tell. This is a best of 3, and only one of these teams are going to the championship bracket, baby. It's Rio. So let's get it started.
Who doesn't get a bit of spirit with the Liquid? It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm almost guaranteed to have a bit of a roller coaster considering the individual talent in the server tonight. And let's not forget, it's backs against the wall. It's major. It's life-defining, career-defining for these boys to take a step into that massive arena.
One key note here, Alex. This is the choice of Team Spirit. Liquid have opted to set the tempo and the pace on the T side. There's the CT bias map as Patsy. Wow, he's going to get an awful lot of information there on his first glance. Liquid have this control. They molly forward quickly, and the onslaught, it might come in real fast.
Oh, definitely on a leash this game. Was completely absent and tilted off the face of the planet for the first map in Heroic's game, and that was on this very map. Look at the forward push. Siren, only the one, bounding as he reloads. Looks great for Liquid now. They knock the belt of Wonderful and one back from Magix, but still, don't have to rush this now. They've got the world as their oyster. The bomb is planted. Magix tasked with a near impossible clutch. 3 to find. Sure, it's a pistol round. And he's going to look around. Nitro's going to be on the jiggle. Kit will be scooped on up, but it's only the first step of many. OC to investigate, or rather, has the investigator come knocking on his door. Really light on time, Magics. The numbers game played well. Patience from Liquid. What a snap. Okay, yeah, Nitro just very well to get out of dodge there. The time now on his side, but Magic's an imposing presence in the clutch. Takes them all down and lives. He actually surprised himself there. 4 kills on the pistol. That will have ramifications.
Huge ramifications. He has 3.2k. He can buy Silence M4 right here, right now, going into the second round 4 spot. So if Chopper right now gives him the green light, which he has, actually, Magic selflessly has given this over towards Patsy. At least get some head armor with it, young gun. Magix is going to find himself as we're covering off on these tidy shots here. Forrest the Butcher is in the server. Maybe a bit of brutalizing for Liquid, but they will get that pistol round. And this M4 has to be considered with those 4 kills. Patsy over towards A, and Liege, as you mentioned, leading the pack. B lobby control has been sustained, and that's going to be a molly towards Wood. So flushing out the close corridors. Magic calls for support, and well, takes a chunk of damage doing so. They're coming in, but Magic delivers again.
Nitro frustrated, Naf motivated to get it back into the site. He's actually bringing the bomb first in, down to 1 HP is Siren from the utility. Well placed by Liquid. Leg might betray him here, and he's down. Naf, a big find. Now there's a lot of bodies here, and don't forget that silenced M4 on Patsy. Could make all the difference in already a disadvantaged retake scenario. That Mac 10 from Yakinda, yeah, rattles off some shots, does deter and force a retreat. Ooh, nice catch from Naf. And further damage inflicted onto Wonderful, responsible for that M4. Now, Liquid want to keep all their goodies here. A safe exit required.
Oh, hard clear there from Yakinda. You see that bullet straight in the face. Now it's just Wonderful to hold on to this, but I think it was noted. As you can see here, bit of a party coming, looking Wonderful. I don't think you're going to hold on to this. Yakinda, well, he's going to offer himself up and even gets the kill. Upgrades into the M4, and that is cleaning house. So a great second round here from Team Liquid. Now, you messaged Elige, or you mentioned, I don't think you messaged him, and he's a bit of a win condition right here in the maps that have been won in the favor of Team Liquid. He's had fantastic ratings. We're talking against Sprout on Inferno, 20 kills, 13 deaths. Against that Anavi on Ancient, that brawl of a matchup there, 26 for 19. When they won Mirage yesterday against Heroic, 14 for 10. But in the losses, he's gone missing. 11 for 16 against Mouse, 4 for 20 against Heroic on Vertigo, 18 and 21 for against Heroic on Overpass. And well, this is just going to be them shredding apart.
So if you could, you'd want to target him early. Get him off kilter.
You mentioned the tilt message again. I don't know why I've got sending things out into the universe right here, but you mentioned the fact that he tilted and it was on this map, and that's because over towards A ramp he was getting found and spammed through smokes, and then every time we had his POV, a nade was coming or a molly was coming, or actually a combination of both. So that's something that Liege is going to have to hold up against here today. Another note, the superstar on the other side of the server, the Orpa, the 17-year-old fourth youngest member, Wonderful. He's been a big factor here, but this is the highest pressure match in his entire career as Magix lights up the scoreboard again.
Oh, and the lead claws us back. Competitive, if not chasing down Siren, just shy of the final blow. Tail between his legs, he scarpers. A big duel for Patsy to win. And it goes untraded. OC was present. And Wonderful, you discussed him. Loses out to the duel. AWP on AWP action. Nitro, Bogdan's Law, equipped now with the AWP on his low HP and a 3v3 with lots of low HP.
Precisely. Everybody here, the walking wounded. Just OC and Chopper with full health, and we have so much time left on the clock. And this is the scrap that I think we all thought we'd be finding ourselves watching here today for the final best of 3.
TL versus TS.
It's a bit of a gamble here, Alex. You can see there's nobody over towards B for Spirit.
And you've got a 60-second window, so, you know, it's in the realms of possibility that Liquid can send their feelers out and find this out. That is, if this duel doesn't come towards Elige here on round premature. He's already jumping util. Sandbag position.
This stack, there's no way they're going to be able to clear this. Chopper and Patsy. Elige might be able to get one, sure, but that's about it.
Sending Nitro through mid, Elige's interest to hold on. And Chopper, he wants to bring the fight to them. OC got to be very careful. Chopper's used that smoke to cross, and they may not expect this now. Oh, the perfect play. Siren has already taken down Elige. OC's a dead man walking. Zipping up that body bag with a nice spray to the back, and Nitro, yeah, he was supposed to be the final component, now expected, and the power position to hold is that sandbag's position. The bomb's loose on the side, Nitro thinking better of an engagement with 10 HP. And so, Team Spirit posting their first defensive round, hoovering up any goodie they can find.
Yeah, AWP retains here for Wonderful. So didn't really get a chance to wield it in the previous. Out-AWPed by OC. And you even heard that slap come through the microphones right there. You're going to be seeing plenty of those. But this was chaos across the map, right? This trade out here towards B, Elige making good on the promise, and then back towards the A ramp. Yakinda goes down to his adversary on the other side. The desk compared the two of them in the way that they approach the game. And both from the school of CIS Counter-Strike here, but Chomper with the heads-up play used the utility against Team Liquid. And back into a buy. So both teams with almost everything they need.
Ooh, Elige blinded off. Lots of early engagements being taken. No frags just yet. Siren screaming. 2 here. He knows. There's more than typical on this B side. Nice! Molotov! Oh my god! Siren has gotten away with a scrap of health on multiple occasions. Elige the one to put him in the dirt. And that will open the window for an investigation. You can see Elige might have magics as well. Double entry from the American rifler. Chopper, a chance. Wants to take down Elige. Put in his place, though, into a third. And round on.
Oh,
just like that.
With the stats we brought up before for Elige, this is a fantastic start. If this continues here, if we get the Terminator going absolutely bonkers here, might be a quick affair on Vertigo. But remember, the map choice of Team Spirit, likely a punish, and steps into the line of the AWP. Spirit are happy with this map regardless. I think they're on a 4-map winning streak on that of Vertigo, whereas Team Liquid, I think they're on a 5-map losing streak. I want to double check that stat line just to make sure I'm not...
Yeah, if you're wondering why the crowd is so far behind Elige, he had a couple of moments on the mic speaking directly to them in their native tongue. I reckon if ever you were playing the 5D chess that Counter-Strike is, certainly getting this crowd on your side and the war drum on your side is a extra component. But did you get the fact check?
Yeah, correction on my numbers right there. 4 consecutive losses for Liquid on Vertigo and 3 consecutive wins for that of Spirit. But if you take a look a little bit deeper, out of the 6, well, they've won 5. So it's a map that they're comfortable on here. You've got victories over teams like Sprout, which was yesterday. Cloud9, that was a massive game over there at IEM Road to Rio to help them get to, well, the Legend stage. Both of these teams, through their regional major ranking events, getting straight through to this stage of the tournament here, not having to play in the challenges, and only one of them will be making it to the champions. The timeout called. This one here will be from Spirit. So a big conversation to have. We have also just lost a player from the server here, so give us a moment to get them back in play. It's just Nap.
Yeah, if I'm Team Spirit as well, though, definitely just a little bit of an additional factor, realizing I'm going to have a game on my hands if Elige is all going to maintain this form. You've already highlighted really interesting statistics that align with him being a win condition. Yakinda getting love as well. One of the more charming members of Counter-Strike's cast.
I don't know if he doesn't like Heko in the interviews or if he is really just conserving his energy, right? Because every single time we've had him, it's like, yeah, he's a little bit... Is that Twist?
It is Twist.
Look at him, he's
hanging out.
We got Joker Steve. Okay, well, Twist supporting some of his ex-teammates here.
Oh, that makes sense too. His boys, of course, left them on what many consider to be a bit of a gamble. Turned out certainly to work out well for him, a major champion. And they've all got these gangster chains, if you haven't seen them.
Now the FaZe boys.
The FaZe boys.
I think the framing here as well, and we've called it North America's last hope. If Twist was still here with FaZe, then sure, you might be able to support the Canadian come that champion stage. But they said goodbye on day number 2 here of the Legends.
Wow.
All right, just had the round restore, and we are getting this one back underway. I can confirm as freeze time starting to tick through. Now that timeout was called from Spirit, which was then stalled. Regardless, they should know where they want to leave off. Doesn't look like there's a full investment behind the saved weapons here. AWP for Wonderful, Patsy with that M4 in hand, a 5.7 for Siren, Magic's into a P250, and Chopper, well, he's got a smoke and a flash, so very light investments for the in-game leader.
Good opportunity for Wonderful to put on a clinic. He's actually pre-aiming the run boost for a moment. That's rather avant-garde. OC did fire off a shot as he was flashed, so the AWP heard on ramp. Deep smoke.
Interesting they have the AWP over towards B here, so Patsy needs to dissuade them from heading towards A. Now, damage done to Siren, who was the most forward member. You can see him playing over towards the white box. And Patsy has all this room, so it might just take a kill to make them look elsewhere, but if he investigates into this tight line, OC will strike first.
I'm sure Patsy's wrist. Oh, the timing on OC. He's down. Orpa gone the bomb around the corner as well. If Patsy was to investigate, Liquid going to be getting a little nervous about this one now.
Well, this is the thing. On a map like Vertigo, if you have that much forward territory as a CT, you don't have to stay there. They have to come back and clear out. So Yakinda has found the bomb in the meantime, but it is very unlikely that Liquid will return to that side of the map without investigating somewhere else. Now, deep, well, not a deep, a shallow, halfway, 3/4 maybe. Depends on how trendy your pants are. But this stack towards B, it still resides.
That's what Wonderful's been waiting for this entire time. A minute has passed and he hasn't moved. In search of glory. Executing into the side. Liquid have clearly been doing their dry runs, but let's see just how much damage they can do. Wonderful extinguish. May have caught a glimpse of Naf on that boost. He should be a dead man. Leg shot. Wonderful low 2. It's up to the rest of them, and it's Nitro this time to affix his name in the feed. Perfect reaction shot out of Wonderful. Still on the site, still vulnerable. Magic's another. Liquid crumbling. They need a multi-kill. They don't have the bullets, and it's still Wonderful for the frag. This has completely fallen apart for Liquid. What was it to start? A rifle, an AWP, some nades?
Yeah, Chopper only invested here in a smoke and a flash, so a very light investment behind those retained rifles here, and off the back of the timeout, Spirit being able to draw this back to a 2-round game. So highway robbery here. And this was it, the timing. Counter-Strike is a cruel mistress. He's considering the wall bang, right? Maybe even just pre-aiming, getting ready to strafe out the ramp. But in that moment, OC drops the ball, loses his life, and sets Spirit up for success. Wonderful, that jarring presence. Good work from him. And you can see that frustration, right? That's the smallest of windows there.
I mean, truly, he was holding the ankle. All right, let's see if it works out for Wonderful again. Did what was demanded of him. Can he replicate? Oh, close on the crane. Patsy spotted out, and Yakinda thinks better of it. Yeah, 2. That's a lot of info. One-way dropped. It will get Patsy investigating. OC responsible. Not going to toe the line just yet. We'll wait for the flash of Yakinda, and oh, Patsy is tagged. Straight to the center of mass, and the follow-up, perfect.
Getting whispered a couple of sweet nothings right there. Well, it's still standing tall. Siren's being called over. Magic has to deal with mid and B throughout all of this, but the fight, Spirit want to bring it.
Wonderful. Watching Ram's side, Chopper responsible for short. At the moment, the T-Smoke starting to fade. It's the right gamble. It's very telegraphed, and time will become a factor shortly. Good flash, baits the shot. They know Orb is short side. Elige goes down to Chopper, and it's all good for Spirit. Everything connecting. They are low, maybe Nav. Forward on this, back turn, multi-kill needed, only the one, and that is a problem now. With only 14 seconds, OC would love to keep hold of his prized merchandise, and just crawling back down. Slinking away with his prize, but it's still a Spirit win. 3rd round to the good on this defense, but Liquid thanking their lucky stars. They get this T-side out of the way. The fact that they found that pistol and its conversions, 4 in the bank already, Chad, that's got to leave you feeling with an air of confidence about how you can, you know, you can at least see a 6 or a 7 as a baseline.
Look, yesterday against Heroic here, the game started competitive early like this. Now, it then drifted away from them, right? Heroic really started to make them look silly. Heroic looked clinical, right? Every piece of utility was perfect. The calls to buy MAC-10s when they could have had AKs on reset rounds. The understanding from Cadian and Co to get this one done. And there's a Spirit fan in the crowd. And wow, not a crowd favorite. So that has definitely got them riled up. But if you're OC there and you have that opening, as we highlighted in the replay package, you should be able to pick the teddy bear off the top row, right? You've done your job. In that scenario, your team needs to be able to convert. Spirit, even with the bodies, that position where they were, I consider that one of the most awkward places to find yourself, especially for Molotovs, wall bangs. We didn't see an awful lot of that, right? We saw a couple of mollies land, but not the spam back. So that risk not taken from Liquid. And it cost them, as it is just a 1-round game now. Let's see if OC can find another opening pick. This time, gone fishing towards B, and nobody wanting to overstep the mark here. It is Magix and Siren deeper on towards B, and I think it's a luxury to be able to have Patsy patrolling somewhat on his lonesome in this environment. It frees up Wonderful to be a little bit more poised in mid, and
Can we look at that ramp smoke now for it? I mean, I'm just intrigued as to what the purpose it served. Maybe just filling the gaps. OZ is bringing that orb to Wonderful's domain. And Wonderful, oh, takes him down. Perfect, a forward orb position. Yikinda's turn in the spotlight, and not going to be an easy fight to take, especially with the well-drilled Spirit players.
Missed the flash there. They were going to step out on that. You saw that one just hit the ground. So a couple of dud pieces of utility and a flick up. And look, not too bad right there, but they have spotted a few towards middle now, and that nade almost nuclear.
Ouch.
Yeah, and they have to be sent scampering elsewhere. So tail tuck between the legs. Mid is a no-go zone. You need to go down here to get this loss bonus coming through at 2,400. Now, Yikinda, he might want to hold on to this. The problem is, there's that opening kill. Nice little replay there. I like that.
More of that.
Picture. Round of applause on that one. But if Yikinda stays alive, sure. The issue is, OC with the loss bonus, oh, he's going to be bang on the money to drop an AK, but then he's going to have to glass cannon. So we're doing the finances now as Magix. I have loved watching this. When he B-anchors and he stands on this box, he's so confident in his aim, right? It's a pretty unique approach. I haven't seen too many more players operating like that, but there's the mop and bucket of Siren, and with 7 seconds left on the clock, Yikinda, his position has been noted, but keep the orb. That's fine. You can hold on to that.
Could be taking another tech here. Spirit side just maybe going to have the same problem. We'll see if it can get resolved shortly. Chopper, you can see, getting admin's attention.
I notice in a lot of these situations here, right, one of the things with when you're on stage with the crowd, even backstage, if you've come in and you've set the mic in a lull or a quieter period, and then the crowd starts popping off, you have to adjust the voice on TeamSpeak. Maybe you're not using push to talk, right? Maybe you're using the voice detection. So there's a lot of different reasons that we have to take these, and considering we're back underway, I would say it would almost be exactly that.
What was amazing to me as well is when you listen to those comm videos, you know, we have those packages, you get to hear the team comms, you can't hear the crowd. I mean, you can feel it, sure, in your bones, but...
We've got a bit of a Sanji situation going on here. You know what I prophesied?
Yeah.
Well, Nitro dedicated his AK to Yikinda. Yikinda gave the orb to OC, and Nitro walks away with the bloody P250, the poor guy.
Well, OC equipped with armor. He's going to hope to do some damage with that. And Liege looking for damage early. Now, Wonderful is in this prime position to punish. And they molly, force a smoke, confirm his presence. No follow-up nades particularly ready, though. The counter molly stopping them from positioning for it.
Good understanding of utility needed there to get Wonderful out of dodge. He hasn't repositioned thus far. They are just more passive on the side, and the second wave of utility now to force Liquid even further back into their hidey holes. Careful now on the peak. OC, he's already shown to be potent in positions like this, and Patsy, you've been on the receiving end once before. Smoke at the ready, deployed now, and vision denied. Oof. Yeah, just in time.
Very brave. Patsy keep throwing these bullets down range. Admittedly, no tracer, but you can piece it together. You can take it. Okay. Damage exchange both ways.
Laser eyes. These kids must have 20/20 vision. I got to squint to see anything through those gaps.
Look at this crossfire. Lovely forward position. So B on lock. Patsy on boost. Yikinda may not consider this. He slipped through.
That timing, this could be everything for Yikinda here because it won't be acknowledged. The bottom of the totem might have to look towards short, but well, now they know he's passed, and as he walks back in, Patsy will prop it on top of Yikinda.
That's lovely. Really switched on from Spirit. Coming into B is Elige.
Look at full rotation.
Magic, Siren, retested, and already eliminated is Elige. That kept to one. Nitro trying to do a lot with a little with the P250. Gone now, good one back. Naf needs a lot more of that.
Again.
And 8 seconds, Liquid tripping over their shoelaces and their rival orb, but all is lost as the 5th round is secure, and they are developing somewhat of a CT lockout here. That's 4 rounds, and how many of them have timed out? Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 5 light on time.
Yeah, happy to either save an AK or an AWP, making sure they can carry it through, but that's going to have issues with the finances as we move down the track. Now, leveled out at this juncture are Liquid. There will be a half investment coming through from them, so Tech-9 seemed to be the pistol of choice. OC just getting into a P250 alongside of Nitro, and back-to-back rounds. That feels bloody miserable. Deep yellow smoke here, and they'll get to disrespect it. Missed molly, oh golly.
Yeah, that was kind of really hinging on that. You can see Patsy, by showing face as well, immediately kind of cancels their plans. What do you do? What can you do? Responsive util, just keeping him at bay. Dumping everything they can.
Notice how flanks haven't even been a factor here. When we covered the Heroic game yesterday, Shush was behind them more often than not. Patsy just wants to fight in the face as he steps out for one.
And run down on the reload. So punished for that, and maybe momentary celebrations for Liquid as another comes in.
Dangerous now.
AK on a lead, that is dangerous. 11 frags to his name already. Good util dump, counter smoke, big from Siren. Can focus their attention. What a shot, just on the jiggle Naston. And more added to the list. Some glimmers of hope there, but swatted away for Liquid.
Might be a gun here that Nitro can pick up.
Was there, there's one there.
Yeah, so if you can get your hands on the AK, you still got 35 seconds. Now, they'll know if Magic's jiggle's a little bit wider, that's being picked up now. So Nitro, 30 seconds remaining, should be looking for some damage here. Maybe just a confidence kill or two, only 3 to his name at this juncture. And he steps into Wonderful, who will pick up another. That's going to be his second in the round.
Holding on, isn't he? Wonderful, showing up in the most important game of his career.
That's the thing, right? This is the first major for this kid, 17 years young. Straight into the legend stage, replacing Dexter. We've already touched on this. Dexter, a class AWPer, a flary AWPer, an impactful AWPer that helped Spirit at the previous major get to the semi-finals and offer us up the most entertaining series we had against FaZe. Well, he decided he didn't want to be in Spirit anymore, and Wonderful, he will fill that hole, and wonderfully so. Looking marvelous here early. This kid is sharp on the AWP, and with this 2-round lead accrued, a timeout had to be taken to have another bit of a chit-chat. Both teams with full buys and potentially a pivot point starting to build here. If this is a snowball like what we saw happen to Liquid yesterday, where this just ran away from them, that's a little bit troubling. Again, it would be Raj next, but they'll be starting on the T side.
This T start, yet to see a kind of evidence in the gun rounds that this is going to work out well for them. 6. Blink and it can be 8. You need to find an opening now. If you're Liquid, a boost over the smoke is exciting. Okay, that's not for your Kinder. Deep nade down the ramp, down to 43. Spirit more than happy to just take the fights on ramp. If you want to take this territory, you have to get through Patsy. You have to get through Chopper. Playing the slither, Chopper has the slip. And they are starting to group, so let's see their protocols. This is where Liquid's fundamentals will be tested. You've got to break ramp control, or not, actually, as it seems. There's a bit of a discussion going on.
I don't think OC's going to look away from this one this time round. It's already cost him once. Oh, he has.
It might be coming. And Chopper's already just tapped the head off of Yakinda. Patsy still lingers, and every frag connects. Spirit hitting their shots. OC one back, Patsy slapped. And Naf, good luck, have fun. The angle's too good. Spirit have geeked it. You spot Siren at the same time you spot Magix. You're just in two minds. Which duel do I commit to as they're both peppering you?
Oh, well, you're talking about two minds. Is it a save again? Is it another round by timeout here going in the favor of Spirit? It looks likely a 2v4 situation. You don't have any space to work with. You were denied all the territory. You tried to make it up A ramp. You tried to make it out mid. No way. And then you went up B stairs and you got denied as well. So you didn't even have any map territory that you could fall back into. Everybody just walking into the jaws of the dragon and getting lit up crispy, Liquid now. We did touch on factors, and I haven't been keeping track in the same way, but opening kills, there was a big correlation yesterday.
Yeah.
Now,
I have it in front of me.
It doesn't feel like it's gone in that same fashion.
I'm reading 3 openings for Liquid, and we're looking at a large haul. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 opening duels.
Well,
Spirit.
That's the key, right? You're talking about the opening kills in favor of Liquid here. 2 for OC. We've seen those manifest in the ult. 1 for Elise. That's when they broke in towards B. And Yakinda, however, 0 and 4. This is the individual, the Latvian. Oh, that's a little bit of a team knife. Only a slight lick of damage there. 87 points of health. And Galil's to substitute. So this is not a great looking purchase here.
Is that a great looking smoke? You can see what it's done to the AWPer. No info, and Patsy could be behind it. Let's see if Yakinda can find his first opening. This is what he does better than all the rest, or at least tries. In terms of opening duel attempts, he is head and shoulders above every other top CS player.
What a great understanding there from Patsy of that smoke, having to stay crouched, knowing that they could creep into it, more defensive utility. So this setup is well thought out and just buying time for Chopper to rotate back. So the cavalry has arrived with a full bag of utility, and here's the next wave.
This has been really destabilizing Liquid. They haven't been able to get everyone up, established, set up for the exit. They keep throwing in aggression, nades, boosts.
Not this again.
Oh, it could work. They're not ready at all, Chad. Truly unprepared. OC. Oh, quick one on the AWP. Now it gets a bit sketchy for Spirit. Nade dump. Reaction. Forward position. Shut down. Ikinda cracks open the sight, cracks open the skull of Wonderful. Nitro, though, onto Chopper, keeps us with a Liquid advantage. He does weather the nade. Pays a heavy price, but gets away, I say, with bated breath. OC forced out, or not. Safe actually just until the spread comes through. He's be able to stay in cover at least. And Jiggle confirming it. Hard duel for Magic to win, and OC does well to connect the shot. Siren, again, this dude has got some sort of gift for surviving on a scrap of health. This time he will eventually go down, and it does convert. There was Galil's, it was interesting. 5 though.
Speaking of numbers, third opening for OC there. That was a bit whippy to deal with the boost, so helping Liquid get in and helping Liquid break the streak. There's the shot again, so that head on the top of the totem, and then it's Ikinda. He buys all this space. Chopper does good to get 2, but the trade comes through from Nitro, and then OC, because of an unforced error of that missed incendiary towards the sandbag position, is able to sit in that power position and lock that round down.
Ikinda, always the motivator, likely reminding them 5 we can work with, more available.
Looking down the line here, so there's a clear conversation, and we have seen Ikinda and OC heading over towards that A ramp, so maybe deciding in what their flight paths are going to be, what type of fight they're expecting to come their way, what type of trickle utility that they would like to limp forward. One more of those, and Spirit, they'll be the ones going to bite down on a partial investment here.
That's the smoke I was interested in. Look at this. First nav, now Ikinda. It's something you can play around. Safe from those incendiaries as well. Wonderful doesn't overstep. Oh,
didn't need to.
Doesn't need to. Through the slither of the tarpaulin. Another Team Spirit opening. Oh, and another headshot out of Siren. Naf immediate to the trade, and Chopper, this is a duel for everything. All the marbles, Naf slips the net. Nitro walks straight to his demise, and yeah, Chopper with a double. Just hacking at them.
I think they thought there was a gap in mid once they identified where the AWP was, but yeah, no gap at all.
To clarify, hacking is in, you know, an axe. An axe.
Okay, all right. Yeah, look, I think you'd struggle
chopping,
with the newer.
Hacking.
Yeah, the newer gen wouldn't get that anyway.
No,
that's all right.
They just realised I'm not doing a mid-commentary accusation for anyone before the threats are being made.
They're popping up all over the shop right now.
But another double, yeah, lovely from Chopper.
And another save. So let's, well, actually, maybe not another save. They're starting to investigate now.
Can you see OC saving, or maybe not. They really want this, don't they? I mean, fully contained. Patsy coming in the other way. Chopper's going to jump, bait the shot, or...
I think they're going for after time, quite literally. I feel like they're going to go after time because that's how reserved they are. They know that he has to be stuck to this quadrant of the map. This is torture.
No.
Spirit are torturing poor OC right here, right now, on the stage.
Someone call the Bully Hunters. Team Spirit need to be reported, because here they come. If he dies after time, he'll only have 1900, a couple of quick scopes.
Yeah.
And yeah, that will hurt. Extra salt, a bucket of it, shipped to OC. 2,000 bucks. Not ideal. Oh my goodness, that is Elige.
On his arm. I wonder if that's temporary.
Can't say for certain.
No, not at all. And as we move into round 14, there is going to be an investment here from Liquid. OC leaving spawn with a Glock and head armor.
Okay, Magisk, easy there, Ryder.
He found a gun. All right, it's not the end of the world. I thought that was miserable for him. He will get a Mac 10 out of all of this. Ikinda with a Tech 9, so they have chopped and changed the rifles, and they're just going to push in towards B as a pack.
Yeah, I like the SMGs if they can find that opening. It has to come from the rifle, though.
The setups have been great from Spirit.
And they're always just kind of active. You know, they're looking for those fights. They will happily take this duel if you give it to them. Now executing in. Oh, good flash. Siren unawares and a clothesline out of Nav. Spotted one on the generator. Chopper slows him down with Flame and Frag, and just straight into the site was OC. Tripping over their shoelaces upon entry. Chopper spraying into the smoke. Great success. Needs the fresh mag. One back. Elige with the frag. Doesn't have health. Unless, shortly, Yakinda, only a Mag 10. This just falls apart for Liquid upon arrival. I think Liquid definitely going to have to mirror this on that defensive side, because at the moment, Spirit looking like the better team.
The fact that Patsy only has 5 kills to his name here and the scoreline is still 9-5. Look, it's not end of the world. It's actually a pretty decent half for Liquid, but it's more so that the other contributors for Spirit are here to play. Wonderful, top of the scoreboard, Chopper. He's been having a great tournament. Magic's with 11 kills. So it doesn't have to be the Patsy show, and that must feel pretty comfy for this X Factor who has a chance to show up in this second half. Another cobbled together buy here for Team Liquid. Finances against them. And Flames against Patsy. So burnt down to 66. We've seen this set up several times. The flash forward, Patsy going to try and scoop what he can. Chopper over another smoke, and he's actually getting peppered up.
Scary with an AK through that smoke. Gotta be quick to reposition in order to avoid that punish. Left wanting a Liquid. 2 smokes, a single Molotov, and 70 seconds to piece together a 6th round.
Yeah, it feels like indecision. They are waiting for pushes, but this is the thing. If you're contained to the lower deck for the first 55 seconds of the round...
He's gone away with this as well, Patsy.
It's just gone for a stroll in the park.
Yeah. More than happy to just float up and down. Wonderful. We'll give him the warning that there's a backpack spotted, and a missed shot.
Showing the wickets.
A chance. Built upon an opening for that fly, and OC as well. Puts it in the feed onto Patsy. Wonderful. Called upon. Doesn't have to be the commit. It looks like they're going to send Naf on his low HP to investigate the full gamble stack. You can't lose the bomb here. But with 30 seconds left, do you start walking if Naf calls it clear? I don't know if you've got to...
Naf's going in towards B now. He's quite brazen about this. He's calling it definitely open for business. They're flashing forward. If they try and chase down this bomb, Chopper needs to get a move on. They are dipping back and safe. So Naf, how much territory can he take? Can he get deeply rooted in towards CT spawn to slow out these rotations? Looks like he can, and a massive void to cross. Spots out one, but goes down 3-on-3.
Now that'll hurt. Corpse created, bomb planted. Siren on the way. Woo! Snappy out of Elige, that one. Straight to the head of Siren. And that will deter. Wonderful. A fresh reload and a new fight. Oh dear! Oh dearie me! Wonderful's got 3 and 4 required. OC's full HP. He should have this every day of the week. There is a kit for Wonderful, so can play this time, jiggle through. He'd need a perfect headshot. 2 to the dome. OC has to really fluff his lines! That is stunning from Wonderful! 17 years of age, against the crowd, against some greats, and he clutches up.
They can't hear you. They don't care. That's 10 on the half. We're going to a break. Team Spirit with the lead.
What?
Welcome back to the Cathedral, ladies and gentlemen. This is a final of biblical proportions. Grand Slam on the line. This will be one for the history books. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's light up the Lexus!
Time to steal Christmas.
Stop that! Or Santa will get mad and beat you up.
These bad men, they're all on my naughty list.
And what do you do to the naughty ones?
I give them a lump of coal.
Give them their lamps.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Violent Night. Rated R.
For you, I wish many things. To see all the world can be. But most of all, I wish you'll never stop wishing.
It's only fair everyone hears the full story.
Stay the hell away from my family.
Whatever happens to us, you'll always be my darling.
I dip when the mood don't feel right. I change like the colors of a sunrise. Not scared of the dark, I'm a highlight. I do what I want to.
Limited edition fragrance, only by Glade. SC Johnson.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
You don't really want war. All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
Shantae, what's good?
Tony, what's good is I took your advice and got Spectrum One. The advanced Wi-Fi has security and privacy features that keep me protected while I'm connected.
Feels good to be safe. Get Spectrum One with 300 megabit internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile for $49.99 a month.
Professor Birchall joining me, of course. We've got a big game ahead of us as we're looking to lock in one of the final slots, in fact, the final seat at the table of the top 8. This is for all the marbles, Chad. Team Spirit, Team Liquid, we've just watched that first half. What's your weather forecast of proceedings so far?
It feels like Team Liquid here, as you can all see, have a bit of a tech issue before we get back underway. We're trying to be a little bit more reactive to what Spirit were throwing, right? So Spirit were the ones kind of setting the tempo. They were waiting for these pushes from Patsy towards the ramp. They were waiting for the different onslaughts and showings of Util to deny that ramp control, and then they would push in. Yeah. And that meant they were getting picked off. There was a lot of saves, right? A lot of saves, which we were monitoring throughout. And then as it got late, they got desperate, and then we had some Mac 10s, we had some Galils, we had some rounds that were less than favorable here. So it just felt like Team Liquid couldn't really get too much going. And especially when you consider the 5 rounds they have to their name came in, well, 4 of the 5 came in the first 5 rounds. So that just shows you this run from Spirit. Okay, I don't think it's permanent. We're seeing little Elite tattoos everywhere now. That's at least...
I wonder if it was Elige's own brand. You
think he brought his own tattoos?
Temporary stickers of his own face.
Wow, that would be ingenious marketing there from Johnny Jabs. Bit of a party here as well. It's just a Tuesday. Again, impressed by the turnout for the Legend stage.
I mean, this has been legendary. I mean, never before.
That can't be doubted.
Never before in Counter-Strike history have we had, from day one of the groups, a crowd with, well, this many seats. I think we did have a crowd for groups way back in the day.
Yeah, we had a couple, but definitely nothing that looked anything like this. We're talking, maybe a couple of hundred people max.
Yeah, this stadium that we've filled out daily on the weekdays, who haven't lost their energy, regardless of who's playing, never, ever before seen. And with all of that said, there's going to be thousands more of them once we get to the champion stage. This is our last day of play for the Legends. I expect it to get even spicier, as if it was possible, when we do get to those quarterfinals.
I do love the jeers here to Spirit every time they come on camera, and the cheers every time Liquid come on. And look, Spirit, maybe they made themselves a bit of a villain the other day. But their play style, it should be enough to convert any fans. We can see all the Liquid jerseys. We understand Elige speaking Portuguese. He's got a very interesting seating style, Elige. Oh, actually, Yakinda does as well. I did some SSD setups with him once upon a time.
He sits on his own leg,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I learned some funny things about these guys.
It's catchy, I've got to admit. Gets me bouncing.
They keep the rhythm.
Yeah, bouncing my feet. Nod in my head and waiting, of course, for that 5th player back in the server.
Chikinda this time.
Named and shamed.
That's all right. I think, you know, people at home would love the information. Hi. Oh, you almost went for it, did you, Magic? The stare down at the camera.
Oh, interesting. They've got the molded earbuds, so even more isolation. You know, some people just go for those bog standard earbuds.
If you've got them in for 3 hours, right? You want it to be as comfy as possible. Elige has let us know he is incoming. So good signs as Chikinda has rejoined, and, well, it's before pistol round of the second half has even gotten underway. And speaking of pistols, Liquid, they won the first half pistol with the conversions.
Seriously. I mean, when I said it was going to be a carnival, I didn't realize it would be 5 drums and a whistle kind of carnival, you know? Like, that's a proper one for Counter-Strike. I love it. And it does seem like their performance has encouraged us enough to get the game going. Just waiting on Liquid to get adjusted. Chikinda's probably got to sit on his leg again.
Yeah. Make sure he's feeling comfy, or maybe the opposite of.
But in terms of like things to celebrate for Liquid, all those saves, all those openings from Spirit, and just 2 rounds posted after that 3 initial.
But this is a conversation more for the desk, and they were discussing obviously the potency of CT sides. And once again, this was the map choice of Spirit, who were gifted the opportunity to start on the CT side because Liquid wanted to set the tempo on the T side.
Yeah.
But that hasn't gone too fantastically well. Now, you look at 5 rounds, and considering the meta at the moment, you go, yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. But you consider the fact they've lost 4 on the trot. This is not a map that favors them. And it's where the tilt kicked off yesterday. So if the residue of that will carry through, there will be some dramas here for the North American side.
Furia qualified for the Champions stage. Another reason to get even more ecstatic about the days to come as a Counter-Strike fan. And in his jersey as well, we really are seeing a wide spectrum of support.
All right, they went home today, did Ents down to Mouse.
What a comeback, oh my.
That was a intense series, wasn't it? Heartbreak on one side, elation on the other. You saw the tears of joy from Torji. And they're young bucks, so you can understand the emotions. And Dexter, he almost got going.
Wait, I would not be surprised if Patsy, Magic, Siren, Wonderful, I'm not so sure about Chopper, but if those guys feel a real sense of relief and euphoria if they get to the playoffs again. You know, you did it, and imagine, you know, the trials and tribulations of, guys, we did it, we're on top of the world, but our star player is leaving. You know, like imagine that feeling, and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't apparently a particularly telegraphed departure.
And not very amicable either, apparently.
No, yeah, just kind of up and left, for lack of a better descriptor. So to find Wonderful, for him to be 17-5 with a 1v3 clutch, 4K total in the last round of our first half, you know, there is definitely something to be said that they've landed on their feet, Habs the Dragon.
Yeah, they would be very, very happy with this pickup. In the early stages, when Wonderful was getting experience under his belt, Jury was still out, but I think being converted now, getting a couple more votes. Almost ready to go. Look at that little dude.
That is a very...
On the shoulders. This is an early induction into Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Just got to get him on the mouse and keyboard, maybe a booster seat for his gaming chair. If you're ready to frag. And so are we, ladies and gentlemen, back in business. Liquid in dire need, and that's right, I'm doing it, of a pistol.
Well, yesterday they played a retake B setup. NAF was actually playing on the construction position towards mid. They were a little bit lighter on their defensive that B bomb side, or I can already see this is different. So Chikinda looking to investigate, NAF in the back of the site, Nitro listening for footsteps, and the 1x bet odds favoring Spirit here as Chikinda does spot a couple crossing. And well, that's going to be about it. So they've investigated the early lookout, and a slow one here is Wonderful with the P250. Patsy already across to the left-hand side of the forklift room, at least from the T-side perspective.
Chev and MC bringing you all of our Counter-Strike action tonight.
Wonder if Chikinda wants to get a little bit pushy here. Looks like he's starting to relinquish control as Patsy leads the pack.
They're still so static. I mean, if it's off the crane peak, if it's really off of that, you could have a barrage of utility coming your way before anyone's on their way.
Elige has to lock them down here. There's no other way. They have flashes, sure, but Elige is going to have to find a kill or two.
3 still mid. Elige really does have to step up. That's a barrage of util. They're playing for the retake, it seems. They're coming into Elige. Down he goes. And a nice stack nade to at least level the playing field. Going for the plant. The smokes will fade. So there's a timer on this. Need the headshot. Patsy won. Siren done. On to Naf. Trying to survive is wonderful. Staying where he planted and keeping his feet the same. Trying to find another headshot. Still that double out of Siren ringing through the ranks as he still gets the shot. It's Magic's tucked in tight on the site, and that is enough to take this round. OC got no hope on the fire. What is that from Siren? 3 long-range Glock for the final. And Spirit securing a rather convincing T-pistol.
Yeah, now look, if you're North American hopeful out there watching this, willing your boys onwards, keep in mind we have Mirage, their map choice, coming up next, and they worked wonders on that yesterday against Heroic. So this one, not over and done. We still have a lot more rounds of play, but you could see every little pivot here of Team Liquid's maneuver. Elige had to get kills there, right? Given the Julies to stall them out from at least one corridor. The stack nades work, the flashes not so much. And they will be taking the full eco here. It's going to be 5 USPs, all risking their lives over towards B. And they might find themselves walking straight into Magic's and that Galil if they continue this saunter. They've dropped down, they've made no secret of this.
And here they come into the meat grinder. Chef Chopper serving up just the one. It's Magic's whose Galil connects onto 3 of the unarmored CT, and Elige, the last added to the naughty list as he plummets to his final resting place.
Okay, well, Chopper, the reinvestment here. What's he going to go for? Looks like he's been dropped to Galil. Magic's upgrading into an AK, so 5 rifles against 5 rifles on the other side. This is where the comeback story for Liquid has to begin. They do not have a defused kit purchased in here, so keep that in mind if we do find ourselves into a post plan. There is a bit of a void in middle as Elige is throwing utility right now to set up the likes of Yukinda and OC over towards A, but it's over towards B. And Nitro, they are very close through the smoke. Tags up one. They know he's here. They need to trade him. Wonderful will, but Naf's still above.
More frags than he has years on this earth. Wonderful, up to 18. And Patsy down. Big fun to at least secure the round. You know, this was still a 3 versus 4 up until that exchange. Wonderful, of course, limping after his frolic through the smoke.
I felt like they cheered louder for Patsy's death.
That's true too.
Well, the round somewhat changes here for Spirit. Either damage or holding on to their goodies again, and you're not going to be in a rush on either side. Liquid, they need to hold on to all of these investments as well going forward to start building a little bit of a residual bank balance. Yukinda on the top, one of the highest points you can find yourself here on Vertigo. Having lots of faith in OC's position on the jiggle from headshot towards short, and they've announced their presence with a double nade. Smoke as well.
Double nade and then a Molotov. Really wanting to keep the Liquid boys on their toes. Giving it a good shot. Good shake of the stick. Yukinda looking the right way into the flashbang. Set up for success. And would need another really close, dangerously close. Wonderful will fall finally. Conceding only his 6th death. Quite the KD, but Liquid are on the board.
And we did talk about Elige and having strong performances here being a catalyst for Liquid's victories. Well, he is towards the top of the scoreboard, 15 to his name. Look at OC in there at 14, 12 for Naf, Yukinda with 7 and 5 for Nitro. Now Yukinda, one of the things we highlighted in that first half was with the lack of opening kills, he's currently 0 and 6 in that department. That is damning in itself here for a man when back on Outsiders constantly talked about him finding that traction. And you can see a variation of that same smoke. So under the boards here, giving themselves a little bit of guys to peek over. Nitro forward on the B stairs again, so this is risky if they do return. OC wants to fight, and they're going to flush them out. Not finding too much damage whatsoever. Patsy just sustained 6 points. You wouldn't even call that chip damage with the Jason Moses O'Toole school.
That's more like crisp damage.
Spirit are basically out of utility at this point, right? We're looking at 2 smokes here, 1 flash. So we'll have to get this done through some trading. Or maybe even a hero play as Siren patrolling middle. You can see on the other side, Naf tucked in towards the lower position of the sandbag. And Nitro, he's been here the whole round. This is risky.
It's such a forward position, and it would be a gift for Magic to have an M4 for the rest. Nitro, 1 and done. At least the M4 leaves with him. AK, though, or rather Galil for Magic. The reaction smoke is great. Siren testing the waters. Wow! That was so perfectly synchronized with the Legis strafe. A first bullet headshot.
They made noise here. Yakinda knows this is coming. OC heard this as well. OC and Yakinda can stay on the site. They're playing retake, and Yakinda still has an incendiary. Does he use it on the site, or does he use it to slow a choke point?
Time to find out. Disruptive smoke from OC. And with 19 seconds left, that will make things difficult. Bit too hot to handle as it currently stands. Liquid losing mans. Nav gone. Patsy fragging. And it's all Patsy to finish. A double to close, and Spirit in hot pursuit of a close of Vertigo. Now, this was their map pick, likely crunching the numbers after watching Liquid play. Felt like they could punish them here on Vertigo, and it definitely has.
Yeah, they are. They are in a big way. And there's that M4 getting dropped off the building. So you're right, it couldn't be salvaged. But they did that with 2 smokes and a flash. They won that round before any kills came in with 2 smokes and a flash.
And it looked
easy.
Yeah.
Very easy. They even used that limb smoke from OC against them, jumping up on the sandbag's position to take down Naf as he scrolled in through heaven. And then Yakinda, you can see he's sketched out. He dropped that incendiary way too early. They weren't even on the site. It's like 9 seconds. 9 seconds is a dream. We only need 4 to get that bomb down. And before we even do that, we'll just kill you. That was way too easy for Spirit now as they extend the lead to 7 rounds over Team Liquid. 13 to 6.
Just an absence of, like, resistance out of Liquid. It does feel like Spirit, at least here on Vertigo, looking like a much more refined Counter-Strike squad. It's not always been the case. Liquid coming, knocking on Siren's door. Perfect flash. Wow, Siren completely in trouble. Jeopardy for him. Does the AK survive? I'm not so sure.
They've got it. They picked it up. Nitro's got it in his hands right now. Nobody has armor, though, and the space has been taken. Patsy, look how far forward he already is. A minute 30. He's already deep, entrenched within the site and spotting numbers.
Yeah, he's going to get 2 across. Oh, good pre-fire. Liege aware, but Patsy better. Takes down Yakinda. Wonderful onto the last remaining CT in the site on that headshot box. Options minimal. Now that Desert Eagle from OC could lead to something.
Oh, Leech definitely wants to hold on to this, yeah. So looking for exits here, seeing if they can find themselves another upgrade. It's still going to be light on with the next round. It's hard to see how Liquid get back into this game. And that's not woe is me, it's just the state of affairs of the finances. You saw how much utility Team Spirit were using in their first half to defend this A ramp in different waves, right? If you want to make some steps, if you want to throw out your limp smokes and try and take some space, we'll throw an awful lot to make sure you can't do that. And once it's been used, we'll then post up Patsy. Wonderful can be here with Uop. That's one of the keys, right? That AWP, clearly. Oh, here we go. Check this one out. He might actually get a kill or 2 here. Depends on how many play on the very edge. No, well, now they know. So enough HP that they didn't have to play on the tightest of margins there.
Faced and laced. Spirit close.
Still smiling. I'd be stressed right there if I was one of the +1s of the Liquid players in the server here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. When you compare the way in which Spirit were approaching that ramp hold into this Team Liquid defense, it's a very stark contrast. Chopper on his adventures goes looking mid early. That's Nitro's domain, and there's 2 of them.
They're already passed. He doesn't know. They're already passed.
Dangerous.
They're already passed.
Very dangerous. Nitro doesn't know.
Elise is going to get absolutely copped here.
Doesn't know.
Oh my God.
Oh dear.
Blink and you miss it.
Oh, Nitro's down. Liquid just might want to think about map 2. Elise trying to revive hopes for a moment left, looking silly in the flames. And what? They just passed each other. They have no idea. This is a round of Counter-Strike, isn't it? Madness. Made of madness. It's Counter-Strike, and Yakinda, at least he's on the site.
Yeah, and they don't have it. They're still trying to clear out this smoke.
They're convinced he's there, but Patsy not ready for that one. Siren very vulnerable for this incendiary.
They might lose this.
Spread out, Yakinda, a double kill in defensive B. And now it's Spirit that are losing the round. How? With how this started. Wonderful, puts his clutching cap on again. No slouch on the rifle is this young gun.
He's been given a lot of space here and has a smoke. If he wants to announce his presence, he can limp this forward. 11 bullets in the mag, so a reload would be tidy, or even better, a couple of one-taps. So here comes the smoke, an elevator smoke, so deeper. OC will have to reroute towards heaven here.
That fake might cost him, Chad. It allows OC to mantle up for the retreat. He's aware. He's aware that's a possibility. Okay, OC secures it for Liquid.
What was that, a 2-on-4 situation right there?
And courtesy of Yakinda, but also I think maybe a miscomm. I don't know why.
Definitely a miscomm.
Why are they staring at that smoke so intently without someone maybe looking at the scoreboard, expecting someone to be pushed up? It was weird.
I think it's because of the transition with Siren not seeing Naf run back.
Yeah.
So they still thought a player was close. Because Siren didn't see it, it almost feels impossible that he didn't see it. From our perspective, it looked impossible that he had no idea that was even up. So that was the difference maker right there.
Well, that's a bit of an unforced error.
And a chance for Liquid now. A very good round for the likes of Yakinda combined with OC to pull one back to make it just a 7-round game. When I say just a 7-round game, we know that Liquid can go on a CT slew. If you caught Overclass yesterday against Heroic, they gave us hope. It's part of the comeback. Let's see if they can do it here again.
Oh, Nitro takes a lick of damage early on his descent to B stairs. Forward position, and probably want to play his life. A little less committed. No, he is going to be fully committed to this, and Chopper's got a flash with his name on it. Oh, no. Naf back. Siren does finish onto Nitro. Leaves us in a 4-on-4. Ramp still under control, but the AWP shot from Wonderful heard, and OC is posted up, so bit of a stalemate on ramp.
Nitro's in a lot of forward positions, isn't he? He's given up 2 opening kills so far on this CT side.
Separated by that small piece of fabric, and down they go.
They're just so aware of what's open. I don't think they'll expect Elysia on the flank. This is the bomb. He'll get to stall this out, but Elysia's going to have to go monstrous here. One's not enough.
Yeah, Elysia's keeping his eyes fixed on the prize. Magic's his next target.
This is a cat and mouse game here. OC's played this quite well by going in through spawn. He's avoided death, but we'll still have to deal with the likes of Wonderful. Patsy's coming in from above. This is awkward.
Oh, but Elysia caught from behind. Relieves a lot of pressure. They do have to plant, and that bomb is being picked up. Patsy's going to be coming in first. He hears him. OC, priority on the frag. Patsy, unawares. If he could stop the plant, recovers an AK, and they are planting safe. It's Magic's on the slither gap, and that's enough. 4-15, triple out of Magic's. Joins Wonderful in that 20 frag club. Rather exclusive one.
Yeah, you can see the dismay right there, and I think when you look at poor OC, right, you go back to Cologne. Ben, our stats guy, SDO, has provided us with some nuggets here. Over 13 maps played in Cologne, OC had 12 clutches. So far, over 6 maps to play here at Rio, he has 0 clutches. So somebody who has been quite impactful in dire situations for Liquid is not here at the Rio Major. And a 1v3 like that, that would have ignited the fire in the belly, but now it's 15-7, staring down the barrel of defeat. We're about to go into a bit of a break. They can have a team chat, but then just one map, 16 rounds away for Liquid to be eliminated here. We've mentioned it once, we'll mention it again. The last time Liquid graced a major playoff stage was Berlin in 2019. It's been a long time between drinks.
And yeah, and if you wouldn't mind giving us a full history lesson, at that time, if I'm not mistaken, the Liquid Astralis head-to-head was something we were really hotly anticipating.
And we got it in the quarterfinal, where well, Liquid fell when Astralis went on to win that major over James and Co.
Yes, the infamous trophy lift from Devet and Co.
Well, here we go. Chopper into a Mac 10. Might be a bit, I was going to say pacey, but not the case. Chopper's just going to maneuver around the map with the Mac 10 in hand. So, yeah, why not, I suppose?
Very forward B positions. You know, contrast that with Magic's and Siren.
Well, normally when you're in a situation like this, and I know that, you know, this is an intense round, sure, you'd like to do a default spread and allow the CTs to make the first move with the lower weaponry and hope that they trip over their own shoelaces.
Well, Yakinda, oh, wow, ties Patsy's shoes for him. And he goes looking for that AK, but Chopper expecting him to be nowhere close. His back is currently turned. If your Kingdom's brave and accurate, it could have been another frag, but it's damage. Chopper walking a bit wonky. If they can spring this trap, it's a bit premature on the flash, no one home. And a real gathering. Everyone attending to A. And walking in is Magic's legs betray Nitro. He's going up and over though, and that's exactly what Wonderful was waiting for. Just crawling through bodies one by one as Vertigo looks to be secure and Liquid condemned to a fight for survival to the death. Elige seals one. Don't have to commit. 30 seconds, that was the bomb. Down on sandbags, a crucial frag from Naf that gives Elige just something rather minute to work with. He's unknown for now. Chopper's positioning for plant. Playing the fade. 10 seconds now, the bomb will be planted. Elige got a lot of questions to answer. And Chopper going on that jiggle clear. That's the first headshot, turns the flash, ready for it, misses that opportunity, but won't make the same mistake again. Can Wonderful close? He did it once. Will he end both halves of this first map? Elige got a good idea as to where he is. Will find himself an AK, plenty now to play the game. Back is turned, but Elige spins on a dime to extend hope for Liquid. What a shot!
We gotta see that one again. That's just a lifeline, sure, but Elige. Oh, that was something brilliant right there.
Holy mother of Mary. Let me see this again.
Chopper just trying to get out of town. And Elige, look at that. The tap and the spin. The bullet to the dome. Wonderful. Sit down.
Ooh.
Was that the beginning of something here?
Still not pretty, Chad.
I need a whole lot more where that came from.
Still not pretty. MP9's in the mix. Every frag you can open the round with, a gift for Liquid now.
No Mac 10 for Chopper this time. He has invested into an AK-47. I don't think that was the difference maker right there, but regardless, the jump up, okay. Cheeky with the clear. Nitro lobs forward a nade and tickles up Magic, so I'm sure he's happy just to sustain his life right here, right now. Yukinder and OC on A. Elige, the hero of the previous, floating in mid, ready to rotate for Magic's. You give him a second opportunity, he's going to deliver.
Perfect frag. Nitro feeling a bit silly after that one. Naf asking for aid. Elige is in some type of way supporting. And Naf, quick to address Magic's advance. He was just starting to walk up the stairs as Naf got to him. And this will maybe level us out. You can see Spirit receding, Patsy approaching mid.
If they take their time around now, Spirit, it's likely they fall back into something similar to a 2-2. But OC, actually, I take that back. He is actually glancing towards the top of A ramp with a lot of information here. So they know it's likely to be this B finish.
This is what Naf is waiting for. This is what Naf is waiting for. Oh, no angle for him.
They were waiting for him.
Yeah, works wonderfully. Now Elige has to be the hero again. Clean headshots were demanded of the American. Good find, needs more. Chopper exposed, and he gets another on the AK. Double for Elige to extend play, and it's a triple. Back-to-back rounds, it's Elige. The name at the tip of the tongue.
We prefaced it. We said he had to show up for Team Liquid to be successful here today in this do-or-die best of 3. Is this too little too late? Top of the scoreboard, 23 kills, tying things up with Wonderful now. And that rotation, I was highlighting it. They left the site. It didn't matter. Elige was here, and he was happy to clear.
He's warming up. He's going supernova, as stars tend to do.
Spirit have so many opportunities to close here. And look, if this was a traditional game, we would brand this as a matter of time. I think just one round here for Spirit to break through, but feels like there's something in the water as part of this comeback 10, all but guaranteed.
Speaking of time, you've probably got time to grab yourself a drink. Tall drink of water for your Kinder, maybe.
Yeah, you almost spoke too soon right there. laser beam by that Glock. Here comes the flash, so they will get this mid space, but it is just Glocks.
It is Glocks. Nitro, no stranger to the pistol, should have a couple. Farm up some lovely, hard-earned frags.
He needs those.
Yeah.
He's up to 9 now, so start padding right there from Nitro, but that's going to feel good. And Liquid are a team, Alex. When you think about the history of this core, well, maybe even just Elige and Nitro, how many games have they been in? You know, we speak about the Liquid choke, but regardless, they've definitely been in games that go the distance. So if they're the ones who can flip the script right now and take us to overtime, considering the scenario that has unfolded in front of them, they have had this injection of the Latvian Yakinda, who, with James, they're used to being the team having to come back late in stages, in pressure matches. From the interview in the pre-match, he was having a bit of a chit-chat. He said, these games are the best. That's how he framed it. Well, let's see if they can be the best right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Elige has managed to keep hold of that AK, the AK he did extend play with and continue to mop up a triple in the previous, still on his hands, it kind of levels the playing field in that individual dual regard. Saying that, M4 to the body, pretty efficient too.
It's the last time out of Spirit right there.
Okay, let's see how Yakinda handles himself on ramp.
They're expecting something more aggressive because Elige is actually over with the team here spamming. Normally he's holding a smoke or he's throwing utility and then dropping back to help with mid. So they think that this is going to be more asymmetric. And they're right to think so, at least in the early stages. It was looking that way. And maybe we'll continue that way as one of those limp smokes thrown up quite deep through the ramp to hold the CTs. Lock them in position. You don't want to play around any of the unknowns. Spirit again are really taking the time with this, as OC will drop out a one-way of his own, but sitting in it. Patsy's in that smoke. This is very scary.
Oh, that is very daunting. OC. What? What? Patsy just blind. Starts to fire off a couple of shots.
I think there's a bit of stage experience coming in right there.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, full rotation coming back. Everybody's starting to head over bar Naf.
You'd have been so mad if you died to that. OC gets a lot of help now. They might regress. Patsy does his best onto OC. Another headshot. Patsy just opening this site like a can opener. More required. Yakinda flustered, jiggled out. 2 towards the site as Siren advances as well.
25 seconds. They're going to have to go on this. That's a great nade. Wow. 3 on 3.
Okay, he's found him.
They started rotating back. They don't believe this.
Just by cutting noise, they're going to get that bomb down. To Tatch, Naf was in CT spawn as that bomb goes down without a single peep. Maybe a retake smoke. They got 2 of them. Straight in. Nitro escorted out, as is Naf. Chopper on short. Yakinda trying to clutch up, but it does close. Spirit securing Vertigo. Their pick. And no sweat on the brow.
Yeah, 16-10 scoreline right here, and the silence is deafening. The fan favorites, Liquid. Oh, the crowd's not happy about that one. Back to the drawing board. Got the death coming up next, a break for both these teams, and then Mirage. Don't go anywhere.
Seriously? Now there's a hole in your defense. Look at the size of that gap. Is that a goat?
You talking about me?
I think this goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
So who's talking about the money Aflac pays to help close that gap?
Aflac, gap, Aflac, gap.
It's about to go down, baby.
Aflac.
Stop that goat.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
Dash Pass for Students gives you DoorDash with $0 delivery fees for just $4.99 a month.
Here we go.
Perfect for when your couch just won't let you leave the house.
There you are.
Are you hungry? Dash Pass for Students. So worth it.
For Liquid, not the result they were looking for. For Spirit, of course, you're happy about that. Of course, you want to keep running away with this. And what is an elimination game, one that separates these teams from that championship stage? And well, we are well on our way to that second map. First and foremost, we need to put a ribbon in a bow on Vertigo and send it back to where it came from. And in doing so, we've got Bleh and Alan Hinder here with me on the desk. 16-10, the final score that we see come out in this first map in a 2-2 game. This is it. There's no holding back at this point. There's none of this saving strats for the major. You can't even meme about it anymore because this is the major. And that's where we find ourselves, Bleh.
That's exactly where we find ourselves. And you could see why Spirit went for the punish pick here of Vertigo. The first half I felt like was just a masterclass coming up from Chopper and his men, right? And you could see Vertigo, even though Liquid picked it yesterday against Heroic, it was kind of like a counter pick, but I never really had much faith in the way they approach this map, CD side and T side as well. And even though the scoreline looked a little close at the end, it was because Elish had a crazy clutch. But overall, this was Spirit through and through.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid just play a sloppy brand of Counter-Strike on Vertigo. It's as simple as that. I don't like their T-side really at all. I think their macro was actually fine. It's just their execution is poor. They make too many mistakes, and they just look flustered in so many situations, and that surely just comes from a lack of experience on this map.
And speaking of experiences, all of them are individual, and they do vary, which is why round number 9 sticks out a little bit, doesn't it, Bleh?
Round number 9, this is basically an opening, like a little bit of a skirmish between OC and I do believe it's Patsy. And Patsy gets actually tagged down. He's kind of low here. But what I really like from the start of Spirit is how they're going to be not re-aggressing, but looking for more info. You can see the initial tag coming in through the wall, and Patsy actually gets a tag onto OC. Now, remember, this is a bit of a ruse from Liquid. It's going to be a B hit. Now, you can see OC should be tagged any moment right now. And, well, it's going to take a while here, but eventually, there we go.
He's just taking his time.
He's going to see the gap. Yeah, there we go. They both get tagged, and immediately you can see Patsy reposition, goes for the boost. Yakinder is alone trying to sell his fake at the A bomb site. You can see the utility come out. The boost is going to catch him. Immediately, the defense is going to pivot back towards that B bomb site, and Liquid are going to be walking into a stack.
So, I mean, you walk into a stack. Alan Hinder, I want you to kind of put this down into Barney terms, you know, like simplify what we just witnessed right there for the new viewers at home. It turns out there's a lot of them.
Yeah, so as Yakindar's walking back, it's blindingly obvious that it has to be a B hit. There's no other reason he'd be falling away, so you can just call to the other Spirit teammates. It has to be B. They put down their smokes, they buy time, they've got 4 over by the time Liquid commit, and when there's that many players on the bomb site, you just have no chance of clearing out that many positions.
And then, of course, we start to transition to round 15.
Yeah, right? This one was a crazy one. 3-on-1 situation for Liquid. This was looking like they're going to stabilize in this half, and Elish wide swings here from the generator, and it was pain painful to see this situation 3-on-1. It's almost unlosable. It's almost unlosable if they just play it together, and they get overzealous. Elige swings, the spacing isn't perfect, and here we can see Wonderful, that final kill in towards the end, taking down OC, and pulling off an unbelievable clutch in a situation Liquid should never have lost.
And a bit of a redemption arc there, too, because obviously Elige in the next half goes on to kind of keep them afloat just a round or two longer. He wins the 1v2 there in the A-bomb site, albeit all in vain. For Liquid, did we get any promise that we're going to get a good series out of them, Bleh?
Well, hopefully. I mean, it is a map becoming on Mirage. I think we saw what they did to Heroic yesterday, so absolutely still have a chance of bringing this one back, right? But at the same time, we could see mistakes. That 1v3 Wonderful clutch, I want to give kudos to him, but at the same time, like you said, Alan, that should have been an unlosable round. And just white swinging like that, kind of throwing that round. If we see more of that coming into map number 2, this could indeed be a 2-0, as Get Right said earlier.
Oh, God, please don't. Just relax, okay?
I'm just saying
Some of us have heart ties over there to the
You got to pick him, right? You got to pick him, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already through there.
And that doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is, it would be nice to see Team Liquid kind of break past this and get into the top 8 at the major. I personally would like to see that, but then again, I'm unbiased, right? So
absolutely,
yeah, there is that, Alan.
And this man standing in your way, Wonderful, is a monster. He's an absolute monster. And it has to be mentioned for Spirit, when they lost Dexter, you thought this team's in serious trouble. They're in serious trouble. How on earth are they going to even stay in the top 20 when you